Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Got Harem with Melissa and Nejire. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Yesterday was a very crazy day. A villain almost killed me to save my friend. If you can call the person who spent his entire life tormenting you, the best part one met all might was that I got him to sign my notebook. I think that notebook will become a family treasure, of course. First I would have to get a wife, and I doubt I can get something like that, so the notebook will only be a small trophy, a trophy that reminds me that I can't be a hero. Anyway, I will take the UA exam. Who knows, maybe a miracle will happen. Son, your breakfast. I'm coming, Mom. My mom, if it wasn't for her, I would have given up a long time ago. Without her I would be alone, lost, without a shoulder to turn to. Also, if it weren't for her I wouldn't wake up to go to school, and that was another thing, the one the school wanted to talk to you about. What a appealing word, right? The place where you spend the best years of your life. That's what I would say if I wasn't tormented by Bakugo when he found out that he would take the UA exam. His bullying was more common, and of course in one of those bullying he destroyed my first book in which I wrote down the characteristics of some heroes. I didn't feel so bad. I say the book was old. I took it more as an opportunity to improve on my first writings and be able to add things that I didn't do at that time. The following weeks continued naturally. The birds sang, Bakugo exploded my things, and the boys continued to make fun of me. Everything was normal until the exam arrived. I had exercised my body a little. You could say that I was not the same weakling, and in the area of knowledge I was also prepared, and how could I not be if that area is the only way I could enter? Although I did not have much faith in it, with all those things in my mind I decided to take my first step. Of course that for me that step caused me if I fell. Something strange is that I didn't touch the ground. A pretty brown girl saved me from the fall and then left. Can you believe I'm talking to such a pretty girl? I feel proud of myself. I took my knowledge test. You could say I got a 10. The first step to being a hero was done. Now it was just time for the practical exam. A hero gave us instructions on what would happen and the robots we had to face until a guy with glasses, he stopped and accused me of making a lot of noise. I don't know what's wrong. I don't make as much noise. It was time to take the practical exam. They separated us into groups, and for my good luck, I bumped into the pretty girl who saved me nothing. But when I wanted to go to talk to him, the same guy with the glasses stopped me again. He gave me a lecture and made me feel inferior. I can't imagine being friends with this guy. The test began. The robots were terrifying, although those who accompanied me did not seem to care and simply set out to destroy them. I tried to do the same, but a stupid Frenchman took away each objective from me. God, if the hero's course is going to have guys like that, I wish I didn't enter. Although as it was going it was obvious that he wouldn't get in anyway. Suddenly a gigantic 6-story robot appeared. Everyone ran in terror until I wanted to do it, but a delicate voice stopped me. It was the same girl from before. She was in trouble. A rock had trapped her. The robot was going to crush her. I ran to help her until I saw that she really wasn't in trouble. I said her quirk allowed her to levitate an object. She just had to levitate the stone, and she succeeded. Hiding out there, the one who was in real danger was me. The alarm rang and the exam had ended. An old lady appeared to give first aid. She gave me some candy for my effort. I think she didn't see what I had done, and in fact no one saw it because I didn't do anything. 0 points. I was finished alone. I left the exam and went straight to my house and locked myself in my room. My mother asked me about the exam. I just told her that everything went well, and I gave her a small fake smile. The results arrived. My mom was excited. I already knew what would happen. The only thing that surprised me was that when I opened the letter, the Almighty came out and mentioned that although I got an outstanding grade in my knowledge test, I completely failed. Hearing that, it broke my heart. Although I expected it after all. It's just me. After not being able to enter the UA, my mother put me in an institute not far from my house, I suppose, so as not to cause problems regarding my education. I felt that that first day of classes would be like the others, but no, I forgot that Kaken did manage to enter the UA and that I wouldn't have to see him again. That was very satisfying, and when I entered my classroom I couldn't make out any familiar faces. It was perfect. I could start a new life from scratch with new friends, or so I thought. Someone as shy as me, I couldn't talk to anyone, and I simply sat at the back of the classroom where I could see that several groups were being formed, some of people who from what I see already knew each other, others of new and more extroverted people. There was no lack of the group of girls, and then alone I was completely alone until classes started. Everyone left. They sat down at their desks, and after a couple of minutes a somewhat disheveled teacher with glasses and a single glove on one of his hands arrived. He apologized for the delay and went on to explain that he was our assigned tutor and also the art teacher with whom we were assigned. We would only have 2 hours a week without tutoring every Monday. And so began my new life, which the only thing that had changed was that I went from being the abused one in the room to the ignored one in the room. I think it was a big step. Without people, I no longer had people bothering me. In fact, I no longer had anyone. No one was very cool, or that's what I thought until the art course came. Our teacher indicated the free time and went to sleep. I didn't think teachers like that existed. Almost the entire class started talking and making a fuss, but the teacher didn't care about me. With nothing to do, I started to draw with a pencil the scene of the professor sleeping. It didn't turn out bad at all, so I decided to continue drawing the entire scene in question to my classmates talking to others fighting until I managed to draw the love confession of one of them. I felt that I did a bad job, and I actually felt good about myself. A couple of minutes later, classes were over, everyone was already leaving, and I was also going to leave until the teacher stopped me. "Tell me, boy, what's wrong with you?" "Sorry?" "Yes, that's what happens to you. I give you a free hour so you can get to know each other better, and all you do is draw. Very bad ones, by the way." "What?" "You must not know it obviously, but my quirk allows me to observe anything 4 meters around me, and I couldn't help but see you. Alone, so tell me what's wrong with you?" "I see. If I'm not interested, or rather I already know what's happening to you, it shows deep inside your being, and believe me, it's not pretty. First he insults my drawings and now he insults me this. I never insulted your drawings, I just said they were bad, but I think you can improve a lot. Do you believe that?" "No, but as an art teacher I have to make you believe that I am interested in your drawings, so let's make up for that lost hour. I will teach you all the basics and from there you will have to continue on your own." And that's how I got interested in art, something very strange, but it was nice to be able to have a new dream. Of course my teacher was useless, but he still managed to make me love something in my life apart from heroes. A few weeks passed and the truth is that the only thing that is talked about is an attack on the UA by the League of Villains. Among the villains, being called Nomu stands out. Luckily, All Might arrived to save the day, but he did not arrive in time. 2 students died if I remember correctly, a dwarf with purple hair and a girl with frog powers. It was something very devastating for the entire nation. Those 2 lives will haunt the honor of the school possibly forever. To think that I could have been there, although of course it is most likely that I would have died too. After that came the sports festival. I can't believe they have a festival after what happened in the first years. Even so, everything went well. Bakugo managed to beat a guy with ice powers and thus be crowned #1 of the rookies. The bad thing. Step later in, I don't know if it's bad luck, but again it involved the first years but only one. A certain Ida. Apparently during field training Ida crossed paths with Stain, and while he was just a rookie against a professional assassin he didn't have way of win. Stain took Ida's life. This time it was not the UA that received the criticism but rather the agency that decided to accept Ida. For 2 months the UA had lost 3 students, all first years and from the same classroom, and so the UA. It fell in prestige, and I just wonder, what would have happened if I had entered? After classes normally my teacher decides to teach me about artistic currents from which I could be inspired, and after that nothing, just emptiness, nothing to do and nothing that can distract me from reality. I usually lie in my bed or rarely do my homework since I usually finish it at the same school. Let's say I had too much free time and my mother knew it. She was the one who suggested I get a part-time job. I accepted and decided to look for something simple, so I took the job at a small cafeteria. They needed a new job. The cafeteria was very quiet. It had a couple of tables and a bar where you could also sit and have your coffee. Its walls were adorned with photos of some heroes drinking their coffee as if they were sponsoring it. In conclusion, it was a good job. One day coming back from work I came across a large wall that had several scratches and several drawings of peas. Do we really do that? Do we see an empty place and the first thing that comes to mind is drawing peas? Have great artists also started drawing peas? Are peas the best thing that can decorate a wall? And those answers were yes, yes, yes and no. A pea cannot decorate a wall. I decided to take all my brushes and try to solve the scene. I couldn't think of anything better than to paint All Might. It took me more than 3 hours to finish my mural, and I think that in the deepest part of my being that I did a better job than the one who drew all those peas, but even so there was still a great pain in my heart to have drawn that hero who the only thing what it did was kill my dreams. They just wouldn't let me leave. Something was missing from my drawing, and I didn't realize what it was until a few minutes later. My signature, I couldn't just leave it as it was. I had drawn it, and leave it without my signature was unforgivable, so I took a red brush and drew a small boot. And now if my work was complete I could go home to sleep. The bad thing was that it was 5 in the morning, so I decided to have my breakfast and go to school. Of course, I took a small detour to see my work, and I was surprised to see several people admiring my work. Some took photos, others stayed for several minutes simply observing what I had drawn. I think for the first time in my life I felt good about something I did. After finishing all my classes I went to work as always. Nothing happened, I just had to deliver coffee or sandwiches to the clients. I thought it would be another ordinary day until I saw her come in. It was the exam one that saved me from falling if I remember correctly. She managed to enter the UA. Since I saw her at the sports festival, if I remember correctly, her name was Uraraka. I think I'm sounding like a total stalker. It would be best not to bother her, she must have a lot of problems. Excuse me, Uraraka said with a sweet but completely subdued voice. Could you bring me the menu please? Yes. Yes, of course I'll bring it to you. Then she caught me off guard. Ah, she's cute, but what are you thinking? Do your job and don't bother her anymore. Excuse me, here is our menu. Thank you. Could you bring me a cup of tea and a slice of strawberry cake? Yes, right away. Then she's too cute, I can't let this opportunity pass me by. I have to talk to her, although I think I'll do it when I'm done eating so as not to bother her. Here is your tea and cake, enjoy. Thank you. I even go to eat. She's very pretty. I think I should stop seeing her, maybe I could scare her. Excuse me, here is the account. Or of course just let me get my money. It must be here. In my wallet. Somewhere alone. Give me a second. Suddenly he stopped searching and looked at me with a blank face. Completely embarrassed. It's a funny story. You lost your money, right? We could reach an agreement. So that I pay your bill. Would you agree to go out with me? What? I'm sorry, what I said was stupid. Just leave, I'll cover your bill, don't worry. No, you don't understand me. I would like to go out with you but... Or I understand if I wouldn't go out in public with me either. No, what I mean is that... You have a boyfriend, it's very obvious. You are very pretty, it would be strange if you were single. No, I just wanted to say that I wasn't prepared for that question, but yes, I would like to go out with you. He starts writing a couple of numbers on a napkin. Here, it's my number, and thanks for the cake. Then he runs off. Deku was completely frozen. Ain't a girl. Gave me her number. A girl gave me her number. Midoriya, shut up, you scare the customers. Sorry boss. POV Uraraka. DMN, the UA. She has become stricter. I don't blame them. Tsuyu starts to cry a little. No Uraraka. You've already cried enough, Tsuyu. I wouldn't want to see you like this. I think I'll have some tea to relax. Decides to enter the first cafeteria that was nearby, and when you enter you can't help but exchange glances with a green-haired waiter. He's very cute. Excuse me, I decided to go over and talk to him. Could you bring me the menu please? Yes. Yes, of course I'll bring it to you. Oh heavens, it's very cute. Excuse me, here is our menu. Thank you. Could you bring me a cup of tea and a slice of strawberry cake? Yes, right away. Why the hell should you wear those clothes? It makes you look so adorable. Here is your tea and cake, enjoy. Thank you. This cake is very good, he must have prepared it. Excuse me, here is the account. Or of course just let me get my money. It must be here. In my wallet. Somewhere alone. Give me a second. It's a funny story. You lost your money, right? This had to happen to me. Now he's going to throw me out, and maybe I won't be able to see it again. We could reach an agreement. So that I pay your bill. Would you agree to go out with me? What? He is declaring himself. This can't happen to me, I'm not ready. I'm sorry, what I said was stupid. Just leave, I'll cover your bill, don't worry. No, you don't understand me. I would to go out with you but... Or I understand if I wouldn't go out in public with me either. What have they done to you, my little green-haired boy? No, what I mean is that you have a boyfriend, it's very obvious, you are very pretty, it would be strange if you were single. Shut up, don't say any more things that I'm ashamed of. No, I just wanted to say that I wasn't prepared for that question, but yes, I would like to go out with you. He starts writing a couple of numbers on a napkin. Here you are, it's my number, and thank you for the cake. I ran away. Because I ran away, he didn't even tell me his name. Well done, Uraraka, you just ruined your best interaction after what happened. POV Izuku. I didn't tell her my name, I invited her on a date and I didn't even tell her my name. It would be strange if I called her now, according to Barney Stinson. I have to wait 3 days but I can't, I want to call her, I'll call her right now. Dials the number. Hangs up. I can't believe it, if she gave me her real number while talking to a girl on the phone. It's great, I can feel her voice so close. I think there are too many feelings for today. A day passed and I couldn't stand the need to call Uraraka anymore. To be able to hear her voice up close once again and know when the next time would be to be able to see her. All those feelings managed to make me call her again. Hello, Uraraka? I don't know if you remember me but I'm Izuku. The waiter, right? Yes, that's me. Yes, of course I remember you and our date that we scheduled. Then it is clear to you that you are going to date me. If that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I won't be able to go out with you, sorry. Oh, I understand. Izuku, I won't be able to go out with you this week since the UA took us camping as training for our quirk. I just wanted to know if we could postpone our date? Yes. I say yes, of course I don't know. Do you think it's Friday of next week? I would love to until Friday. Until Friday, take care of yourself and your camp. POV Uraraka. My name is and his name is Izuku. It hurts too much not being able to see him this week. At least after returning from my camp I will still be able to see him. Wait a whole week. I should go for to your cafeteria one of these days. POV Izuku. I can't believe it, she still wants to go out with me. Could it be that I know? That's impossible. Who would notice me? Surely she just wants to settle her debt with me regarding last time. Why? Do I feel this way knowing that my relationship with her will never happen? In the morning everything continued as normal and the idea of having a date next week is always in my head, at least until my work. And why? Well, today would be my first day of paying money that I managed to earn thanks to my efforts. Closing time arrived and the boss called me, and after subtracting the price of some broken dishes that I caused in my first days, I received 20,000 yen. At first, I didn't know how I had to spend my small fortune, so I just decided to take some time to walk and relax my mind, and I don't know how I got to my first mural, but when I saw it I was very surprised to see that it didn't last too long due to several factors, including the cheap paint on my mural. Of All Might was degraded, but seeing the mural in terrible condition gave me a great idea. I will buy spray paints, that way all my work will last a little longer, and running with all my strength I reached a specialized paint store and bought everything I needed between a protective mask to be able to breathe, gloves and several cans of paint. I did not expect that all my things would cost so much in total. I spent about 15,000 yen. The rest I decided to save for my future date with Uraraka, but with free time and several cans there was only one thing you could do with paint. It was already around 12 p.m. I managed to escape from my house and go to my old mural. I had to do some restoration work with which I simply let myself go until a female voice distracted me. What are you doing? What? For you? It is very impolite to answer a question with another question. I'm painting, can you tell me now who you are? Oh, well I'm Hatume, nice to meet you. Oh, nice to meet you, I'm Izuku Midoriya, and tell me, what are you doing here so late? Late? But if it's 6 in the morning. Well, no, that's impossible, just 5 minutes ago. Looking at his cell phone, if it's 6 in the morning. If so, and tell me, what are you painting? I can't talk, I'm sorry, I have to go home before my mother wakes up. I guess we'll see each other later, at the same time tomorrow? Yes, as you want, running away. Then, I can't believe my time would have passed again if it hadn't been for that girl, the police. I talked to a girl again. Meet her tomorrow. No, how did it come to this? My day was monotonous again, although my mother almost discovered me. Luckily I was able to buy a bag of bread as an excuse at my school. I was ignored again except by my teacher who couldn't help but see me more sleepy than usual at the exit when I went to school. His living room to get more advice he simply voted me so that I could sleep before my work, which I gladly accepted even if it was only for an hour. When I got to work I had a coffee to recover and continue with my day until I saw to the same girl from the morning. Oh, but it's the graffiti artist. Please don't call me that. But if that term is the most accurate. I know, but let's say that what I do is not well regarded. Oh, then let's make a deal. What? Yes, I won't give you away, but you will teach me everything about art. PFFF, how do you know that I know something about art? I don't know, maybe the mural you painted last night told me a couple of things about you. No, say that's so loud. I'll teach you what I know. Great tonight in the place where I found you, goodbye. Seeing how I was blackmailed by a girl was very painful, but that whole idea left my mind when I saw the news. Again, another attack on the UA happened, in which they kidnapped Kaken and a member of the PP Cats. Several students were also injured among them. There was Uraraka. On Monday morning the news came out about a new attack on Class 1A. The number of victims was not very high, only one child and one of the members of the PP Cats. The number of injured was incredibly high. Among them there was Uraraka, but what affected me the most was the kidnapping of one of her students and one of my friends. Katsuki Bakugu. It seemed that the villains had finally won everything that day. The only thing that was talked about was the incredible mistake that the UA had made. The only thing I could do was worry about Bakugu, worry about Uraraka, but all that was of no use. I still had to go to work, only this time with great heaviness. Throughout the day I couldn't get that feeling out of my head, the helplessness I felt for not being able to help two of my few friends. In the morning the feeling continued so much that I had completely forgotten about that meeting with Hatume. I saw the time, but it was already 9 a.m. Most likely, she has already left, or so I thought, because when I left my house towards the direction of my mural I saw her. She was sitting on the sidewalk in front of me looking at my mural. I don't understand, Hatume said when she realized that I had already arrived. Hatume, yo. Your mural doesn't make any sense. What were you planning to achieve? Help them? You can't help them if I help them. All my inventions do help them. Your art is of no use. You are of no use. Hatume. 3 hours, Midoriya. I was sitting here for 3 hours, waiting for you. You know I don't talk to many people, they are the ones who seek me out for the improvements they want, but I thought that with you it could be different. You know I believed in you. You didn't know anything about me, but you still agreed to meet me. I realize that you are worse than all those. He's human. What? This is very human. What I do, my art, does not help the heroes. My art helps everyone else. It imposes humanity that has been lost. I hope that now you understand it a little more. Hatume only managed to laugh and cry a little without realizing she had already forgiven the green-haired boy. The two continued talking. Hatume about her studies in the UA support class and Midoriya about all the art he did. Without realizing it, she had already missed too late. Do you want to see me again tomorrow? Izuku said. I can't. But the UA, they will implement a room system, only it will be very strict. No one will be able to leave, only family visits are accepted. That this was because of everything that happened in Class 1A, right? 3 years. What? 3 years to see you. Midoriya. Hey, I'll draw a lot of attention. You'll see more humanity in the news from now on. I think we all need a little more of that. Yes, releasing a couple of tears knowing that he would never see his only friend again. I have to go to the hospital. Visiting hours are almost over. Izuku left there quickly towards the hospital to see Uraraka. Unfortunately, he was not the only friend worried about her. There were 3 more girls in the room. Although Uraraka was already recovered, she still couldn't move easily since there was lost too much BLD. Uraraka, you worried us too much, said a girl with long dark hair tied in a ponytail. You should never have faced that villain alone, said the girl with pink skin and hair. Don't worry girls, she's fine now, said a girl with short purple hair. Forgive me girls. Sorry, this is Uraraka's room, Izuku said. Midoriya? What are you doing here? Hello Uraraka. I heard what happened at the camp and I wanted to see how you were doing. Uraraka didn't tell us you had a boyfriend, said the pink-skinned girl. Boyfriend? They both said with a great redness on their faces. No, 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 you're not wrong. I'm just an acquaintance. I was just passing by. Yes, of course, I think we should leave them alone. Let's go, girls, said the one with purple hair. Nice to meet you, Midoriya, said the pink-skinned one. If you make her suffer, I won't hesitate to burn your face. She said this last thing in Midoriya's ear, making sure that no one else had heard her. I hope my friends haven't bothered you, Midoriya. No, they are lovely, hee. Thank you for coming to visit me, and the truth is you shouldn't have done it. Of course I had to. I wanted to talk about our date. If about that I won't be able to go. Yes, I know, I already found out about the new rooms at the UA and that we won't be able to see each other, and that's why I came to talk to you. I want to postpone our date in 3 years. I'll be waiting for you at the usual cafe. Midoriya. I can even wait for you longer than that. I only ask that if you are not going to go, send me a letter with the payment for the cake and tea. Believe me, I will pay you that debt in 3 years, so don't forget me either. I could never do it. Excuse me, but visiting hours are over, a nurse interrupted. See you, Uraraka. See you later, Izuku. Later that same night it was seen on the news how All Might along with more heroes rescued Bakugo and defeated the villain. After all this, all for one only. The image of the number 1 hero was lost in that fight. All Might was nothing more than a weak and skeletal man. That didn't matter to me. He was still the number 1 hero, not only for me but for the entire Japanese population. My mural, which had not gone through pain or glory, now does. It was a great help. I could see how even the news showed images of my first work and how they described me as a mysterious artist in favor of the former number 1 hero. After saying goodbye to my only 2 friends, my life became much grayer, and more than once the idea of committing suicide crossed my mind, but I never did it. I couldn't do that to them. Even so, my grades had gone down and my mother I choose to withdraw from my institute. Son, you feel fine. But I know what I want to do. Tell me, with a great light in his eyes. I want to be an artist. Of course, son. And that's how my mother sent me to a small boarding school specializing in art, which I passed with A's. My mother couldn't be more proud of me, but she still worried why I still worked in that old cafeteria. That place is very important to me. I couldn't just leave it like that. Okay, son, but don't lose your way to become an artist. Believe me, I'm already an artist. Why did I say that? Well, why was it? After the incident with All for One, I started creating murals throughout the city of various heroes, mainly All Might. The impression was such that even though what I did was illegal, people couldn't help but support me. They were already used to my signature with the red boot. I planned that my first work that I created legally would also have that signature and see if someone would recognize my merits. In a room at the UA there were 5 girls. Tell us, Uraraka, who that boy was, an invisible girl asked. That is a friend with whom I had a date, but I won't be able to see him for 3 years. God, yes, a pink girl shouted. I say what happens to you is very sad, but it sounds like an appealing love story. The two are separated by society, but after a few years they meet again and will be able to set their love free. I don't know if that happens, Uraraka responded. Yes, added a girl with long black hair. That only happens in soap operas or fanfics. Most likely I'll end up forgetting it. If that happens, I'll take care of it, the pink-skinned girl added. Or she could even be the one who forgets him, said a girl with short purple hair. If you are wondering why there are only 5 girls, Tsuyu died a long time ago in the first invasion of the villains. Others who are also dead are Mineta and Ida. I think we better turn on the TV to distract ourselves, added the invisible girl. In latest news, the walls of our city are invaded by hope. These are being painted by murals of our great heroes. The artist who is doing all this has not yet been found, and although the authorities consider him a vandal, the vast majority of people supports him on his journey to give hope to the entire public. The mysterious artist always signs with a small red boot in all his works. Who do you think that guy is? I don't know, but you have to be in good shape. I heard that you always end up running away from the patrol cars. On another side of the campus, to be more precise, in a room in the support workshop. I didn't think you were starting to attract attention. I hope nothing bad happens to you. And so a year passed. Our protagonist finished his internship and was preparing for the auctions of his future works. The old 1A hero course graduated and moved on to 2A, the same with the support course that is now 2H. While the students of 3A finally graduated and were already professional heroes, these new heroes would cause some problems for our protagonist. I just need to add a couple of shadows in this. Mural will be ready. Yes, but I don't believe it, said an appealing young woman with blue hair. Mysterious artist is under arrest for vandalism. She dropped all her cans of paint and ran away hoping to lose sight of him. It wasn't the first time she ran away from heroes, but he always got his way by knowing everything about them. But with her it was different since it was the first time I saw her. It was most likely that she is one of the new heroines, I think. I think I lost her. I would say no, appearing from the sky and falling towards him. Don't even think about using your quirk. Believe me, I wouldn't do it even if I had one. I mean, you don't have a quirk. And without any type of quirk you have managed to escape from great heroes. Yes, let's say that I had a little more luck than expected. Well, even so, you have done something illegal and it is my duty to stop you. I guess I'll get to this point. That's a joke. Man starts to laugh a little. What? Yes, the vast majority of heroes are with you. I only come to ask you a favor. What? You see, I'm new to this and a hand is always very helpful, so how about you paint a mural over me and I'll ignore your little stumble. I think I can do that. If you still have no other option. Then taking out his cell phone and taking a photo of the girl. Why did you take a photo of me? Blushing a little. I need a reference for the moment I draw you. Thank you, mysterious artist. Midoriya, call me Midoriya. Nejire, mucho gusto art Midoriya. Wait for tomorrow's news. I think you might be a little happy. I hope so. And so Midoriya began to draw on a wall near that girl he had just met. I can't believe I ended up doing it, now that I think about it. She's very pretty, but what stupid things am I saying? I just met her. She's starting to see the time. I think I should go to the cafeteria. Did the mysterious artist really create a mural about you? Said a blonde who was walking with his two friends and a little girl. Yes, I know, he surely saw my greatness and couldn't help but draw me, Nejire said. I'm envious. How I wish he would make a portrait of me, said the blonde. I think you blackmailed him, said a black-haired man. Extort someone? Please. Uncle Mirio, added a little girl, I want to eat cake. Oh sure, I heard there's a cafeteria around here. How about we go there? I think it's a good idea, Nejire said. If Eri wants it I can't refuse. See, Pastel. It didn't take them long to reach the cafeteria, and the most excited was Eri, who ran to the counter to see the cakes on display, almost knocking over the only waiter in the place. Sorry sir, I just wanted to go see the cakes. Oh wow, but what do we have here? An adorable young lady, but for your information I'm only 16 years old, so you shouldn't call me sir. How about you call me Midoriya? Midoriya? Daijo Nejire. Nejire? Mirio. Very much nice to shake hands with our green-haired boy. And tell me, Nejire, you never told us about this Midoriya guy. Yes, do you see that he's just a friend? Yes, he's just a friend. I don't think he's just a friend, Tamaki added. Tell me, Midoriya, how did you meet our Nejire? Meet her. Or maybe she blackmailed you, looking him straight in the eyes. No, that is she. You are the mysterious artist. Mirio, I want a chocolate cake, said little Eri. And I'm going to bring you that cake right now. Coming out of that interrogation in terror. So you did blackmail the mysterious artist, Tamaki said. Mirio, what is extortion? Eri asked. It is a very difficult word for you right now. When you are older I will explain it to you. I wouldn't say that I extorted him, it was more of a deal. He drew a mural of me and I didn't hand it over to the police. Here is your slice of cake, Midoriya interrupted. Sorry for not taking the other orders, but that cake was of utmost importance. Midoriya, sit down, Mirio said with an aura that inspired terror. Yes. He sat at the table along with the other heroes. Well, Midoriya, tell me. Si? Why haven't you made a mural about me yet? Coming out of that aura that inspired terror. What? Fainting, but luckily Tamaki caught him. Mirio, why are you always like this? I remind you, Tamaki, that the first one to scare him was you. But if I didn't scare him, I was just trying to protect him from Nejire. Hey, don't talk about me like that. This cake is very delicious, shouted Midoriya, who had just woken up. Don't worry, Midoriya, Nejire said, nothing is going to happen to you. If you just take our order and bring Eri another slice of chocolate cake, said Mirio, who couldn't help but see how Eri's eyes shone even brighter. What can I bring you? Bring me a cup of coffee, Mirio said. Lemon pie, Nejire said. A strawberry milkshake, Tamaki said. If in a moment I bring you what you asked for retiring to the kitchen. Well, I like him, Mirio said. I mean, he could have run away when he went to bring Eri's cake, but he didn't. So you're not going to give him away? Nejire said with a twinkle in her eyes. No, we won't. He's important to you, right? Said Tamaki. No, he said with a slight redness on his face. Only the drawing he made on me is. Here is what they ordered, Midoriya said. So Midoriya, when are you planning to make my own mural? Eri heard that and started taking out some leaves that she had in her backpack. What? Murals are things that require a lot of work, and I wasn't planning on creating one lately. So, Mirio looked, showing a drawing of the one he had made at school. You don't need the Lord to draw you now, right? Midoriya could only feel how his heart was broken in two upon hearing how it had called him Lord again. No, Eri, releasing a couple of tears and taking the drawing. I no longer need the man to make a drawing of me. I'm younger than you, Midoriya said, releasing a drop of sweat. It didn't take long for those present to finish eating and leave the cafeteria. Eri continued calling Midoriya sir while Nejire decided to stay a little longer to talk to Midoriya. Can you forgive my friends? I don't know. I almost died of shock when they found out who I really was. Yes, but they wouldn't reveal your secret or they would have trouble with me. Wow, you are to be feared. I didn't want to threaten you, I just saw the opportunity and took advantage of it. I know. I don't blame you. Lately, I've earned a certain amount of fame. And you don't plan to reveal your identity? I had planned to do it in 2 months in my first auction of works of art, and I managed to register one of my paintings. What, you are great. That PFFFF, that's not being cool. I mean, I just combine a couple of colors. What you do is cool. Upon realizing what he said, his cheeks couldn't help but heat up. Ha, I think I should leave now. The streets are not going to take care of themselves, approaching the boy's cheek and giving him a small embrace. Goodbye, Zu-ku. The boy's face became too hot. Nejire? What was that? But when he turned around, he saw how she had already left. My heart is not going to be able to handle this. Midoriya, what are you doing sitting there? We have clients. Sorry, boss. The board of directors of the Japan Museum of Fine Arts is pleased to invite you and one more companion to the gala dinner in honor of the works that will be presented that night, among which is your painting Honor to Heroes, this Friday, August 4th, 2019 at 8 p.m. RSVP. It was what? Said in the letter that was given to Midoriya, and of course, due to the emotion generated, he fainted and woke up after a few hours. The invitation is for 2. I guess I'll take Mom going down the stairs. Hey, good news, the museum that accepted my work invited me to. Taking a note that was on the table. Izuku, your father has fallen ill. He has taken a trip to be able to go and take care of him. Sorry for not telling you, but he had seen you sleeping in your room and he didn't want to bother you. He loves you, Mom. That's what it said in the letter. Now who am I going to take? Demons, what should I do? That the only girl I have her number is Uraraka. Well, I guess it's worth a try. In the UA campus, a teacher was talking to a student. Uraraka, I was pleasantly surprised by your work so far. I can't believe that in knowledge and quirk tests you have finished first. The academy has been talking about rewarding the best student in each class, so tell me, do you have something in mind? In case you are wondering what number 1 in the room is like, I will tell you her quirks, and now she can not only control gravity by making an object heavier or lighter, but she also has a radius of 10 meters in the which can control the gravity of any object. The truth is, Professor Aizawa, I was thinking about. Your phone starts ringing. Excuse me, I have to answer. Hello, Uraraka. It's me, Midoriya. I hope I don't interrupt anything, but I would like to know if you can accompany me to a gala dinner in honor of one of my works this Friday. Could you? Yeah. Yes, I can. With a slight blush. Of course, Midoriya didn't know it. He stopped by you that night. Yes. Goodbye, Midoriya. He hangs up his phone. Professor Aizawa, I know what I want. I want to go out this Friday night to accompany friend. That goes against our curfew order on students, but I suppose if I accompany you there will be no problems. You earned it. Seeth ye. I say. Thank you, Professor Aizawa. I'm finally going to see Midoriya again. Did he say gala dinner? That I don't have formal clothes? What should I do now? Yaoyorozu, she will save me running towards the bedrooms. Yaoyorozu, I need your help. Uraraka? What is offered to you? Do you have gala dresses? Yes, of course. For what? Do you remember Midoriya? Your boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend. So, that's not the important thing. You see, he invited me to a dinner and it's a gala, that's why I need a dress. Ah, you have a date. Yaoyorozu shouted, who accidentally caught the attention of the other girls. Who has a date? Said Toru, who came crashing into the room. Uraraka has a date, Yaoyorozu said. All the girls shouted except Uraraka, who couldn't handle the redness on her face. Who is the lucky one? Said Mina. Es Midoriya, respondio Yaoyorozu. But how are you going to go with him? Said Toru. Well, Professor Aizawa will talk to the director to ask for permission, but most likely it will be Aizawa who will accompany me to dinner. That's going to kill the passion, Jiro added. The important thing is to see him again. And that's why I needed Yaoyorozu's help. I need a dress. Well, now you have us. Mina said we will help you find one. And so the search for a dress for Uraraka began. It took hours until they found a one-piece pink dress and to accompany it some red heels. You look appealing, Mina said while she shed a few tears. Not bad, Jiro said. I hope Midoriya can control himself, Yaoyorozu said. If you don't do it, Mommy Caterpillar will kill him, said Toru. Then all the girls laughed. I guess I'll save it until Friday, Uraraka said. It's just 2 days, she said with a slight blush. And so those 2 days flew by and the big night had already arrived. A green-haired boy was waiting outside the Great UA Academy. With a green shirt, a black vest, he also wore a red tie and red shoes. So this is what I missed. Midoriya Izuku? A male voice interrupted. And? I introduced myself. I am Aizawa, Uraraka's teacher. I will accompany you to your appointment. Note that it's not a CI. Quote. I have investigated you, Midoriya. It seems that you took the entrance exam for the Hero Academy. Your results in the area of knowledge were more than perfect. However, in the second test you got 0 points because you do not have a quirk. That's right, sir. How did you meet Uraraka? Well, she helped me on the day of the entrance exam. She avoided an oversight that I had. That will be enough. Oh, and one more thing, lifting his bandages and activating his quirk, just to look more intimidating, you don't even dare to touch my son. Midoriya was about to faint from fear until a sweet voice made him react. Midoriya. Sorry for being late. Is everything okay? Yes, why is everyone you know trying to kill me? He thought you look appealing, Uraraka. Juret. Thank you, you look appealing too, I say elegant, yes. You look very elegant, Uraraka said with a face the color of Kirishima's hair. Enough of the two of you with praise. We must leave now so that Uraraka returns before 12. Professor Aizawa. Uraraka said with puppy dog eyes. If you want, he'll pick them up at 11. No, at 12 it's fine. Come on, let's go, Midoriya. Our couple of heroes was sitting in the back of Aizawa's car and, like any good father, he began an interrogation of the boy who was stealing one of his appealing students. And tell me, Midoriya, how old are you? 17, sir, he said very nervously. Are you aware that Uraraka is only 16 years old? Professor Aizawa, we only got along for a few months. She said, blushing. Yes, well. And tell me, how did you manage to register one of your works? With the help of a teacher I managed to register. I just don't know if anyone would like to purchase it. Izuku, you never told me what you painted, Uraraka said, pouting slightly. I don't think I even take much importance in it. But look where you have come, it will be your first work. It's not the first. So what was the first work Izuku? Aizawa said he was beginning to suspect. What was? At school. Now my mother has it. While we're here, goodbye Uraraka, I'll be back for you. Come on Izuku. Not him yet, I should talk to him, said Aizawa. Go Uraraka, I'll catch up with you. Look, brat, don't you dare do anything to her, she's my best student. If I find out that you went too far with her, I'll make sure you pay for it. Yes, he said with great fear. Hands where I can see them, boy. Now go and make him enjoy his night. Izuku, what did he say to you? Let's enjoy the night. Shall we go in? Please Aizawa, tell me you didn't scare my boy, he thought. When the boys entered, they were surprised to see a lot of works and many people better groomed than the two of them. This made them both blush a little at their clothes since although elegant they were not up to par with the rest of the outfits they had. I'm sorry Izuku, I should have come better dressed. Hey. For me you are the prettiest girl here. After saying that he couldn't help but blush. Nejire, thank you Izuku, she also said blushing. Do you want to eat? I heard there would be an open bar at the buffet. Yes, I would love to go. Oh young Midoriya and... Young Midoriya, I'm glad to see you, a man interrupted. Hello teacher, there would be no way I would miss my first auction. By the way, this is Uraraka. Oh, I see, nice to meet you. By the way, young Midoriya, I'm happy to say that the auction is about to start, please. Follow me. And so, the auction began. The first works were by another well-known artist whom Midoriya respected. Of course, Uraraka did not know everything about that world, so she just decided to stay silent until the moment Izuku's work arrived. Wow Izuku, your painting is very appealing. Hee, thanks, but no one still wants her. And so they call themselves experts in art? They are stupid. Thank you for cheering me up. 30 seconds passed that seemed like forever for our green-haired boy until from the back of the room someone offered for the painting. 5,000 yen. 7,000 yen this time, said an old man in front. 10,000, shouted an eccentric man. The numbers continued to rise, which greatly surprised our hero. In the end, the auction ended with the work being purchased for about 32,000 yen. I made it, Izuku said and then started crying. Cheers Izuku. Come, taking Uraraka's hand, let's go dance. Yes, going out to the dance floor. At that moment a slow song played to which the couple had to get together. Izuku. You're a liar. But you said we would see each other in 3 years, but you invited me tonight. I'm glad you lied. Uraraka. I'm glad I did it too. Bringing his lips closer to Uraraka. Izuku. I. Also bringing his lips closer. Ah. Izuku shouted as he saw how some bandages kept his face away from Uraraka. But it's after 12. Good luck next time, boy, Aizawa said. Professor Aizawa. Could. No, Uraraka sub alato. Goodbye Deku, he said sadly. Bye. Izuku was left alone the rest of the night. He was happy and sad to see his first work being sold, how seeing the love of his life leave for another year caused those feelings. When he returned home, he just decided to go to sleep until a noise he woke up coming from the kitchen. When he entered there, he saw a peculiar shadow, and of course, although at first he was terrified, later he calmed down when he saw that the shadow was nothing more than Midoriya. That shadow shouted and then launched into a hug. Hatume? What are you doing here? Well, I couldn't wait 3 years to see it. That's why I invented this, taking out a very peculiar box. What is that? He said with a somewhat fearful tone. It's a molecule transporter. It breaks something down into its most basic forms and takes it somewhere else. If this baby is going to give me a lot of fame, tapping the machine, but without realizing it the machine started to blow smoke. Is it normal for me to do that? Make that? He couldn't finish since his invention had exploded. Oh my head, said Izuku, who had been sent flying to the ground by the explosion. What is this? Squeezing his hand. It's soft, it's like... Midoriya? Could you stop touching my hair? Her hair. Wow, it's soft. Author's note, I really fooled you v. Hatume, your invention exploded. And with it the opportunity to return to the U. Before the start of classes. Wait, did you come knowing that you had classes tomorrow? I couldn't wait another day. Sorry, I wanted to see you. I'm glad to see you. Hatume, raising her arms in a sign of wanting to give another hug. Jumping up to give him a hug. And tell me, do you want to drink something? I don't just want to talk to you. I saw that today you would sell your first work. If it was a success, they bought it for 32,000 yen. Congratulations, but tell me, who did you go with? Well, you don't know her. But I went with Uraraka. Buchako? Yes, herself. Yes, I know her. Class of heroes. I designed some hooks on her suit to allow her to attract the objects she made float. I see a rival, she thought. Well, you know, I would have liked to go with you. Sorry, but I called Uraraka first. If I had known that you also wanted to go, I would have called you. It doesn't matter. My teacher power loader wouldn't have given me permission. I always blow up the workshop. So it was not an isolated incident. What did you say? What? If you want to go for a walk. I mean, we have until 6 to see if we can get you into the UA. Well, that if I can be with you, I have no problems. So both boys decided to go for a walk through the streets of Tokyo at 2 in the morning, a perfect time since no one was there and they had the entire street to themselves. How are you getting on with being a mysterious artist? Well, the truth is, with my officialization, I haven't done many jobs, but I'm still doing them. Without all might, an image of heroes in our city is needed even more. Before I met you, I hated all art. Now I adore it. You are largely to blame for that. I never thought I would get this far. The mysterious artist has a lot of fans and I just sold my first work. They are both the same person, you know that they are both amazing. You are amazing. The truth is I feel that they are both very different. They were born out of necessity and not so much out of love. At what point did you become so deep? I think that since I discovered that I couldn't be a hero, don't believe it, it's just the dream makes me a little more thoughtful. That's why I draw in the early mornings. My best ideas also come in the morning. You designed your machine that brought you here this morning, right? I can't lie to you if I finished it in the morning. And what do you want to do now? Hatume started dancing in the middle of the floor and motioning to Nire, who couldn't resist. I never imagined that I would escape from the UA to dance in the middle of the street if Power Loader saw me. I didn't see myself dancing in the middle of the street at 2 in the morning either. Much less with a girl. He said this with a serious blush. I didn't have many friends either. I stopped dancing to sit on the side of the sidewalk. They bothered me a lot for my quirk. They said it was very useless and they always marginalized me. What is this, a duel of sad pasts? Because if so, I am a worthy opponent, but that doesn't matter now. Hatume, we have tonight to ourselves. Nire. Getting closer to her face, you take her, touching her shoulder and then running away. Not for long. Then he runs off to try to catch up with her, and without realizing it, he followed her to a beach full of garbage. Wow, this is dirty. It was always like this since I could remember. It ruins the view a lot. But I think I already know how to get back to the UA. Come, I will need your help. Okay, what do you want me to do? Look for a small power source no bigger than a motor. Yes. My captain. He ran out and saw a battery-powered scooter lying around. He decided to take it to Hatume. Is this useful to you? That's perfect. Approaching and removing the motor from his glasses, he took out a wrench with which he continued building something. Can I know what you do? Battery-powered rocket boots. Can you do that with garbage? They are somewhat barbaric, but they will work for me. You are amazing, Hatume. I know that. Come on, we have to go to the UA. The closer it is to this, the better it will be for me. I don't know how long the battery will last. Ok, vamonos. The two boys left the beach and were getting closer to the UA. They only had 1 more hour since Hatume lost a lot of time building her machine. Hatume is sure this isn't going to explode, right? 50-50, I would say. Hatume. Lucky. Nire, see you next year at my graduation. I'll be there. See you later, Nire. Then Hatume began to fly and then overcame the a wall and had a forced landing on the other side of the wall. I knew you would make it. Nire shouted. Now go to your bedroom, you need to sleep. You too, go home and sleep, shouted Hatume, who ran towards her bedroom. Yes, it's incredible. Nire Izuku achieved great renown among the artistic community to the point where his works were sold for 1,000,000 yen, sometimes more, sometimes less. But one thing that was obvious was that he had already become famous, just that. I was still working in that old cafeteria. I still don't understand why you continue working here, the owner of the cafeteria replied. You already have enough money to make a life for yourself. I just can't leave this place. It's relaxing, and also if I left this cafe, I'm sure I would miss it. Yes, of course, clean table 7 before you go out for your break. Sir. And stop calling me sir. You make me feel old. Mr. Nire, shouted a little girl who entered the cafeteria accompanied by the same trio of friends as always. Harry, how are you? And I'm sure I already told you to just call me Midoriya. Mirio told me that this is what I should call my elders. So, Mirio. Oh come on friend, you can't blame me for this. Well whatever, tell me guys, what can I serve you before I go to my break? Well, the usual Midoriya, Nejire responded, and it wouldn't be a bad idea for you to sit down and eat a cake with us, she said, somewhat flirtatious. With a red face, it wouldn't be a bad idea. A few points to clarify: Mirio was the one who inherited the OFA, and although it has only been 2 years since his graduation, he is already in the top 10. Class 2A graduated and is now 3A, the same with the support class. Ready guys, here is your order, bringing a strawberry cake for Nejire, a chocolate cake for Eri, a strawberry milkshake for Tamaki, a cup of coffee for Mirio, and a cup of tea for himself. Tell us Midoriya, how are you doing in the art world? Well, I already have an entourage of fans, it's just that these are a bit old. So you still don't have any admirers? Nejire said, somewhat jealous. Well, the truth is that it surprises me that if I have one, she is 2 years older than me, and she doesn't stop following me to each of my auctions. She is always the first to start the auction, but unfortunately she never manages to win them. And you guys? How are you doing being heroes? He said this last thing with great nostalgia. Exhausting, said Tamaki. It's the best, Mirio responded. She's a beach, said Nejire, who was still thinking about Midoriya's stalker. What? Everyone said, stunned by Nejire's comment. Mirio even had to cover Eri's ears in case she thought of saying something else like that. I mean, it's a shame not to be able to help more people. Nejire said, somewhat embarrassed. Huh, guys, you are the best, Midoriya managed to say in order to end the awkward moment that had been created. I'm sorry, but I have to go back to work, my breaks aren't that long. Yes, we understand you, we don't bother you anymore, thank you for the food. Could you write it down in my account? Mirio responded. Yes, and good luck with your jobs. The 3 boys along with the little girl went to retire. They still had a couple of hours before returning to their usual patrol, so they simply decided to talk a little more. Nejire, what happened to you in the cafe? Tamaki said. That? Nothing, why the question? After the anecdote about Midoriya and his stalker, you abruptly changed your aura and said that it was a shame. Tamaki, I remind you that Eri is still here, said Mirio. Sorry, but I suppose you understand the point I'm trying to get to. I don't know. It's just that when I see Izuku I can't help but wish that no other girl would approach him and… How did it start? Mirio said. I think it was since I met him. His green hair. His emerald eyes. His adorable freckles, and everything got worse the day I saw the mural he dedicated to me. Simply, guys, I think I have a problem. I would say many, Mirio responded. What are you talking about? Not counting the problem of age, which at this point is really no longer a problem after all. Midoriya is about to turn 18, your problem is with Midoriya's only 2 other friends. Well, thanks to the fact that I am taking care of Eri and she currently lives in the UA. I've come to find out a couple of things. What are Mirio? Please tell me. Guys, Uraraka Ochako and Hatume both in love with Midoriya. How do you know that? Well, what happened with Uraraka was thanks to the fact that Professor Aizawa told me how his number 1 student would go out on a date with Midoriya. Of course, I didn't need to be very smart to see the true intentions of both. And what about Mei? Well, with her on a night when I was on guard, I couldn't help but see how she evaded security to be able to enter the academy. It wouldn't be so strange if it weren't for the fact that she was accompanied by Midoriya. To think what they were doing that night is a surprise. Mystery of which only the moon is a witness. In a cafe not far from there. Teasing, sneezing effects 10/10. I hope I'm not getting a cold. If you didn't understand, there is a myth/legend that when you sneeze someone somewhere else is talking about you. That year flew by and Midoriya's days and nights turned out to be the same. Of course this didn't bother our green-haired man at all. In fact he appreciated it. During his days he worked in the cafeteria and during his breaks he hung out with Mirio, Tamaki and Nejire, and by her nights she chatted by message with her friends Uraraka and Hatume. With Uraraka she could only talk by SMS, while with Mei she could talk by video call, and so day after day the year was over, and for finally the day of graduation arrived for all the boys from the UA. But of course, that will be a story for another day. Midoriya Izuku, a young artist who recently managed to succeed thanks to some of his works that have been sold for more than 5 million yen. With such an amount of money and knowing that he recently came of age, Midoriya decided to become independent, although this affected him a little. His mother Midoriya wanted to leave the nest, and he did. He got an apartment in the center of the city with an appealing view. It was something small but very luxurious. The only disadvantage is that he didn't know anyone to be able to celebrate that apartment. His friends of the work were surprisingly older and their only friends their age couldn't leave their academy yet, but it wouldn't be long until their graduation. Midoriya Izuku? Knocking on the door. I'm the postman, I have some letters for you. Yeah. Midoriya said as he left his apartment. What is this? Receiving the letters and looking at them. I don't know, sir, I only know that it came from the UA. The U.A? He said excitedly and then closed the door in the postman's face. Could they be theirs? When he saw the senders, he saw how these were indeed from his two friends. The first one, and Uraraka's one, said the following. Dear Izuku, you are surely aware thanks to all the messages I sent you that this Friday will be our graduation and that I will finally manage to become a great heroine, but as you must also be aware, only family members are allowed to enter, but I have an incredible surprise for you. I got an exclusive pass for your entry. You don't know how much I hope you can come see me. With much love, Uraraka. It smells like perfume, said Midoriya, who after finishing reading the letter smelled it out of curiosity. The letter was a small passport with Midoriya's face. I'm sure I saw this photo somewhere else. At that moment, I looked for an old magazine in which had the same photo with an article that said, Midoriya Izuku the next prodigy. I can't believe I had to download an image from the internet for this. Then he started reading May's letter, which was a little burned by a corner. This letter said, Midoriya, I'm sure you already know what will happen this Friday. This is my graduation. I'll finally be an inventor. The best part is that I've already sold several of my patents to large companies and I even got an interview at the best support company of the country. But what I'm happiest about is that you can come see me since I got you a pass for your entry. I know I'm great, you don't have to thank me, anyway I hope to see you there. Embraces May. I wonder if it smells like perfume. Then Midoriya inhales deeply and then just a little, since the letter only smelled of burnt oil and iron when he looked at his pass that had been sent to him. May noticed how the photo of it was of him but with his eyes closed as if he were sleeping. The only thing Midoriya could feel was a chill down his spine. During the week Midoriya was just preparing to see his two friends graduate. He even decided to buy a new suit for himself. To combine it, he decided to wear a green shirt with a red tie, a red handkerchief that stuck out of the shirt pocket. In short, he looked elegant. To finish with his outfit, he decided to wear a black bowler hat. When the day arrived, Midoriya headed to the academy without expecting that there would be a small group of press who noticed his presence. Midoriya, a reporter shouted, trying to get the green-haired boy's attention, why did an artist like you come to a private ceremony like this? I'm coming to say hello to some old friends, Midoriya responded. He already had conflicts with the press. He knew that it had to be precise and not reveal anything. Do you know any of the future heroes? I reiterate that I only came to say hello, said Midoriya, and then he could pass by and ignore the press. Already at the entrance he was received by Aizawa who, after a couple of threats, was guided to the main courtyard, and there he sat in one of the main rows thanks to the fact that he met Mitsuki, Bakugo's mother, and thanks to her he was able to get a better place, although he was a little uncomfortable because the moment Bakugo went to see his mother he would see him out of the corner of his eye. This caused Midoriya too much fear since by pure luck he never ran into him again since Bakugo entered. However, this feeling disappeared when he saw how the hero class was presented. Midoriya focused his gaze on a brunette who was wearing her hero costume. It was the first time that Midoriya saw her in her costume and he had to admit that she looked appealing, but not long after he saw how Bakugo also went on stage and how he glared at him. Even after 3 years you could see how Bakugo still hated Midoriya. Ignoring Bakugo, Midoriya saw him again. Uraraka, who at that moment had also turned to look at him, their gazes had crossed, and for a moment for both of them nothing else mattered until a kind of giant mouse dog spoke. Good morning with everyone present. Today is a great day since today we will see those children who entered 3 years ago mature. Each of these young people mature in a different way throughout their studies, and this school could not feel more proud of this. And without further ado, the president of Class 3A of the Hero course, Uraraka Ochako. Good morning. Today is the best day not only of my life but of the lives of all my colleagues. 3 years of strong work bore fruit for which we could not be more grateful. Of course, all this is not just happiness. Today too we remember the lives of 3 of our colleagues. I am sure that if they were here they would celebrate with us, but life is absolutely sweet for us. Even so, I know that they see with pride wherever they are their colleagues who have achieved a dream in common. Thank you. Please stay with me. No, you give up. And everyone present stood up and shouted the Academy's phrase along with the President plus Ultra. When she finished saying that, Uraraka saw Midoriya and then blew the boy a embrace. This made him blush. To the 2 boys, but it also caused great anger on an ashy blonde who watched that scene with jealousy. When everyone from the hero class was introduced, they went on to present to those from the support class something that Midoriya should also be paying attention to, since his other friend was there when he noticed how Hatume was wearing the Academy uniform. Which, by the way, looked very good. When Hatume approached to receive her title, she looked forward and without any fear she shouted Midoriya's name and then began to greet him. For his part, Midoriya decided to return the greeting, although he did it very shyly since everyone was watching him. At the end of the ceremony, the students went one last time to their classrooms while those present had free will to go wherever they wanted. Midoriya took advantage of this to go first with Hatume to her workshop. He asked the teacher Midnight for directions, who gave them to him while flirting with the green-haired man. Of course, Midoriya was so immersed in being able to see Hatume that he had not noticed. When he arrived at his workshop, he saw how he had taken off his uniform to use his classic uniform again. Black blouse, gloves and her bustier. Midoriya! Hatume shouted when she saw the green-haired boy and then jumped to hug him. If you came, I'd be so happy. And how not to, Hatume? I'm very happy for you. Tell me, do you want to go do something? Midoriya, I would love to buy. I have to vacate my workshop and take all my babies to the agencies where they were bought. Don't you need my help? No, I already have the help of some robots, and I wouldn't want to damage those delicate artists' hands. Hey, it's not funny, he said as he touched his hands to realize that they were actually very soft. Maybe you're right. I always have it, but I get free at night. Great. Do you want to go to dinner? You would offend me if you didn't invite me, so, at 8? I'll make sure I'm not late. Goodbye, Hatume, I won't bother you anymore. Midoriya left the workshop to go to the 3A boys' class. When he arrived, he saw how all of them were saying goodbye to each other with tears in their eyes. He didn't want to interrupt, but then he was pulled inside by Uraraka. Midoriya, you arrived. Why did it take you so long? Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom to freshen up. Well, it doesn't matter, I want you to meet my parents. Your fathers? But Uraraka. No ifs and buts. They are here and I have spoken well about you and they have always wanted to meet you. Uraraka pulled Midoriya to his desk where her parents were, who looked at Midoriya with hate. So, Uraraka's father began to say, Artist, huh? Yes. Midoriya responded with fear. And tell me, how much does an artist like you earn? Dad, said Uraraka, who had become indignant at her father's question. Don't worry, Uraraka, I don't have any problem saying it, sir. I currently earn 2 million yen a month thanks to the auctions of my works. Of course, since I'm still new to this world of art, my earnings are almost zero. Uraraka's father did not listen after 1 million since he earned that in 4 months of work, and hearing how an 18-year-old boy who claimed that his earnings were few had left him perplexed, but he was not the only one who was left blank. Since Uraraka and her own mother also remained blank. Are you okay, sir? 2 million, said Uraraka and her parents. So, do you want to marry my daughter? Said the father, who was still in his little world. Ah. The question made Midoriya redden resoundingly. Dad, said Uraraka, who, although also embarrassed, wanted to hear Midoriya's answer. So, do you want to marry my daughter? Said the father, who was still in his little world. Ah. The question made Midoriya redden resoundingly. Dad, said Uraraka, who, although also embarrassed, wanted to hear Midoriya's answer. You. A blonde boy shouted and then threw a punch at Midoriya. Hey Bizu, how dare you bring your face to a place like this? Kaken? You see. Although Midoriya had matured a lot in his 3 years as an artist, he still feared his old friend Bakugo. Deku, go now before I blow up your face and take you out myself. Yes, I'm leaving. When Deku wanted to get out of there, Uraraka stopped him with his arm. Bakugo, you're usually like this, but I won't allow you to treat one of my guests like that. Don't get involved in this round face. Don't you see it's just quirkless? And that what? I'm sure he's worth more than you. No, Uraraka, Bakugo is right, I have no right to be here. I'm sorry, Uraraka. Goodbye. Midoriya left that class with deep sadness. He didn't want to leave Uraraka, but a great fear consumed him. Pero Izuku. Midoriya simply left the academy. He didn't know what to do or where to go. He just wandered the streets aimlessly. He crossed a track without realizing that a truck was going at full speed. When he noticed the truck, it was too late. Nejire had saved him from almost being run over. She had the green-haired boy in her arms. The truck driver stopped to see what had happened. Nejire? Izuku began to speak, somewhat blushing when he realized the situation he was in. My. Do. Re. Yeah. Nejire responded with a clear tone of annoyance. Could you put me down? Of course. In fact, that's what I was going to do, throwing him to the ground without any care. Excuse me, Midoriya, I have to talk to the truck driver. Nejire emanated a murderous aura, and this aura increased more each time she got closer to the driver. When she arrived at Nejire, began to yell at him for his terrible driving and how he almost killed Midoriya. Midoriya, on the other hand, looked at the scene somewhat happy since Nejire not only saved his life but now she was defending, but his happiness ended when he saw Nejire approaching him. Nejire Dajiare. No thanks, idiot, they almost killed you. Tell me what would have happened if I hadn't arrived on time, if I hadn't been around to help you. Do you know how I would have felt if something had happened to you, if it didn't happen to you anymore? If when I went to my favorite coffee shop I couldn't see you in your cute waiter's outfit? If every night at the end of my patrol I couldn't talk to one of the only boys who truly makes me happy, you know. Nejire began to shed a couple of tears, saying each of those words was very strong for her, but it was time to say it. She had to say what she really felt. Midoriya. I'm very sorry, Nejire. I'm a complete fool. The only thing I do is worry the people I love. Forgive me, Nejire. What can I do to achieve your forgiveness? Love me, love me, love me. Nejire thought she wanted to say it. She had to say it, but she didn't know why. It was impossible for her to vocalize those words that she felt in her heart. Let's go get a coffee simply came out of her mouth. Midoriya couldn't actually refuse until he was a little happy. Knowing Nejire, he thought that she would make him do some painting for her and then sell it, but knowing that she would only buy him a coffee had calmed him down a little, but then he blushed. He had gone out alone with Nejire. He was always accompanied by Mirio, Tamaki, and Eri. This was the first time the two of them had gone out together. So Midoriya, are we leaving? Don't you have to change your hero clothes? He asked, very embarrassed. The truth is I still have to work after this. It's just a break. Midoriya was uncomfortable seeing Nejire like this. Her heroine outfit was too tight. Only he just noticed that detail since it was the first time he would live with her in that outfit. So Nejire, where are we going? Izuku was hiding his embarrassment very well, although of course, inside he couldn't be more nervous. Well, I think we always go to where you work, but the truth is, what if we went to a new coffee shop downtown? Well, if you want to go there, I can't deny you. Great. Nejire began to pull Izuku by her arm all the way to the center. This made several people see them and some even took photos. Nejire had not noticed this since as a heroine she was already used to it. To attract attention, on the other hand, although Izuku was famous, he learned to keep a low profile that allowed him to go out on the streets without attracting attention. When they arrived at the cafe, people couldn't help but see them, a appealing heroine on what seemed to be a date. With the elegant boy, his date lasted as long as Nejire ate her cake and drank her coffee. After a while she left. Izuku for his part stayed in that place so he could have his outing with Hatume. He just had to let her know. Izuku was still sitting in that cafeteria where a few minutes before Nejire and he had had their first date, although it never occurred to him that it was a date. When he cleared his thoughts, most of them were of Nejire in her suit of heroine. He decided to call May to see where they could go out and catch up on their lives. It didn't take her too long to answer him. Hello May, what are you doing? Midoriya, you are calling at a bad time. I am selling my babies to some companies. Sorry for interrupting you. I just wanted to know if our appointment is still on. Of course yes, but maybe I'll be a little late. I have to empty my workshop. Don't worry, I understand. See you at 8? Yes, at 8 it's great. See you. Midoriya decided to get out of there and walk around a little. After all, he still had several hours before Hatume could arrive. He took advantage of that time to give something to Mei. He looked in all the stores, but in the end he decided on a necklace with a small figurine of silver from a gear. The whole search took him about an hour and he was already late for his appointment. He decided to take her to eat at a new restaurant. It was too elegant, but Izuku was already used to that type of places. At the same time entering, he was greeted by the same owner of that restaurant who was a fervent fan of Izuku. He gave him a table without the need to wait in line, and brought a fine complimentary wine from the house. Izuku had to deny since he and Mei they still couldn't drink, although this action caused the owner some annoyance, but in the end he understood. After a few minutes, Mei didn't seem to arrive until a commotion was heard at the entrance. "How can I not enter?" Mei shouted, clearly upset. "My companion is already in there." "Excuse me, miss, but we have a fine rule about etiquette and you," said a waiter while looking at Mei's outfit, which was her classic mechanic's outfit with a lot of oil stains and dust. "You can say it's not here, dressed appropriately." "Mei," said Midoriya, who had come to see that mess. "Midoriya, it's good that you showed up. This waiter doesn't want to let me pass." But he says I'm not going to the label." "Mr. Midoriya, our restaurant has a strict dress code. We cannot let the lady in like this." Midoriya approached Mei and gave her a hug, making sure that every part between the two of them rubbed. The objective was to fill himself with oil just like Mei. "I guess now you can't let me in on my truth?" "What's going on here?" said the owner when he saw all the commotion that was happening outside. "Oh, Mr. Izuku, who has dirty your appealing suit?" "It was me. Your waiter here wouldn't let my companion pass. I want to see that he expels me now." "Oh, Mr. Izuku, forgive my impertinent employee. You surely don't know a great artist like you. Please come in, you and your companion." "Thank you. Come on, Mei," he said, and then pulled her by the hand towards her table. When she sat down, Mei decided to speak. "Izuku, your hug." Sorry. I just wanted to put us on equal terms." "So it doesn't mean anything?" "It was a hug between friends, right?" "It's just friends." "Izuku, you dirty your suit for me." "Sorry." "Don't worry about it, Mei. I have about 5 more just like this one." "Sorry for not having come to the gala. I didn't have time to change. I think it was more my fault. I should have understood that you wouldn't have time to get ready. I should have postponed our departure to give you time to get ready." "No, I couldn't have waited longer to see each other. I really wanted to, and if you don't mind me coming this way." "Mei, that's who you are, and I couldn't change you." "Izuku, come on, let's order something to eat. I'm dying of hunger." "Yes, it's okay," he said, and then looked at the menu. "Hey Izuku, everything is too expensive. Are you sure about eating here? If there is no problem, ask for what you want, I'll invite you." They both ate the most expensive dishes. For Izuku, it wasn't too much of a problem, but now he couldn't afford any more luxuries after finishing eating. Mei was the first to want to leave and was followed by Izuku, but he surprisingly lifted her hair to put on that necklace that he had given her. "Well, Izuku, it's appealing, thank you. I knew you were going to like it. I bought it thinking of you. You are the best. Hey Izuku, I must tell you something." "And?" "It's just that you have a new message." "What was that?" "It's my cell phone. Do you mind if I answer?" "No, not at all." "Great, it will be a minute." Mei read his message. It was a notification about heroes. She received those types of messages when she needed to be close to that world. What she did not expect was that it was gossip. Normally she ignored those types of messages, but this one had an important premise. Izuku, Midoriya and Nejire had a colorful relationship. The news was accompanied by images of both of them in a cafeteria which were out of context. Every word that Mei read from that news was another more. Tears fell from her face. The person she didn't want to admit that she liked her already had a relationship, and the worst of all was that it was a relationship with a professional heroine. She couldn't do anything else. She had lost him. "Mei, what do you have? Are you okay?" "Yeah. The best," she said while giving a fake smile that was of no use since she was still crying. She couldn't turn off the feeling in her heart. "Nothing's wrong with me, it's just that I have to go now," she said to start running away. She couldn't see the man she had loved blindly for 3 years in a relationship with someone else. She wanted to get out of there, but she couldn't, because the seconds after she had tried to get out of there, a strong hug had stopped her. It was Izuku. "I don't know what's happening to you, but I promise that I'm not going to leave you alone. If you don't want to tell me, I'll understand, but at least let me be by your side. Midoriya. Do you like someone? Hey. But what? Please answer me that. What? Not really. It's strong to explain. Seeing Kaken a few days ago made me think that I should love myself first before I can love someone else. I feel like I haven't yet. I am ready for a relationship. So, you're not dating Nejire? Hey. Nejire? How do you assume that? Well, taking out his cell phone and showing him that news. I saw this. Where did you get that from? It is a news that was uploaded a few hours ago. Well, the truth is that at that moment I was having coffee with Nejire after she saved my life. I think someone followed us and took that photo of us out of context, but the truth is nothing happened. May turned red. The reason was practically declared indirectly towards him. A scene of jealousy followed by uncontrollable crying for not being able to have him. It was too late. She had already given her feelings to light. Are you okay? Are you a little red? But maybe she's fine. Izuku is kind of stupid. It's most likely that he didn't realize anything. Of course his idiocy was equaled by his sweetness. In another place, a blue-haired girl was resting peacefully until she received a call from one of her best friends, Mirio. Look what happened? When were you thinking of telling us? What are you talking about? You are dating Midoriya. That? I saw it in an internet news article. I already sent you the link. Nejire got up abruptly from her bed to get to her computer. There she opened the link that Mirio sent, showing her and Izuku on their date that they had had that day at the late. Noted it can't be real. Aren't you happy? Shut up, Mirio. This ruins my plans. I guess I'll have to change my strategy. Just tell him you love him. Mirio, you're not helping. Midoriya had finished his date with Hatume. He had accompanied her home, so he had to return alone to his apartment. He couldn't help but feel watched. The poor lighting of the place along with the incessant sound of footsteps behind him had made him speed up his pace. Suddenly his cell phone started ringing. It was an unknown number. He decided to answer, so he used to receive calls from television stations to be able to do an interview. I'm watching you. Midoriya, due to the fear he felt at that moment, fainted almost instantly. After a while he woke up on the roof of a building. Where am I? Izuku, you woke up. A sweet voice spoke from behind him. Uraraka? Uraraka. He said as he ran to hug her. I need your help. Someone has been following me. To us. What? You see, my heroin shift had already ended and I was heading home, but then I saw you and I wanted to play a prank on you, but you fainted, and I brought you here with my quirk. Sorry, he said while scratching his head. It was an unknown number. About that, I got a new number to avoid mixing my work and my friends. Now I have 2 numbers, and you can call me on the second one if an emergency occurs. I think that would be helpful. What were you doing following me? You see, Izuku. What happened at the academy? Left me worried. What's going on between you and Bakugo? I didn't think I would have to talk about this, but one day it had to happen. You must know well that I am a useless quirkless, and as such I was never of help. Bakugo knew this and it didn't stop bothering me, and even more so when I really wanted to be a hero. The truth is I wish it didn't affect me anymore, but I hide a great pain in my heart. I'm useless. That's not true. I mean, since you were 15 you have been earning money, much more than several families could, and all because of your effort, and if you couldn't be a hero, you can still help us. Like that mysterious graffiti artist, the entire heroic community, he appreciates it, although those who have a mural made by him appreciate it more. I would like one. I know him. Oh really? Well, let's say we're very close. I don't think he'd mind making a mural of you. When Midoriya finished speaking, Uraraka looked at him with her eyes completely lit up. Would you do it for me? Yes. I mean, you're going to be a great heroine. Sooner or later I would do a job for you. I just need a photo of you in your suit, he said while taking out his cell phone. Well, then Uraraka stood up and posed in front of Izuku's cell phone. Only the pose she had chosen was too provocative. Uraraka, could you pose more normally, please? Don't you want a photo of me like that? He said flirtatiously. Yes. But don't forget that I'm going to send this photo to the mysterious graffiti artist, he said to excuse himself, but at that response Uraraka was blushing. She only thought about making Izuku have a nice photo of her, forgetting that he would also have one. A complete stranger. Sorry, he said to pose normally this time. Now Izuku could take a better photo. That will be enough. Hey Izuku, what are you doing tomorrow? Well, I had planned to organize a party. I already sold my 100th work. That's amazing. I don't think so. The truth is I was only inviting some artists and critics. The party will be too formal. But then, I won't be able to go. If you can go, in fact I was going to ask you if you could come. With you everything would be more interesting. With those words Uraraka had been happy. Izuku wanted her there. Of course I'll go. But I guess I'll have to get a new dress. Hey Uraraka. How are we going to get down from this building? I'll take care of it, he said while holding Izuku's hand and pulling him to the edge of the roof. Uraraka and Izuku threw themselves into the void during the fall. Izuku was too afraid while Uraraka was only amused by Izuku's expression, but when it looked like they were going to hit the ground, Uraraka made them both float. It was close, right? I don't know if I can take this anymore, he said while he had his hand on his ear. Oh come on, it was fun. Maybe I think I should go back to my house. See you later Izuku, he said while giving him an embrace on the cheek and then floating towards the buildings. Izuku was stunned by Uraraka's action. After a while he came to his senses, realizing that he didn't know where he was. He had no choice but to look for a taxi to go home. The next day Izuku finished his preparations for the party he would give. He also sent messages to Hatume and Nejire. The two confirmed their attendance almost immediately. As the afternoon fell, Izuku finished all his preparations and the first guests began to arrive. The department Izuku's house was filling up little by little. The guests gathered in small groups where they talked about art or some recent news. This bored Izuku too much, and he wanted one of his guests of honor, who were basically his only 3 friends. They will arrive as if God had heard him. The doorbell of his house rang. He went to open the door, seeing a appealing girl with pink hair wearing a very striking yellow dress. Hello Izuku. Hatume spoke nervously. Hatume. You look appealing. Come on in. Thank you, she said, blushing. How is the party going? Too boring. Luckily you came, that makes me happy. Yeah. I couldn't miss it after all. You wanted me to come, he said as he approached him. So Izuku. Why did you invite me? I have something very important to tell you, but it is not the time yet. Something important? Maybe the images of Izuku declaring his love came to Hatsume's head. This caused Hatume to blush. Seriously, hey Izuku, she said while holding Izuku's arm and keeping her face down to hide her blush. Yes, it's so important. Could you tell me now? The sound of the doorbell interrupted what Izuku was going to say. Brunette, who was wearing a appealing red dress. Hello Uraraka. I'm glad you came. How not to. Uraraka turned to see the guests and could notice Hatume. Their views crossed and both looked contemptuously at the other. Izuku. Did you invite Hatume? He spoke sweetly to hide the anger he had. If so, do you know her? You could say, we had to work a lot with those in the support course. And how do you know her? Now that I remember, she greeted you in a very friendly way on graduation day. Perhaps you. No, she and I are just. Those memories from 3 years ago came to Izuku's mind of how they had met and the night in which they had both taken over a street to be able to dance. Friends, I guess you don't know her at all, right? Well, no. Come, let's go with her, Izuku said to start heading towards Hatume, but he didn't expect Uraraka to take his arm and start walking with him. Although Izuku didn't take it too seriously, Hatume was another story. She looked at that one with hatred. Seen especially to Uraraka, to whom he gave more than one look of wanting to kill her. Hatume, surely you already know her, but even so, she is Uraraka, one of my best friends. The word friend made Uraraka happy. Hatume, while Uraraka only made her feel a little sad. Yes, I know her, Izuku, Hatume said while staring at Uraraka. And how could I not? She's the fat one. Oh, but it's the octopus head, Uraraka replied, and it still has its sheety eyes. First of all, how did you manage to get into your dress? What are you doing here? This is a black tie party, and that's the last thing you have. Of course, they didn't really say this. What they really said was, if I know her, Izuku, she is the great former president of class 3. I'm surprised what you did with your hair highlights your eyes. Your dress is incredible. Yours does stand out. Yes, it cost me a fortune. And of course Izuku did not understand any of these hints between his friends. In his mind he thought that the two of them got along really well. Oh, I'm glad you're getting along, Izuku spoke with an appealing smile that made the two of them blush and for a second stopped their fight of hints. I hope you can continue like this for a while longer. I have to attend to my other guests. I'll be right back. Izuku left without knowing that he was leaving 2 time bombs in his living room. What are you doing here, Beach? And how do you know my Izuku? Uraraka spoke. What about you, Izuku? The only thing that is yours is that layer of fat you call your abdomen. If you call me fat one more time. Enough, I'm going to make your eyes look even more sheet. Uraraka had prepared to attack Hatume until Izuku had returned. Girls, I'm back. What happened? Izuku. They both spoke while each one stood on one side of Izuku while hugging his arm. Seeing what the other was doing the same thing between the two, they exchanged looks of hate. Cheat girls, what are you doing? I speak nervously. Izuku, why did you bring us? You see, she spoke somewhat nervously, I wanted to tell you that. The doorbell rang again. Izuku miraculously managed to separate himself from his friends to go open the door, and when he did so he saw Nejire in an appealing blue dress. Nejire. She rushed to hug Izuku and gave him an embrace on his cheek. This action made both Hatume and Uraraka feel extremely jealous, and of course neither of them could accept that. The two of them gave each other a momentary truce. The two girls approached. Izuku. Each one pulled him by one arm and then made him hug them. Izuku was completely red and out of his mind, so he did not notice the glances that Hatume and Uraraka cast towards that unknown girl. Blue hair. Izuku, you're not going to introduce me to your friends? Nejire called them beaches. Oh, I didn't look closely from afar, Uraraka said, but it's my senpai to Nejire. Uraraka called Nejire old. Oh seriously, Hatume spoke. Then you must know Mirio and Tamaki. Well, Hatume accuses Nejire of sleeping with Mirio and Tamaki. The atmosphere felt too sharp until Izuku flashed a smile and said, I see that my best friends already know each other. I couldn't be happier. Izuku unknowingly destroyed his friends' hopes of being able to be with him. This made the 3 girls feel defeated and they walked away to the bar for 3 wine glasses. But what did I say? Girls, are you okay? Narrator. Results of today's battle. The word friend is scary. The 3 girls lose. The 3 girls were sitting in Izuku's living room. They put aside their rivalry when they saw how Izuku only saw them as friends. Each of them wore a layer of wine to lift their spirits. How long have you known Izuku? Nejire spoke. 3 years ago, Uraraka and Hatume responded in unison. The same amount of time I've known him. How far did they go with him? Nejire added somewhat sadly. I had a date with him. Hatume spoke and he gave me this pendant. Lucky. Nejire spoke. I was only able to have coffee with him. The bad thing is that Mirio and Tamaki almost always accompanied us. And you, Uraraka? He invited me to a gala dinner and there. He and I almost embraced, she responded completely red, while receiving jealous looks from Nejire and Hatume. And well, why do you like it? Nejire spoke. Hatume spoke. He is too sweet. His smile is enough to melt any heart. Yes, yes, answered the other 2 girls happily. And when he looks at you with his appealing emerald eyes, you feel like they reach your soul, Uraraka added. Nejire and Hatume responded affirmatively. If having his great artistic talent conveys such a romantic air, Nejire added, and then let out a long sigh. Uraraka and Hatume accompanied her in her sigh. Girls, it's obvious that the 3 of us are in love with Izuku, but only one can be with him, and believe me, it will be me. If you wish, Izuku will be mine alone, Hatume said. I'm not going to share it, Uraraka spoke. After all, he invited me to tell me something important, something that will change his entire life, and I would bet that he plans to declare his love for me. We'll see about that, Hatume said as she finished her glass of wine and stood up, her goal to dance with Izuku. Upon finding him talking to a group of gentlemen, she simply pulled him by his sleeve and took him out of that conversation and then arranged Izuku's hands on his waist and placed his hands around Izuku's neck. May Izuku began to stutter out of nervousness. What are you doing? Dancing, isn't it obvious? May placed her head on Izuku's tea and began to shed a couple of tears. Izuku, don't leave again. May, but I only went to talk to some of my guests. But you left me alone and that's not done, he said as he raised his face, showing that it was completely red but not out of embarrassment. The real reason was that Mei had already reached her limit regarding alcohol. Mei, how many have you taken? I may have only had a couple of drinks. But that's not important. Izuku. Ime couldn't stay awake for a moment. To another, she had fallen on Izuku's shoulder and had begun to sleep. Izuku was able to pretend the situation a little so he could take Mei to her room. When he got there, Izuku left her on his bed and then stood looking at her for a couple of minutes. Shortly after, Izuku gave a loud slap to eliminate that little fantasy. When leaving his room, he was cornered by two other girls. What have you done with Mei? Nejire and Uraraka spoke while pouting and showing a red face again because of the alcohol. Nah, she just fell asleep and I took her to my room. It's not fair, Uraraka spoke. You have danced with Mei, now you must also dance with me, she said while pulling Izuku by the arm. What? Nejire protested. The first one must dance with me, she said while pulling Izuku by the other arm. Both girls began to get tired and little by little they were also falling asleep, one on each side of Izuku's arm. When he realized from this, he entered his room with both girls and laid them down next to Mei. Once again, Izuku watched that scene while a thin trickle of blood came out of his nose. A short time passed until Izuku fell asleep. He punched strong to react. Now I won't be able to declare it in front of everyone. I guess I'll wait for them to wake up. How will they take it? When they know what my decision is going to be. It was about half an hour until Uraraka woke up. She was scared when she woke up in a bed with her other friends, but when she looked down there her fear disappeared, so she decided to wake up the other two in the best way. Knocking them off the bed, the two girls got scared and let out a small howl of pain. Where are we? Mei spoke worriedly. It's Izuku's room, Uraraka answered calmly. Was it necessary to wake us up that way? Nejire said as she rubbed her sore body. That's not important. We need to find Izuku. The three girls left that room and went to the living room. There they found Izuku, who had seen them. Girls, it's good that you've woken up. I have something important to say and I need you to be there, Izuku said as he took them to the center of the room. When they arrived, Izuku raised a glass and hit it with a spoon, calling the attention of those present. Before nothing to say thank you all for coming to this little party for the sale of my 100th painting, but that was not the only reason why I called you all here. The decision I am about to make will bring a big change in my life, and it was something necessary to have all those who are of great importance to me. Thoughts of a life with Izuku invaded the minds of the three girls. Nejire thought of a quiet life with Izuku. She returned from her job as a heroine, and when she arrived at her apartment she could see Izuku cooking some katsudon. When she noticed her presence, Izuku would stop what he was doing to go hug her and give her a sweet embrace. Uraraka idealized herself carrying a little girl with appealing emerald eyes while behind her Izuku he hugged her waist. Mei saw a large room. One half was stained with paint and the other was full of devices. In the center of this room, Izuku and Hatume were completely naked and only a small white sheet covered them. All these thoughts invaded them. At the three girls until they were cut off by the next sentence. Izuku said, I will travel to the United States. That I will travel to the United States. Those were the last words that three girls understood since their minds had gone blank. They stared into space until a voice made them react. What do you think, girls? Izuku spoke, showing a sweet smile. But, Izuku. Uraraka began to speak. Why, she said while she shed some tears. Uraraka, are you okay? When Izuku finished his sentence, Nejire and Mei started to cry too. Izuku, we don't want you to leave, Hatume spoke through tears. But they need me at the museum only for a week. A week, said the three girls, a little calmer. Yes, that museum. Bought my work and they want me to be the one to exhibit it. I will take advantage of it to do a little tourism, but I will return in a week. And when will you travel? Nejire spoke, wiping away her tears. Tomorrow morning. Well, we will accompany you, Nejire spoke. That's what I wanted to ask you, but I think if you're going to do it you should go rest now. Do you want to stay the night here? We would like to, the three girls spoke. Great, let me prepare the guest room, but one of you will have to sleep in my room. I don't have enough beds. You could decide that. I have to say goodbye to the rest of my guests. Of course, Izuku. The three girls spoke with a false smile that hid their intentions of being able to sleep with Izuku. The girls looked at each other until Nejire decided to speak. The fairest thing would be to have a competition. Do you think it's a competition of strength? It's not fair, Hatume spoke. You two are heroines. You are much stronger than me. So May, what do you propose? Uraraka responded. It will be easy, Nejire spoke. A piece of cakes, Uraraka added. The girls went on to play 3 rounds of yen kenpa. Nejire lost 2 rounds, Uraraka won 1 and Hatume won 2, and that way she would be the one who would sleep with Izuku. Have you already decided who is going to sleep in my room? It will be me, Hatume said proudly. Okay, come here, Izuku said as he pulled her by the hand to his room when Izuku arrived and made May on his bed and held up a shirt for him. Izuku, are you going to do it? May said timidly. What? No, I'll sleep in the living room. You can have my bed, I'll be fine. But, Izuku left his room and guided Uraraka and Nejire to their rooms and then went to his living room and lay down on the largest sofa he had. He slept peacefully, and after a few hours his alarm went off and he had to get ready for his flight. But first, breakfast for him and his guests. He prepared some bacon and served it on 3 plates. He ate directly from his frying pan. First he woke up May, and then he woke up Nejire and Uraraka. The morning she remained calm until the time came to go to the airport. Thereafter, a long goodbye from her friends, she was able to take her plane and prepare to arrive to America. After a few hours of travel, he managed to land in the United States. Upon arriving at the airport, he was greeted by a somewhat old driver who was in charge of taking Izuku to his hotel and then taking him to the inauguration of his work. Upon arriving at the hotel, he put on his gala suit and immediately went to the museum. There he was received by the director of the museum, who took him to his work. After a short speech by Izuku, the work was discovered and a small party began. I can't believe I've come this far, Izuku spoke while admiring his painting, but shortly after he was pushed by a blonde girl. I can't believe I'm late, said that girl without realizing that she had hit Izuku. Did you want to see how they discovered the work? Izuku said as he tried to get up. Oh, sorry, he said as he extended his hand to Izuku. I didn't want to push you, but I was a little excited. I really wanted to see the painting together with its artist. You know, they say he is very reserved. He hardly shows his face. I heard that. Are you? Melissa Shield, are you there? Izuku Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya? Izuku Midoriya, who designed this painting, said with his face completely blushing. Well, as far as I know, I am, and thank you for coming to see my painting. No thanks to you for doing it. The truth is, your paintings are very appealing and I think you are truly someone great. Since you started so young in this world, I can't believe I can meet you. Well, thank you for that. It's also a pleasure for me to meet you. Hey Izuku, I wanted to ask you. Melissa. A scrawny blonde man shouted, "Ah, I finally found you. You didn't have to get out of the taxi like that because of the painting. It's not like it was going to move from place to place." All Might? Izuku shouted excitedly. It's really you, I can't believe it. After that incident in Japan, you didn't show yourself for a long period of time, he said while shaking his hand. All Might's hand. I don't have many admirers these days. It's nice to meet one. Uncle Toshinori, Melissa spoke. This is Izuku Midoriya, the one I was telling you about. Oh, so he's the guy you were telling me about. You know, Melissa admires you a lot. How about you go out with him? All Might couldn't continue since he was silenced by Melissa. Don't continue, man, you're embarrassing me, he said while voting for him from there. Well, continuing with our conversation, Izuku. Melissa. Izuku began to speak. Do you want to go out with me for a while? He said as his cheeks took on a reddish tone. Yes, I want to. Great, he said, and then took her hand and pulled her out of the museum. Izuku. Why did you bring me here? She said with a very sweet tone of voice. Tell me about All Might. What? Sorry, I don't explain myself. You see, I'm a big fan of All Might and seeing him today after so many years just brings back too many memories. He's your uncle, right? I see. Well, he is not my BLD uncle. He was my father's best friend. About 5 years ago I was under his care. You see, when my father died due to an invasion of villains in his will, he asked that Toshinori be the one to take care of me. Oh, forgive me for my recklessness. I'm so sorry, Melissa. If you don't worry, all that has already happened. If you want to know more about All Might, then we could go somewhere. You have no idea how I would like that, but I will say no. Well, you see, I think that first I want to know more about you, and I could assure you that you also want more about me. If not, then. Come on, he said as he extended his hand. Show me the city. Melissa took Izuku to various places and by chance they ended up in a bar, where they continued a couple of hours later. They both left that place in the direction of Izuku's hotel, shortly after the sun began to rise. "Oh my head," he said as he got up from the bed, "Americans really are crazier." "And my shirt?" he asked, bewildered when he saw his naked torso. Izuku tried to stand up but something at the edge of that bed prevented him from doing so. It was a lump that was covered by the sheets. Izuku, bewildered, lifted those sheets to notice a head of blonde hair, and when he lifted the sheet further up, he could see it was Melissa. Izuku was incredulous at the situation he was living in. He was completely useless with girls who had not even had a girlfriend before. He was sleeping next to a appealing girl. A million thoughts ran through his head, but the most important one was it was what had happened last night. Izuku began to whisper until he noticed how Melissa woke up little by little. "You can't be that she's supposed to make me do this. She considers me a pervert and that I just might take advantage of her. My career, she's dead, she's in jail. I'm not coming back to see my friends. Izuku narrated without caring that he was waking up Melissa. "Oh my head. Where am I? Hello Melissa." "Ah," he shouted while covering his body with a sheet and hitting the direction where that greeting came from. "On my nose," I screamed while trying to stop a small bleeding from this. "Izuku? Oh, forgive me," she spoke embarrassedly as she brought the paper closer to her. "Companion? Don't worry, I'm fine." "Wait, don't you bring your shirt?" he spoke while covering his completely red face with the sheet. "No, I don't know, I woke up like this." Have you, he stammered with fear. "Don't tell me that." Melissa looked down at the sheet with clear fear on her face, but that feeling disappeared when she saw that she had all her clothes. Yes, I have them." She spoke nervously. "I'm sorry, I think I should go now." "Wait," Izuku spoke as he held Melissa's wrist to prevent her from leaving. "This has never happened to me and I don't know how to react. Please. Could we talk?" "Izuku, I wouldn't want. If I understand you that if something happens, you can call me and I'm sorry for what happened. I'm not usually like that. I believe you but I have to go. Goodbye Izuku." Melissa left that room, leaving Izuku completely alone and devastated. In fact, he didn't know why he felt that way. Melissa was someone he barely knew. If he didn't see her again, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest, but something was eating away at him inside. All those feelings disappeared when I heard the ringtone of a cell phone, which I answered without thinking twice. "Melissa, where are you? You didn't come home last night." "Sorry, who am I talking to?" Who are you little boys? Where's Melissa?" If you dared to lay a single finger on her, Izuku hung up the call there. He didn't want to find out what they would do to him. When he saw the phone, he saw that it was pink with an All Might pendant. It was obvious that that was Melissa's phone. Now he should know who. He had called her. When he checked the call log, he saw that that number was All Might's. "Know that why me? All Might is surely going to want to kill me and I don't know how to return Melissa's cell phone." Her thoughts about Izuku were interrupted when she heard Melissa's cell phone ringtone again. "What do I do? What should I do?" Izuku hit himself strong and ran out of his room. The objective was to reach Melissa. When he left his room he went to the elevator but she wouldn't arrive soon, so he took the stairs. It was on the 5th floor. It wouldn't be a problem. Difficult work. But for a body that had been exhausted the night before it was almost impossible. Miraculously Izuku came down faster than the elevator went to him and was surprised to see that Melissa was no longer there. What there was a group of ladies who screamed when they saw Izuku since he was still without his shirt. Izuku ignored them and went this time towards the doors of the hotel. When he went out onto the street, he did not see Melissa. She could have gone in any direction. Or even having taken a taxi, but Izuku's hunch made him go to the right. He ran without stopping, ignoring the sights of the passers-by. He ran about 3 streets in a matter of seconds, but it was useless. He couldn't find Melissa. Upon realizing the situation she was in, turned around and decided to return to the hotel. While walking back, she saw a small cafe for no reason. She decided to go in there. Among the food, she saw a girl with blonde hair. Izuku approached, hesitating towards her, even knowing that she was not wearing his shirt and that most likely now they will call him a pervert. He touched that blonde girl's shoulder to give himself the disappointment that it was not Melissa. A waiter came at that moment to remove Izuku since he was bothering those present. Izuku listened and left there feeling the worst in the world. A new call came from Melissa's phone. This time it was an unknown number. He was afraid to answer, but after a few seconds, he did it anyway. Izuku, it's good that you answered. I'm Melissa. You see, you forgot your phone. I think it's obvious. Perron loss. Don't worry, tell me where you are and I'll go give it to you. I'm in the hotel lobby. I'm going there. Izuku hung up the phone and ran again, this time in the direction of the hotel. When he arrived, he saw Melissa looking towards the elevator doors and the stairs. Izuku timidly approached behind her and greeted her. Melissa, I speak in an embarrassing way. Izuku, he said as he turned around, but when he realized that he still didn't have a shirt, he covered his eyes. Why don't you have your clothes? It's a long story. I don't think you want to know. Have your phone. Maybe All Might will ask you strange questions. Sorry about that. Oh God, Izuku. Whatever. Thanks for bringing my phone. I guess we'll see you later. Wait, Melissa. I told you up there that you could call me, but don't worry, I don't plan to bother you. It's not that. You see, I think I didn't give you my number. What? He spoke while his face turned red. Could you give it to me? I'm free in 2 hours and I wouldn't mind calling you. Of course, he said while flashing a bright smile. Izuku was nervous. 10 minutes ago Melissa asked him to go to a cafeteria near her hotel. He was already there. He could feel everyone's eyes watching them, although of course, this was only happening in his head. He felt too bad in that moment for no reason, so he stood up with the intention of leaving, but a sweet voice stopped him. I didn't think you'd leave because it only took me a few minutes. Melissa spoke behind him. It's not that, Melissa, Izuku responded, somewhat nervously. What's happening is that I was feeling bad. I don't need you to get sick because of me. I speak depressed. If you feel bad, let's go to your hotel so you can rest. No. I think seeing you has made me better. He spoke while letting out a classic and sweet smile that made Melissa blush. Let's better order something to drink, if you want? Yes, of course. Let's go. Izuku and Melissa sat at a table overlooking the street. Izuku ordered a mocha cake while Melissa ordered a strawberry cake. There the two were able to talk about small anecdotes from their life. Izuku talked about his years working as a waiter in Japan while Melissa talked about what it was like living with All Might as an uncle, but not everything could be well. Izuku had to talk about quirks. And as All Might's niece, you must surely have an incredible quirk? Well, I don't have a quirk. I was always bothered by that, but the truth is I didn't care. Melissa, when she finished speaking, her hand was held tightly by Izuku, who seemed to want to shed some tears. I know very well how you feel. I was bullied throughout high school for being quirkless. I didn't think I would meet someone with my same problems. Melissa only managed to laugh a little while she shed a few tears of nostalgia, but All Might is not my BLD uncle. He was my legal guardian after my father. I'm so sorry. It's not cool. It was a long time ago. On an island my father died while trying to steal a device of his that was confiscated by the shareholders. A year later I inherited his company, but All Might came from Japan to help me. Melissa, you didn't have to tell me all that. I felt like I had to do it. When will you return to Japan? It will be in 2 days. Wow, I miss you. I miss it. I miss Japan's. What did I see that well is you could. It was nice talking to you. Do you have to go now? As you know, I run my father's company. It's a tiring job, but it was nice to be with you. Goodbye. Bye. After that, Izuku tried to contact Melissa so he could spend the last 2 days with her, but she did not answer any of his calls or messages. Without realizing it, they had already spent their last 2 days in America, and he had to returning to Japan after leaving his suitcases and a quick check by security. Izuku boarded the plane and went to his seat. His eyes widened and his heart raced a little when he saw a head of blonde hair next to his seat. All Might? Exalted shout. Hello boy, what a coincidence to meet here. I suppose you want to ask what I'm doing here. Well, you see, Melissa brought me with her since she didn't know Japan very well. We're going there so we can check out our 9 headquarters in Tokyo. Melissa is here? Oh yeah, we couldn't get seats together. She's 6 rows back. Upon hearing that, Izuku ran to look for Melissa's seat. When he arrived, he could see her putting away her luggage. She turned around, and when she saw him, she got very excited. Izuku? What are you doing here? Well, I had to go to Japan, for the messages? Piu, well, my cell phone broke. Yes. That was ruined. Melissa was immediately cut off by a hug from Izuku. I'm glad you come with me. Yes, he said while reciprocating the hug. The flight was calm except for All Might, who was bombarded by 100 questions from Izuku. On the other hand, Melissa watched the scene with a clear blush. At the airport in Japan a few minutes before Izuku's plane managed to land, 3 girls were waiting, disgusted by their presence. It wasn't necessary for them to come. Nejire spoke. Izuku only needed to see me. Huh, it's nice that you think that. Don't forget that I was her first friend, Uraraka responded. Well, at least I brought a welcome gift, not like you two, Hatume said. Your trinkets won't work here, Nejire spoke while shooting fire from her eyes. Like what trinkets? Look, without these trinkets, your jobs would be 10 times more difficult, okay? He responded while his eyes sparkled. Wait, don't leave me out of this, I'm also your competition, Uraraka said. Nejire? A male voice spoke behind her. Mirio? What are you doing here? Well, my teacher finally returned from America. Obviously I had to welcome him. What are you doing here? Well, Izuku will also return from America. It's true, I had completely forgotten that. No, I never told you when I would return. I wanted to have him for myself, Nejire thought. Oh, I can see my teacher now. Why is he with Midoriya? The 3 girls also spoke, confused, but when they saw Izuku they saw how he was accompanied by a pretty blonde girl. Oh girls, it's nice to see you, Izuku spoke. Boy, All Might shouted as he ran with his arms outstretched towards Mirio. Mirio shouted as he went to give his teacher a hug while the two shed masculine tears. How nice it is to see you again. Oh that's right, girls, let me introduce you to Melissa. Melissa, these are Uraraka, Nejire, and Hatume. Oh I see. It's a pleasure to meet you, he spoke while letting out a smile that hid clear fighting intentions, but these intentions were noticed by the 3 girls. Nice to meet you, the 3 spoke in unison, hiding a look of hatred. 2 days have passed since Melissa arrived in Japan. Izuku was the one who helped her get to know the most important places, but when they planned a 3rd outing, Izuku cancelled it due to a TV interview. Melissa did not seem upset since she had already taken Izuku to those 2 days, earning the jealousy of 3 girls, but she had not realized this since she considered Nejire, Uraraka and Hatume to be good friends. On the other hand, Izuku seemed somewhat insecure when decided to attend that live interview. He still maintained that shy side, however his friends helped him gain more confidence in him to attend that interview. When the night arrived, Izuku attended the studio, where they took him to a comfortable recording room where the interviewer invited Izuku to sit down. Not only would he be there, but he would also be accompanied by a new idol and a newly discovered writer, the program about art. Or that's what I wanted them to believe. Good evening, the hostess spoke. On tonight's program we have the idol Sakura Minamoto, or better known as Number 1, the writer Subaru Mikazuki, and the artist Izuku Midoriya. It's a pleasure to be here, the guests spoke. And now the surprise even for our guests. Today's topic, love. The guests suffered a little inside since, so to speak, none of them were useful in love. Well, these questions are asked by some of their fans, but for the public's sake the 3 of them will have to answer it. Our first and most obvious question, are they in love? Sakura began to speak. In high school I had a boy who yes, I liked him, but now I would say no. When he finished speaking, everyone present felt how his heart warmed after those sweet words. Oh, how adorable, the presenter said, worthy of an idol. And you too? Staring at Izuku and Mikazuki. Well, I would say that. It seemed like Mikazuki was going to say no, but the memory of an adorable kitten that he had adopted a few weeks ago made him change his answer. Haru. Kaya shouted the presenter, tell us about her. Well, he has short black hair and appealing crimson eyes. You must be very pretty, and you, Izuku, have someone. That well. Memories of her appealing girl came to Izuku's head, but he couldn't say her name on live television. Well, not really. How boring, I expected that more from the writer. Both boys felt humiliated after the presenter's words. Well, the next question, tell us about your first girlfriend, and in your case Sakura, your first boyfriend. I didn't have one, the guests spoke in unison. That? Didn't they have a boyfriend? I did not have. The 3 started again in unison. Okay. Well, the third question, how was your first embrace? Do you want to show us off like the losers we are? Thought the 3 guests. Well, Sakura spoke. I always considered that you could only do something like that with someone very important in your life, so I haven't had my first embrace yet. Yes, the presenter said, it's something very sweet of you, Sakura. That's not only worthy of an idol, it's worthy of a maiden. You're also in the prime of your life. Someone will arrive soon, and you too? Of course she can tell the truth because she is a 17-year-old girl, but a 20-year-old boy couldn't say it. The two boys thought while the longing to want to die increased at that moment. Mikazuki spoke, ready to tell the truth, but then he remembered that the presenter had already called him boring. It was with language. He spoke while turning away to avoid the gaze of the presenter and the girls. Din, it's obvious that he lied, Izuku thought as he continued to suffer inside. But I haven't given mine yet, he said without hesitation. The studio remained in a very uncomfortable silence. Mikazuki cried a couple of tears. If he had said the truth, Izuku wouldn't be going through this alone. Okay, that was our program today. The presenter spoke in a subdued manner. I hope you had a great time. Thanks to our guests for coming today. The sound of the presenter saying goodbye was heard on several televisions in the city. Why? That we didn't analyze the reaction of some girls when watching this program? Nijire's room. Well, I don't have anyone, Izuku said from Nijire's TV. She, for her part, wanted to start shedding a couple of tears. Oh come on, Nejire. Just because I don't love anyone right now doesn't mean I won't love you. Tamaki and Mirio spoke to encourage their friend. I know, but it would have been nice to hear my name on national television. Nejire thought. Izuku spoke. I love Nejire. Izuku stood up and took the microphone away from the presenter. Nejire, I know you're watching this. Please, Nejire, go out with me. And a thought. Something like that. Nejire spoke happily. Come on, that couldn't happen, responded the boys who, although they didn't see that thought, knew that it was too unreal. Uraraka's room. He doesn't love anyone, Uraraka said sadly while hugging a pillow. Well, I guess that's better than him being in love with someone other than me. I just have to make an effort to make the person he loves be me. That's him. Yeah. This new baby will be great. She is not a fan of television, a voice-over spoke. Nijire's room. I did not have said Izuku, referring to the first girlfriend's question. What? The three spoke in unison. So Izuku doesn't have a girlfriend yet, huh? Tamaki spoke calmly. Did you hear that, Nejire? You could be his first girlfriend. Yes. Nejire spoke, completely happy. Uraraka's room. Ora-ea. He shouted happily while hitting his pillow. I could be. His first girlfriend. He spoke with a slight blush on his face. They tell Hatume. Washi screamed in fright when she saw how her recent baby caught fire. Damnation. Nijire's room. Well, I haven't given mine yet, Izuku was heard saying, referring to the first embrace question. It would be nice if I were Izuku's first embrace, Nejire spoke determinedly, although it is a surprise that he hasn't given his yet. Have you already had your first embrace? Tamaki spoke. Well, you could say that I only have one first time left. The two boys remained silent. They preferred not to ask. Uraraka's room. She was completely red since she had not had her first embrace either. She could only think that this was a work of fate and how the two had been made for each other. They tell Hatume. You could see a small fire consuming said workshop. Hatume was outside talking to some firefighters. So, could you repeat how the fire started? I already told you, Hatume said. One of my babies exploded. Melissa room. Idiot, Melissa spoke while she shed a few tears. So, you really don't remember that night. I guess I'll have to win your heart again. It was just that night. Come on, Izuku said as he extended his hand. Show me the city. Melissa took Izuku's hand and began to pull him towards a small street. There they went down some stairs and entered a small place. They were greeted by a bartender who was behind the bar. There it was Melissa who spoke. Good evening. My companion is from the land of the rising sun and must try what a real Manhattan is. Manhattan? Izuku spoke. It is a cocktail made mainly from whiskey. You will like it. What? You are the expert, she said, and then received a drink in her hand. Melissa took that drink and drank it immediately and then saw Izuku. You know, it's not fun if I only drink. Okay, Izuku took the drink. He was surprised by his knowledge. He didn't expect something so pleasant. You like me? Well, the truth is it's very good. Great, because it doesn't end here. The bartender gives us a couple of drinks that contain patriotic BLD. The bartender just nodded. Then tell me everything about you, Melissa. Well, I'm 22 years old and I currently run my father's company. I was born without a quirk. After an attempt to recover one of his inventions, my father was murdered, but my uncle All Might was able to avenge him by bringing the BSTRD who murdered him before the law. Why don't you went through a lot? What about you? You see, I also have a story with All Might. I was also born without a quirk, but I still wanted to be a hero. This longing and my lack of quirk caused me to be bothered by my only friend. If you can call him that, the truth is no. I had no friends during high school, but one day I managed to meet All Might after an incident with a villain. I asked him if he could be a hero, but he just said no and then left. I'm sorry my uncle said that. I no longer hold any type of resentment towards him. In fact, thanks to the fact that he took that dream away from me, I was able to be an artist and thus meet you that way. Are you happy to meet me? I speak nervously. The truth is that yes, it is exciting to meet someone without a quirk just like me. I feel just seeing you that we connect in a different way from the rest as if? You know, we were made. No, it's nonsense. Izuku, one of the reasons why I started following your art is because you were quirkless. That inspired me a little. Seeing how far you came without any kind of help seemed magnificent to me. Do I really look so cool to you? He said nervously. Well, yes. She spoke blushing, and then brought her lips closer to Izuku's. He was still nervous when he saw what Melissa was doing until he decided to speak. Hey Melissa, I don't have any experience in this thing about love and you seem like someone very pretty to me, but Izuku, tell me. Do you have feelings for someone? I don't know, I have 3 friends, I can't help but feel something in them. You know I'm not that stupid. I know that one of them might like me, but if I were to take a step towards one of them and she didn't want me, that would push her away. So, what if you don't take any steps towards any of them? Well, I don't know them, but I'm sure that they won't be the only ones in your life. Someone other than them could be the one who approaches you. Someone like me. That way they would continue to be your friends, but you could be happy. We could be happy. He spoke while covering his face. Seeing Melissa's redness only made Izuku's heart accelerate. In a single night, that girl managed to enter his heart in such a way that he is confused too much. Hey Melissa. Here are the drinks, said the bartender who brought a lot of glasses and cups. Look Izuku, let's have a competition. Whoever finishes all the drinks first can ask the other for something. What do you think? I accept the competition, began. Melissa was the one who was in the lead until Izuku started to speak. You know, I can't help but think that what you are going to ask me if you win is that I go out with you. And well, if that were the case, don't you think that you would only be leading me to hate you more? Melissa stopped drinking. Her eyes were threatening to shed tears, since what Izuku said was true. On the other hand, Izuku continued drinking the drinks. Cocktails, it was true. He said sadly. I'm glad. He spoke and then finished his last drink and was crowned champion. So what do you want? I spoke sadly and at the same time annoyed. The head had already reached Izuku's head. You see. I want. Go out with me. But, based on what you said, that won't make me just hate you more. I don't care that because now that I love you, Melissa. Idiots, he spoke while he shed some tears and threw himself into Izuku's arms. They both looked at each other and joined their lips. A few minutes passed until they separated. Izuku could no longer walk well, so he was taken by Melissa to her apartment, where the 2 of them were. They just went to bed and rested a little. The 2 had their first embrace. Izuku was returning home after that embarrassing interview on television. The only good thing that came out of it was his new friend Subaru Mikazuki, that writer who betrayed Izuku in the last question of that interview. On Izuku's part, he showed no resentment and he quickly forgave Subaru. Izuku arrived home tired. He only had the intention of sleeping. He went to his door, which was open, making it easy for Izuku to enter. Once inside, he went to his kitchen and helped himself to a glass of water. When he had already drunk half of the water, a subtle memory came to his mind which in retrospect was very important. The door to his apartment was open. A breathing behind Izuku became noticeable. He, completely scared, left the glass on the table and went to his room without looking back. But before he got there, a hand stopped him. Izuku was about to faint from fear until a familiar voice was present. Izuku, you're back. Mei spoke happily. he said with fear and then calmed down and then became angry. What are you doing in my apartment? Well, you see, my workshop caught fire and I didn't have an apartment as such, so I slept in my workshop. Oh sure, that makes sense to me. Oh really? I mean, why didn't you go to a hotel? Well, I lost my money and my card in the fire, but the firefighters very kindly offered to take me somewhere, so I decided to come here. If you don't have another place to sleep. That doesn't explain why you left the door open. That. Well, you see, since I didn't have a key to your door, I had to break it. I would advise you to call a locksmith soon. You never know what kind of crazy person could enter your apartment. Thanks for the information. Anyway, have you eaten yet? Not yet. Okay. He spoke as he headed to his kitchen and took out some pots. Does this look like pasta to you? The pasta will be good. Mei spoke happily and then sat down at the dining room table. After a few minutes, Izuku returned with 2 plates of pasta with meat sauce and sat next to Mei. So, how long will you stay? I guess it will be until I manage to get a new card to be able to pay for a hotel. Why don't we wait for them to repair your workshop? But that would take longer. I know, I don't want you to look for a hotel, it would be dangerous. You'll be better off with me. Those words made Mei blush and give her immense joy. Izuku just realized what he had said, causing him to blush. Seriously, no, that I didn't. Cold to see, if you go to a hotel, the most likely thing is that you would also cause a fire and you could be in trouble. On the other hand, if you burn down my apartment, rest assured that I could not sue you or none of that. I see. Sorry, I won't burn down your apartment. No, Mei, I don't mean that. You know, Midoriya, it's getting late, I'll go to sleep, he said as he got up from the mass and headed to a room. Good night, he said as he closed the door to that room tightly. That's my room, he spoke without being heard, even though he had realized that what he had said was wrong in more ways than one. The next morning, Mei woke up slowly until a sweet smell of food woke her up completely. She got up and went to the place where that smell came from, arriving at the kitchen where she saw a plate with rice accompanied by grilled chicken, and I added to these a glass of what seemed to be some cocktail that Mei didn't know about. Next to all this there was a note. Mei, upon reading it, began to blush because of what that note said. Good morning, Mei. Sorry for yesterday. You were in a fire and I didn't even ask about you. I didn't want to say that. Well, the truth is that I did want to say it, but you didn't understand me correctly. If another accident happened, I would prefer it to be here with me because then I could help you in some way. Forgive me and stay as long as you want with me. After reading it, Mei began to shed a couple of tears until she felt a strong hug behind her. I'm glad you're okay, Izuku spoke. Mei for her part began to shed even more tears. I was so scared, Izuku, she spoke as she turned to look at him to reciprocate that hug while smelling. Izuku, you're stinking, she spoke while smiling a little. Well, I've been wearing these clothes since yesterday. You fell asleep in my room after all. Sorry, he said while laughing and letting go of the hug. Well, I have to go back to my workshop to see what's been saved. Shall we see you soon? I will be here. Izuku was in his living room making a couple of strokes on a new canvas that he had been commissioned to make. He was so focused that he didn't notice Hatume, who was having breakfast in front of him, for a couple of minutes. Good morning, Izuku, Hatume exclaimed happily. All Izuku shouted because he didn't expect this greeting. Hatume? How long have you been there? Not much, I'm just having breakfast. So early? It's 6, you usually wake up until 12. Yes, well, I have a job interview, I'm already leaving there. Oh wow, good luck, I know it will go well for you. Thank you, I hope so. Hatume left for the company, leaving Izuku to work on a new painting. When she arrived at the company, the receptionist took her to the interview room where she received an unexpected surprise. Good morning, I'm Hatume Mei and I'm here for the position of project manager. Hatume spoke a little nervously behind the back of a chair since behind her was the interviewer who still didn't show her face. Hatume, the interviewer spoke as she turned around with her chair, showing her blonde hair. Melissa? What are you doing here? Wait, I have to ask that. Well, this was my father's company. Now I manage it and today I wanted to do the interviews personally. This is your company? Yes, that's how it is. I thought the director was Horikoshi. Yes, it was, but now that I moved to Japan I decided to take a position in this company. Well, Hatume, I'm glad to see you again. I haven't seen you since you and your friends welcomed Izuku and me at the airport, so tell me how everything is. Well, I would say good. I'm glad. Tell me where you are living, I would be happy to visit you one day. Well, yes, for some typical girl talk I would love to be able to do that. Since I recently moved I don't have too many friends, in fact I only know Izuku. Oh, I see. Well, I don't have a place to live. Before I slept in my workshop until it caught fire, and now. Your workshop caught fire? Yes, it was when a baby exploded. A baby exploded? No, well, yes, babies, that's how I refer to my inventions. Oh, I see. Wow, I was already worried, but you're okay, right? Yes, now I'm living with Izuku. Oh, that's great. Now I can visit them both. Yes, well, don't you think we should start the interview? But if you already have the position. What? If you already have the position. Wait, do I have the position? If I say why not? Why do you just know me? Well, you have a point there, but Izuku has told me too much about you. It's almost as if he knew you. I also read your resume. You're actually very good at inventions except for a couple of explosions. You're perfect. Besides, I'm getting tired of being alone. See men in the director's room. I need a more feminine air and you are really perfect for that. Oh wow, thanks Melissa. You don't have to, you've earned it. Welcome to my company. Wow, I didn't expect it to be like this. Yes, well, you start on Monday. Now how about we go for a coffee? You shouldn't work. I'm just the boss. They only need me to sign papers so we don't go bankrupt. They'll be fine without me for a while. Well then I would like that coffee. Come on, I know a great place. Across the city at Tokyo's second central bank, a loud explosion disturbed the peace. Let's get out of here, shouted a villain with bags of money in his hands. Behind him were 3 other villains who were also taking money from a safe. You don't have to tell me. Twice, the heroes must be arriving by now. Correction, the heroes have already arrived, said a sweet voice from above the villains. It was a girl who was floating. Ah, it's Uraraka, a villain shouted as he dropped the bags of money to try to escape. You're not going anywhere, Uraraka shouted as he pointed at the villain with his hand and then lowered his hand, making the villain fall to the ground since now the gravity was much stronger. Maybe they have forgotten about a small power-up that I gave to Uraraka. Now she can control the gravity around her, approximately 5 meters around. I didn't give it much importance because it is not a fighting FIC, it is a love FIC. And comedy and perhaps sadness for those who still mourn Tsuyu's death here. While Uraraka subdued the villains one by one with a quirk that allowed him to turn into smoke for a short time managed to escape. Ninette, the villain shouted as he tried to flee from that scene. This had to happen to me. I think your bad luck isn't over yet, said another blue-haired girl who managed to chase him. The villain with fear on his face turned into smoke again, but this didn't help much since Nejire encapsulated the villain with waves that I think she. After this the bank robbery incident was mostly solved by Uraraka and Nejire. Excuse me heroines, a reporter interrupted while addressing Uraraka and Nejire. You will have time for some questions? Yes, of course, it's no problem, Nejire spoke calmly. Thank you very much. Well, you would consider that it was a difficult job. Well, you see. Nejire began to speak. It was really easy, Uraraka interrupted. Once I managed to sneak inside the bank, it was easy to reduce the villains with my gravity quirk. But of course no one is perfect, added Nejire. I managed to reduce any villain who was trying to escape. So it was a team effort? Yes, both girls exclaimed, somewhat upset. We know that they both work for Ryuko Tatsuma's company. Tell me, would you consider that this encourages their teamwork? Of course they both spoke with an aura of discomfort. We both owe Ryuko one, Uraraka spoke. It was in fact Nejire who allowed me to meet her and join her in the internships. Oh, what a great story, the journalist finished speaking. Well, thank you for these moments, I must leave, she said and then made a small bow and left. You should have interrupted me, Nejire said once she saw that the reporter had left. Well, it seemed right to me after all. I did all the work. Look, if I hadn't been there, half of the villains would have escaped you. I could have done it alone. Yes, of course, without me you wouldn't even have this position with Ryuko. If I had known that you wanted to be with Izuku when I met you, I would never have introduced you to Ryuko. I say the same, as I regret having agreed to work with Ryuko. The last thing I need is to see you every day at the agency. Well, if that's what you want, I'd better go. I won't be the one to leave. After that, Both heroines went their separate ways since their turn had already ended. Nejire makes me so angry, Uraraka complained as she walked aimlessly. Well, I shouldn't think about her, maybe I should rest, I could go get a coffee, and I have the perfect place. Unknowingly, Nejire had the same thought as Uraraka, but what would be the probability that they would go to the same place? In a small cafe far from the center of Tokyo, two geniuses were competing to enjoy a little girl talk. And we arrived, Melissa spoke happily. Yes, don't you like it? No, not quite the opposite. I think it's my favorite coffee, he spoke as he entered the premises with Melissa and then sat down at a table. So your favorite coffee, why? Well, let's say I had a good time here. Why would it be your favorite coffee? Mine, well, here I came with my uncle all night to eat cake on my birthdays. According to him, the coffee here is the only one that can match a true American flavor. I won't deny that the flavor here is different, but Melissa, why did you invite me? Because we are friends, right? Melissa, I think. What are you doing here? Two girls shouted at the entrance of the cafeteria. Those voices, Melissa spoke as she turned to look at the door. I can't believe they are Uraraka and Nejire. Come on, let's say hello, she said as she pulled May to them. Uraraka, Nejire, what a coincidence to see them here. Melissa? May? The two girls spoke, confused. Yes, I came with May after her interview at my company, but I'm glad you're here, but we don't have to talk about that. Come and sit with us. I don't think I could. Both girls were interrupted as Melissa began to pull them to the table where she was sitting with May. Well, girls, I'll leave you tidying up, I have to go to the bathroom, Melissa spoke as she got up from the table. What the hell, May? The two girls spoke. I don't know. She just pulled me here and it's the last thing I want. Then tell him, Nejire said. I can't, she's my boss now. Well, resign, Uraraka said with some malice. I just can't, it's my dream job. Look, Nejire began to say, none of us want to be here, but Melissa doesn't deserve us to do this to her, she thinks we're all friends. But, Uraraka said, and if she likes Izuku, I don't want to get close to her knowing that. We're not sure he likes Izuku, May refuted. Maybe he only likes him as a friend. No, I like Izuku, Melissa said, leaving the other three girls surprised. Melissa, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the bathroom? Nejire spoke. Yes, the bathroom was busy and I decided to come back while I waited. Listen, Melissa. Uraraka tried to speak until Melissa interrupted her. So, Melissa began to speak. Do you like Izuku too? Yes, the three spoke. Well, I don't care, I still want them to be my friends. What? The three spoke, surprised. Well, if you accept this, of course. But it doesn't bother you that in the end one of us ends up being with Izuku, Nejire spoke. Yes, it does bother me a lot, but I like you and it would bother me even more to see you apart from each other. Uraraka, Nejire, you two are great heroines and you work very well together. A fight between you can cause serious problems in your work environment. Well, you have a point about them, but I couldn't accept going out with Deku being you my boss, May spoke. I don't care about that, Melissa shouted. May, I hired you because of your ability to create inventions. I don't care about your relationships outside the company. You are important to me and I don't need to see you work poorly because of love problems. Listen to me. 4 of us are friends of Izuku, and if at some point he decides on one of us, the rest cannot simply disappear to see their loved one with another. It would hurt me a lot not to have Izuku, but it would hurt me even more to lose him as a friend, and I'm sure it would hurt him too to lose them. So leave this stupid fight aside and become friends for Izuku and me. Haha, Nejire started laughing. Thank God I sound-proofed this table with my quirk. The last thing Uraraka and I need is for the press to go after our love life. What? Melissa spoke incredulously. I release everything in my heart and you laugh. Melissa, Uraraka began to speak. We already knew everything you said. But I think we didn't want to accept it. May finished speaking. It's strong not to hate someone who goes out with the boy you like, Nejire spoke. But I think you're right, said Uraraka. We could try to be friends, May said. For you and for Izuku, the 3 of them finished speaking at the same time. Girls. Melissa spoke as she began to shed some tears and then rushed towards them, giving them a hug that was reciprocated but with some displeasure. Thank you for being my friends. Thanks to you, they responded. And it's over. Izuku spoke alone in his living room in front of one of his recently finished works. Then he began to look at his work to frown and throw a punch towards the canvas, breaking it. This is not enough. Since when? Since when did it become so difficult? It's been months since I've sold any work. And my economy is more difficult with May living here. I can't blame her for this. It's already getting late. I better go to the supermarket for something to cook for lunch. I don't even know what to eat. I guess I can ask May what we can eat. In a small cafe downtown. Haha, a group of 4 girls laughed. I can't believe you did that at the academy, Uraraka spoke. And Aizawa never found out how his car got to the pool, Nejire replied. May a call. May's cell phone started ringing with catchy music. Sorry, that's my tone. I have to answer. May answers her cell phone. Hello May. Izuku began to speak from the other side of the cell phone. I was going to go to the supermarket to buy something to eat. Would you like something? Izuku, hello. May began to speak while receiving a couple of glances from the rest of the girls present. Well, something to eat. Melissa had heard the conversation and decided to take May's cell phone away. Hola Izuku. Melissa? Izuku responded. If it's me, Izuku, it occurred to me that we could all go to your house to eat. You know, May, Uraraka, Nejire, and of course me too. Well, that's not a bad idea. Great, see you for dinner, bye-bye. After that goodbye, Melissa hung up on Izuku. Well, it's always good when my friends come to dinner. Izuku spoke to himself. I guess I could invite Mirio and Tamaki while we're at it. Izuku went for his wallet to see how his money was and only found a couple of hundred. I guess I'll stop by the bank to pick up some more money. Izuku went down to the garage of the building where his car was. He took his keys and started driving it to go to the second bank in Tokyo. When he arrived, he parked his car not so close to the bank, and I went in, took the withdrawal line and waited a couple of minutes until it was my turn. Hello Angela. Izuku spoke calmly to the cashier who was serving him. Oh Izuku, you came. Angela spoke a little nervously. She was Izuku's frequent cashier and well, you need me. Not much, I just need to get some money. Oh of course he after all it's the bank, he said, causing Izuku to laugh a little. Well, how much do you plan to withdraw? Well, I need 3. Before Izuku could finish speaking, a bullet grazed his head, destroying the window that separated him and the cashier. After the initial scare, Izuku reacted quickly to jump the gap that existed to reach Angela. Angel, are you okay? Yes, she spoke with fear. The bullet didn't hit me. What was that? Stay down, Izuku said, and then heard more shots that this time went to the ceiling. I need you to stay calm, spoke a large guy who was holding a rifle. Me and my colleagues are just here to get some money. After this, a group of 3 people began to pass behind the guy. What do we do now? Spoke to one of them who had a shotgun in his hands. Don't be an idiot, approach the cashiers. The man with the rifle spoke once again. And you, pointing to another of the accomplices, start tying up the hostages? Yes, having said that, that man began to take ropes from his hands to tie up the clients. Behind the counter. Can this day be worse? Izuku, Angela said with tears in her eyes, I'm scared. Calm down, Angela, tell me what your quirk is. What is your quirk? Well, I can throw liquid soap from my fingers. That's great. Tell me, how far can you throw it? That just 1 meter, maybe 2 if I try strong. No, 1 meter is enough. Look, you see the one with the shotgun. I need you to throw soap in his eyes so I can stun him and take away the shotgun. Okay. On my signal, Izuku was waiting for that man to approach the counter to give the signal to Angela. After a few seconds, that man approached where he was, and when he came closer to look, Izuku shouted, "Ya," making Angela throw soap in his eyes. The man squirmed a little in pain while he tried to rub his eyes. Izuku jumped from the counter, pushing him and stealing the shotgun. With a shotgun in hand, he pulled Angela out of her hiding place, taking her close to him. The door until the man with the rifle pointed it behind them. Where you going, kid? Izuku quickly put Angela behind him and then turned to point the shotgun at his oppressor. Let us go. I'm sorry, letting them go would only slow us down. Do you want me to shoot? You're missing eggs, boy. Do you want to see? Well. That man got close enough to place his head in the sights of the shotgun. What are you waiting for? Fear took over Izuku. He had never touched a gun in his life nor knew how to shoot exactly, and he had not been this close to death since the UA entrance exam. If he pulled the trigger he would become a murderer, but he would do it to save someone. That's what I was doing, to save someone. As long as she's okay, everything will be okay. Angela, don't go now. But, go. Angela, with tears in her eyes, began to run out of the bank while Izuku pulled the trigger of the shotgun. But nothing happened. "Ha," laughed the boy whose shotgun was the one they had knocked down at the beginning with soap. "Good performance, big guy." That boy spoke to the man with the rifle. "How did you know he was already awake?" "I didn't know." "What happened?" Izuku spoke, confused and afraid. "It's obvious that you're confused. You see, my quirk allows me to disable any weapon more than 500 meters around me, but you did something brave. At least you made the girl escape, but it cost you your FNG life." The man with the rifle pointed it at Izuku to the head. "Something to say?" "Save someone." Izuku spoke with tears in his eyes and a big smile. After this, a sharp gunshot was heard and then the sound of a body falling to the ground. Izuku opened his eyes to see that the man with the rifle was dead with a large hole in his head. "That's why I don't like working with men," a female voice spoke from behind everyone. "Boss?" The boy with the shotgun spoke. "You shut up, idiot, if you don't want to die." "Yeah, sorry." Where have I seen you before?" said that girl, approaching Izuku. "Oh, I remember, you're Izuku the artist. My manners? I am Himiko Toga, who will be your last love of your life." She spoke happily with a somewhat sadistic smile. "You idiots." Himiko spoke to her two henchmen. "Finish gathering the hostages. I'll take care of this one." Himiko began to pull Izuku to one of the bank's stupidities. "I see that you don't offer resistance." "Well, oh, I see, your first incident with villains. Don't worry, it will only last a short time. What are you going to do to me?" "Well, Izuku-kun," I spoke shyly, "I like you, Izuku-kun." "What? Don't take it seriously. Just thinking that your head could have been pierced by 5 millimeters of lead turned me on." Izuku trembled a little with fear while cold sweat came out of his back. "But to think that I would not be the cause of that bloodshed makes me very angry that I killed my subordinate." "Well, Izuku-kun, at least I will make you enjoy your last moments." With that said, Himiko rushed towards Izuku, thus stealing an embrace from him. This greatly surprised Izuku, but it didn't last long, because then Himiko stuck a knife in Izuku's leg, making him give a serious scream followed by many tears. Yes, Izuku shouts, "More for me." He spoke while his face was completely red. This scene was interrupted by the sound of a message. "Was it your cell phone?" "Aren't you fooling me? Aren't you, Izuku-kun?" Himiko grabbed the cell phone from Izuku, and after unlocking it he saw a message from his mother. "Oh, it was just your mom?" How inopportune. Himiko was searching a little on Izuku's cell phone, discovering that he was talking to some heroes. "So you know a couple of heroes. It's a shame they're not here, especially that Uraraka. I can't believe she's still alive. I wonder if she remembers me." He spoke somewhat happily. "Don't mention her." "Oh, Izuku, don't be jealous, darling. Right now I love only you." "Boss," one of the boys shouted, interrupting the scene. "What the F do you want?" "Sun heroes. In a small cafe far from the center." "Great, see you for dinner, bye." Melissa spoke, saying goodbye to Izuku on her cell phone. "Well, girls, I have good news. We can all eat with Izuku today." "Today?" Uraraka spoke. "Yes, is there a problem?" "Today I have my night shift together with Nejire. If in fact what is now is just our break, we must return to work in a few minutes." "Oh, that's bad," Melissa spoke a little sadly. "But well, I suppose you can eat with Izuku today. He will owe us dinner later," Nejire said. "Well, I think we should retire." "Yes, by Hatume." By Melissa. Uraraka was saying goodbye until her cell phone started ringing. It was Ryuko. "Hello, Ryuko. What's going on?" "Uraraka, is an emergency." Ryuko spoke on the phone. "There was a landslide on the border of Tokyo. A truck has overturned because of it, but the ambulance will not be able to pass because there are stones blocking the road. We are going to need you. Come to the agency so we can transport you to the place." "Okay, Ryuko, I'll go right away." "Sorry, girls, it's an emergency." Uraraka spoke and then ran away. "Well, I guess I'll go now. I have to continue patrolling." Nejire spoke, leaving the cafe as well. "Well, Hatume." Melissa spoke. "I guess I'll have to go too. I have to go back to the company." She spoke as she got up from the table. "Hey, Melissa, bye-bye," he said while she was left alone at the table. "Oh, I guess I can go to Izuku's apartment. I have nothing else to do." About 20 minutes had already passed since the four girls had separated. Nejire was patrolling near the center until she heard some shots not far from there that came from the second central bank. Nejire ran quickly until she reached outside the bank where she was already. There were a couple of heroes outside. What happened? Nejire spoke to one of the heroes. It seems to be a robbery. I think there are 4 of them and they are armed, answered one of them. The police are already on their way, another hero spoke. Let's let them cordon off the area. Let's see if we can get in somehow. Okay, our priority is the hostages. Make sure no one gets hurt, Nejire spoke towards the other 2 heroes. Yes. They responded, but then a loud shot was heard from inside the bank. What the devil? Are they already killing the hostages? A hero speaks. No, spoke the other hero who had binoculars. I think they just shot one of their own. Hell, a hostage is escaping, we have to cover her. I'll take care of it, spoke Nejire, who began to float quickly toward the hostage to get her out of there. Are you okay? Yes. The bank teller spoke. Can you tell me what's happening inside? 3 boys and a girl came shooting. I was able to escape since Izuku took me out of there. Izuku? Do you know him? Eda, listen, can you move? Okay, go back with my companions and explain the situation. I have to go in. After this, Nejire took flight and broke one of the windows, entered the bank, quickly located one of the villains and defeated him without much effort while this was happening. Another henchman quickly went to his boss to report on the heroes. What do you want? Himiko spoke angrily. They are heroes, one just entered. And who is it? I don't know, but his hair and his suit are blue. Oh, I see. Himiko looked out to see who it was, and seeing that it was nothing more than Nejire, she smiled chillingly. Izuku, guess who came to your aid? None other than your girlfriend Nejire, but we don't want her to interrupt us. Right? Izuku was gagged and with his mouth covered in the back of the inner room of the bank. Izuku was just squirming a little, trying to escape and see if he could help Nejire. Oh, come on, honey, don't be like that. This moment is between the 2 of us. Well, I have to take care of her. Would you help me? After this, Himiko stuck a knife in Izuku's shoulder. He could only stifle a scream in the cloth that covered his mouth. That prevented it from ringing. Himiko proceeded to remove this knife and began to lick it. Little by little she transformed into Izuku. When her transformation ended, Himiko began to squirm a little with pleasure. Incredible boss, now what will you do? The henchman spoke. Facial Himiko took a metal bar and began to shake it in her hands. I will hand you over. Himiko quickly hit her henchman on his head, knocking him out. After this, Himiko began to drag him out until a dry scream confused her. Izuku, are you okay? Nejire, Himiko said, feigning happiness in the form of Izuku. Yes, I'm fine. Izuku, did you defeat a villain? Oh yes. Are you proud? Of course I am, she said happily as she ran to hug him, but there's still one left, so stay behind me, she said, and then turned around and turned her back towards Himiko. Of course I will be behind you, he said as he raised his knife and then quickly lowered it towards Nejire's back, stabbing it, causing Nejire a lot of pain, causing her to fall to the ground. Izuku, he said with some sadness as he saw Izuku holding a knife full of BLD. No, silly, Himiko spoke as she slowly transformed. Ha, how easy it was to take you down. Well, now I'll kill you. I need to go back to Izuku to make him mine. Stay away from him, Beach, Nejire spoke with a lot of pain. Oh my god, what an insult. Oh, how it hurt. Let me know when you have something creative to say to me, you bag of shit, you son of a beach. Well, what we were going for. Himiko positioned herself on top of Nejire and raised her knife again, but before the fact that a wall of ice could bring it down sent her flying towards one of the walls of the bank. After this, that ice went to Himiko to finish trapping her. We need a stretcher here urgently, spoke the hero who had just entered, who was responsible for trapping Himiko with his ice. Don't worry, Nejire, you'll be fine. After this, a team of paramedics entered with a stretcher and began to take Nejire away, while so much so that hero began to free the hostages until he arrived with Izuku, who was tied up, wallowing while trying to free himself. Come, let me help you. That hero began to burn the ropes that they were holding Izuku once he was freed. Izuku ran outside shouting Nejire's name. They just took her, the hero intervened. She'll be fine. You don't have to worry. Take her? What happened to her? Seems that Himiko stabbed her. In the back after saying this, Izuku began to cry and then fell to the ground. Hey, what's wrong with you? I couldn't do anything to help her. Himiko took my BLD and with my identity she surely attacked Nejire from behind. Listen, you shouldn't blame yourself. Tell me, what's your name? Izuku Midoriya. Izuku? Oh, I remembered. Listen Izuku, you had already done a lot. Thanks to you a hostage was able to escape. Without the information that this hostage provided, the heroes would have had a more difficult job if they had entered, so thank you Izuku. Oh dear. Izuku began to speak while he recovered a little from crying. You just saved me and the first thing I did was cry. Forgive me and thank you for freeing me. Can I know your name? Of course I'm Shoto Todoroki. Thank you Todoroki. It's my duty Izuku. Well, if you're so worried about your friend, she'll be taken to the central hospital. It's the closest one from here. Oh really? Thank you very much. I should go now. Izuku started running out of the bank while Todoroki just watched. Oh wow, so this is the Izuku they talk so much about. An hour later in a hospital office. Oh my goodness, Izuku, what happened? Mirio began to say to Izuku, who was sitting outside the office. Nejire was stabbed by a certain Himiko. Thank goodness she is already arrested. And how is Nejire? Tamaki spoke. I still don't know, the doctors haven't told me anything. Acquaintances of Miss Nejire. Hato, a doctor. Yes, here, answered the three boys. Well, gentlemen, I must say that Miss Nejire is stable. Although the wound was deep, it does not pierce any vital point. A couple of days here and she will be better. Thank you, doctor. The three boys spoke and then saw the doctor leave. Hey Midoriya, how are you? Mirio spoke. Well, I think I was able to handle everything calmly. I almost died, but nevertheless I only care about Nejire right now. These words made the two boys a little happy since they supported the relationship between Nejire and Izuku even if they only served as observers. Oh, by the way, you can go see the patient, said the doctor who was returning from the office, but one by one please. Well, I think you should go first, Izuku, Mirio spoke. I bet Nejire is very worried about you. Thank you guys, I'll go right now, it won't take long. Don't worry Izuku. Tamaki spoke. Take as much time as you want. Izuku didn't think much about what Tamaki said and only when he entered there he could see Nejire lying on one of the beds intubated with an 4 bag. Hola Nejire. Hablo Izuku. Izuku. My god, how are you? Said Nejire, who had just noticed Izuku's entry. I think that's what I should say. Well, I'm fine. The truth is, these injuries are normal for heroes. Yes, well, these injuries are not usually the fault of their friends. Are you blaming yourself for what happened? You know, I just couldn't do anything. I could only watch as Himiko stole my identity and well, I could only imagine the worst. Listen Izuku, this was more my fault than yours. You were just a hostage. However, I was a hero who couldn't realize if it was really you. I forgot to confirm something like that simply because I'm glad to see you. Oh wow, thanks Nejire. Izuku, you don't need to blame yourself for this anymore, okay? Okay, he said while giving a classic smile, only it still hid some sadness. Well, Nejire, I won't take up any more of your time. Mirio and Tamaki also want to see you. Pero Aizu. Well, I'll leave if there's still time. I'll come back after them, he said as he left the office and Mirio entered. And even after all that, you couldn't confess? Mirio spoke, somewhat surprised. It's just that Eel is so sweet that he decided to let you pass before he could even say anything to him. Well, he will pass after everyone, right? I guess I won't make my visit longer, he said as he left so Tamaki could pass by. And even after all that, you couldn't confess? Tamaki spoke, somewhat surprised. Yes, that's what Mirio said. Ah well then I'll go so that Izuku can come in. He spoke to leave the office, being surprised that there were 3 girls outside talking to Izuku. Oh Tamaki, it's good that you're out now. They are Nejire's friends and mine too. They are Melissa, Uraraka and Hatume. They also came to see how she is. Oh Nejire, your luck couldn't be worse. Tamaki spoke deep inside himself. After the visits of the 3 girls, Izuku wanted to go back in, but unfortunately the visiting hours had already ended. But the most affected by this was Nejire, who could not tell Izuku that. Izuku, you didn't have to do this, Nejire spoke as she left Izuku's apartment. But I owed them, Izuku spoke somewhat tiredly. I was going to invite them to dinner but... Yes, we know, Uraraka spoke. The incident at the bank. The truth is we didn't need to go out to eat all together. Yes, but I promised you dinner, he said while trying to stay upright holding on to one of the chairs. Okay, but I don't think today is the best time, Hatume said. After all, you came back at dawn to make one of your paintings. But I'm fine, he said as he stopped holding on to the chair to stand on his own and then began to stagger and hold on to the chair again. You see, Izuku, it would be better if you could rest now, Melissa spoke. No, you'll see that I can handle this, he said as he walked towards the door and then began to notice how his vision blurred and then fell to the ground. Izuku? The four worried girls exclaimed in fear. And how are you? Hatume spoke to Uraraka, who was returning from Izuku's room. He is still very bad, his fever has not gone down, but I already took him to his bed, he just needs to rest. I guess he just got a cold, Nejire spoke. He'll get better sleeping and he'll need help tomorrow. Yes, well, what are we going to do with him? Melissa spoke. He will need someone to take care of him, but tomorrow Hatume and I work. Well, tomorrow Uraraka and I could have a day off, Nejire said, but we would have to work tonight for it. Great, it's decided, Hatume spoke. Melissa and I will take care of Izuku tonight, and when we go to work in the morning, you two will replace us. If this is a good idea, Uraraka said, it would be better if we go now. See you tomorrow. Goodbye, girls. Take care of Izuku, Nejire spoke as she said goodbye to Melissa and Hatume. Well, what are we going to do now? Hatume spoke. I would say that the most convenient thing would be to take turns. Well, who will start? Hatume, I know it may sound selfish, but could you take the first shift? I'm too tired and I would like to rest a little before taking care of Izuku. Oh, well, I don't have any problem. Great, thanks. Wake me up when it's my turn. Okay, rest, don't worry, I'll take care of Izuku. First care, Hatume. Izuku's lucidity, 5%. Hatume decided to start by seeing how Izuku was, so she went to his room. Izuku was in his bed breathing while trying to sleep. Hatume approached him and by placing her hand on his forehead she measured his temperature. It's boiling, it would be good if I brought you a wet cloth, he spoke and then went to his kitchen and, wetting a cloth, he returned to leave it on Izuku's forehead to calm his fever. Shortly after, Hatume's stomach rumbled. It's true that neither Izuku nor I have had dinner. I think I could cook a miso soup. Hatume left Izuku and went to her kitchen. Putting on an apron, she began to prepare all the necessary ingredients for her soup and, after throwing them into the pot and leaving them simmering, he returned to Izuku. He was rolling around in his bed due to fever, his entire body was sweaty and he was miming more due to the pain. Izuku. Hatume spoke with fear. She, trying to calm him, noticed how he continued to have a high fever. I think I should wipe off your sweat. Then we can change your headcloth. Hatume proceeded to take off Izuku's polo shirt and after for a few seconds, seeing his exposed torso, Hatume began to wipe Izuku's sweat with a cloth. Hatume was blushing since she had never had the opportunity to see Izuku's body and thanks to that was drying his sweat she could feel it. His body was hot but as he passed that cloth he managed to calm Izuku's heat a little. At the end Hatume dressed Izuku again with a new polo shirt and changed the cloth on his head, then returned to the room. Kitchen and seeing that her soup was already ready, she served a plate and took it to Izuku. She began to feed him. Hatume alternated spoonfuls. For each spoonful that Izuku ate she took another one. It was already close to 2 in the morning. Tomorrow Hatume had been changing the clothes on Izuku's forehead constantly, thus managing to calm his fever somewhat. Now Hatume was tired and heading to the room where Melissa was sleeping decided to wake her up. Now it was her turn to take care of Izuku. Second care, Melissa's shield. Izuku's lucidity, 10%. Melissa left the guest room, leaving Hatume to rest. She went to Izuku's room to see how he was, but when she opened the door she saw Izuku sitting on the edge of his bed. Izuku? You shouldn't be sitting, you should lie down. Izuku, ignoring what Melissa said, got up and walked towards her. Izuku, I think you should lie down, Melissa spoke while stepping back a little since Izuku had already gotten very close to her. Shortly after, Melissa had nowhere to turn back, she had been cornered on a wall in the room. Me, Melissa, Izuku spoke as he approached Melissa's face. Izuku had cornered her and with his 2 arms had made Melissa have no place to escape. Izuku approached Melissa's face while she was completely blushing. She closed her eyes ready to follow what Izuku wanted to do. Melissa. I want some. Some water, Izuku said while showing a lost look in himself. Melissa reacted to this and opening her eyes she saw how Izuku began to fall but she quickly avoided this. Melissa pulled Izuku to her bed and laid him down and embarrassedly went to the kitchen for a glass of water. When she returned she lifted Izuku up so he could sit on the bed but without getting out of it. His blankets, with Izuku already sitting, Melissa sat next to him and made him drink from the glass. When Izuku finished drinking, Melissa tried to get out of there but Izuku had another small incident and returned as he fainted. His head collapsed on Melissa's seat. She, for her part, let out a soft at the feeling of Izuku on her hits. Comfortable? Izuku exclaimed with his eyes closed. It seemed like he would soon fall asleep. Melissa carefully removed him from her body. Her CST and placed him back in her bed. Everything continued without incident until the morning. It was approximately 6. Melissa left Izuku's room who was still sleeping and went to wake up Hatume. The two began to getting ready to go to work. When they finished changing, the sound of the door was heard. They already knew who they could be. They went to open the door and Nejire and Uraraka entered from it. Nejire, Uraraka, it's good that you've arrived, Melissa spoke. Hatume and I have to go now. Izuku is sleeping in his room. See you later, Melissa said as she said goodbye to Uraraka and Nejire while pulling Hatume by her arm towards her. The exit. And who will start? Uraraka spoke. Well, we're talking about Izuku. But I'm very tired, Nejire said. Well, let's leave it to chance. I'll toss a coin. Okay. I chose heads. After that Uraraka threw a coin and after a few turns in the air Uraraka caught it and revealing the result it was seen that it had come up heads, thus Nejire won. Great, I'll leave Izuku to you. I'll be sleeping in the guest room. Wake me up in 4 hours to change shifts. Oh, rest, Nejire spoke calmly as she said goodbye to Uraraka. Once she disappeared into the guest room, she showed a tired face from her nightly patrol. I would have liked not to have one. I guess I'll have to take care of Izuku right away. That's right, Nejire, it's Izuku we're talking about. If I don't take care of him now, how I will take care of him in the future? I'll do my best. Third care, Nejire Hado. Izuku's lucidity, 20%. Nejire prepared to enter Izuku's room. He was still sleeping so Nejire prepared to sit on his bed but that slight movement woke Izuku up. Nejide? Edtoy? Izuku, because of his stuffy nose, can't speak well. Here's a humble translation. Nejire? Where am I? Izuku, I woke you up. Sorry, don't you remember where you are? Well, I remember that I was working on Saturday and I think I fainted. Well, I remember that I was in the living room and I think I fainted. Well, a bad case of the flu attacked you. All the rest of us are in charge of taking care of you. Ed thirsty? I do Demeto a lot. Really? I'm so sorry. It was nothing. Do you need something? I'm hungry. Well, I'm a little hungry. Okay, then I'll prepare some onigiris for us. Nejire left the room leaving Izuku to sleep once again. She went to the kitchen and there she started to prepare rice to then prepare the filling and the seaweed. What was going to take would be the rice. But after a few minutes it was ready. It was still hot but it was no problem for Nejire to prepare them. She made about 8. She took 5 to eat with Izuku and left 3 for Uraraka. Once she woke up, when she entered the room she saw Izuku. Uncovered, she put the onigiris aside and picked up Izuku's blanket to put it back on. It's true, since I arrived I didn't take Izuku's temperature, but my hands are too hot because of the onigiris to differentiate their temperature. A slight blush rose to Nejire's face as she remembered another way to take Izuku's temperature, but she was determined to do so. Nejire approached Izuku and joined her hands. Foreheads began to feel its temperature. Nejide, what are you doing? Spoke Izuku who opened his eyes seeing Nejire in front of him. Iya. Well your temperature. Just medium your temperature, Nejire spoke, somewhat scared. Oh thank you, do I smell onigiris? Oh thanks, do I smell like onigiris? Yes, I prepared them for you, he spoke with a big blush. Good, eat modelos, well let's eat them. After this small incident everything continued normally and after a few hours Nejire changed places with Uraraka. Fourth care, Ochako Uraraka. Izuku's lucidity, 40%. Uraraka left Nejire in the guest room and went to Izuku's room. Upon entering she could see Izuku who, although awake, was still in a bad state. Izuku's expertise. Oh, hello Uraraka, I'm already awake. How do you feel? I'm better, but Nejire gave me some pills for my nasal congestion and it was a great relief. I can finally breathe well. That's great. Yesterday you worried us a lot when you fainted. I'm very sorry, it was my fault. I shouldn't have pushed myself too strong. Don't worry about it. I think everyone has enjoyed taking care of you and well, now it's my turn. Do you need anything? My throat burns a lot. I would like something hot to drink. Okay, I'll go see if I can. Prepare something. Uraraka left the room heading to the kitchen. There she heated water at a low temperature. Meanwhile she was looking for some type of tea. In Izuku's cupboard she didn't find much more than some green tea leaves. An instant coffee for Izuku, who was still feeling sick from the flu. He decided to prepare the tea. When the water reached the indicated temperature, he placed the leaves in the teapot and, waiting a fair amount of time, removed these leaves. If he left them too long, bitter tea would come out of the leaves. Uraraka poured 2 cups of the tea she had just prepared and smelling one of them felt a sweet aroma. Yes. I managed to extract its aroma well. Uraraka placed the cups on a tray and took them to Izuku's room. Oh, Uraraka smells incredible. What did you prepare? Well, you only had green tea leaves. I just put them to rest in hot water. Green tea? I can't believe it smells so good. Usually when I make green tea it ends up with a strange smell. Well, do you want to try it? Uraraka passed one of the cups to Izuku and he drank it carefully, taking the entire cup in one big sip. I can't believe green tea could taste so good. Well, green tea is somewhat complicated to prepare. Without the correct temperature you cannot achieve its best flavor. Ah, hey, I just realized something. What thing? Your name and my last name give a play on words. Together they form green tea. Who together? Uraraka exclaimed somewhat nervously while her face turned a little red. Both of us are together. Izuku finished his sentence realizing that what he said was something embarrassing while his face also turned red and this time it was not because of his fever. Uraraka, I didn't mean that. Yes, why would you say that, right? If it's not like my last name was ever after your name, that would only happen if we got married. Both Izuku and Uraraka's faces couldn't turn redder. I didn't mean that. Yes, why would you say that, right? True? Izuku managed to recover from his flu a few hours later. He celebrated by inviting everyone who took care of him to dinner. Later that night 4 girls came down with a cold. Izuku had to take care of all of them. It was around 6 in the morning at Izuku's apartment. Hatume was in the kitchen finishing her breakfast. On the other hand, Izuku was calm watching the news on TV. And Hatume spoke while eating her cereal. Aren't you going to paint something today? Well, no. At night I have a charity dinner. They will auction off a work of mine already done and the money will go to charity, but if I started to paint something it would enter my zone and I would not leave it until I finished my painting. Well, and why are you getting ready so early? You usually have breakfast an hour later. Well, Melissa called me early. She says there is an important matter to discuss and she needs me early. Speaking of which, I have to go. Goodbye, Izuku. Good luck with your dinner. Hatume spoke as she left the apartment. Goodbye, good luck to you too. In a hero agency near the city center, one heroine was finishing her shift while another was just starting it. Tired, spoke Nejire, who arrived at the agency with 2 glasses of coffee. Yes, too much, exclaimed Uraraka, who arrived together with Nejire. I hate night shifts, she exclaimed while signing an exit sheet indicating that her shift had ended. On the other hand, Nejire signed another sheet, only this one was for the start of the shift. Yes, those shifts are the worst, but someone must patrol at night. Take this, he said while extending one of the cups of coffee. Thank you for your work. Uraraka accepted the cup and finished more than half of it in one big sip. Oh, how nice the taste of coffee in the morning. Well, I should go now. Good luck on your turn, Nejire. Goodbye, Uraraka. Rest. This could be just another day for our protagonists, but it would be the day in which everything would change. Good morning, Melissa. Hatume spoke as she entered Melissa's office. Oh, May, it's good that you arrived. I need to talk to you about something important. Yes, tell me. Well, you would like to run a support resources company. Oh well, I don't know why you're asking now. But I think I would love it. Great, now you will run this company. How to direct? What about you? Oh well, I have to go back to the United States. What? Well, our shareholders do not agree that the head of all of my father's companies, that is me, is living in a country as far away as Japan. The difficulties in communication and my physical absence in those places is bringing problems to the main company left in America. If I don't return, they threaten to expel me from my own company. Can you do that? Believe me, people with money can do a lot. I alone could maybe against one of them, but we are talking about all my shareholders. But there must be some way. While Hatume finished speaking, Melissa began to cry. Me, Melissa? May, I don't want to leave, but this is the only thing I have left of my father, he said while more tears came out of his eyes. I promised my father to take care of everything he has worked on. Yes, I lose him, I will lose my last connection with him. Melissa. Hatume went to hug Melissa. She felt comforted in Hatume's arms. After a few seconds, Melissa separated and wiping away her tears, she decided to continue and, have you told anyone else? No, and I don't know if I want to tell anyone else. Saying goodbye to all the friends I made here will only make my goodbye more difficult. What? Izuku? I wouldn't want to talk to him. Seeing him would only make me stay. When are you leaving? The day after tomorrow. I have a flight at 10. Well then, would you take care of this company for me? Yes, Melissa will take care of her until you decide to return. Thank you, May. Well, why don't you take tomorrow off so you can start off on the right foot as president the day after tomorrow? Are you sure? Yes. Now we will do the paperwork for your promotion and tomorrow you will rest. Melissa and Hatume went through a day of bureaucracy to go out for a last cup of coffee in the afternoon at lunchtime. In her appealing apartment near the center, Uraraka arrived with her eyes half closed, tired, and threw herself on her bed. Next to it was a photo. It was her with her former classmates from the UA. Oh wow, this was our first group photo. Here they are still. Suddenly Uraraka's cell phone started ringing. Oh, it can't be. Uraraka decided to answer her cell phone. What happened, Bakugo? Hello, round face. How many times have I told you not to tell me like that? Haha, I was just calling to see if you had the day off. Look, Bakugo, last night I had the night shift and I'm really very tired. Well, if at some point you have time, how about we go out? Could it be tomorrow? We work tomorrow. Oh well, I guess we'll have to postpone the departure. Hey, Bakugo, I'll leave you. I have to go rest. Uraraka decided to hang up her cell phone at that moment. On the other hand, Bakugo got angry because he had been rejected once again. You will be mine, Ochako Uraraka, the blonde exclaimed while putting away his cell phone. The night arrived and Izuku was on his way to his charity dinner. When he arrived, he saw how it had not yet started. Even so, they allowed him to pass. There were already some of the guests there, main exponents of art, both in painting and in art, television and cinema. There were also some heroes and public figures from politics. Izuku, somewhat nervous, went to the center of the room for a glass of champagne. Before taking it, a voice interrupted him. Izuku Midoriya. I've been waiting for it, a man in a suit spoke, somewhat small, with an extravagant mustache. Oh, hello Mr. Anthony Dean, nice to see you. I say the same, Mr. Midoriya. You know, I just agreed to come to this dinner so I could talk to you. Let me tell you that you are someone difficult to find. Haha, sorry, but I don't like my fame and I try to keep a low profile. Creating a low profile is not so advisable, even more so when it comes to job offers. Job offers? Do you need me to paint something? Oh, believe me, when you hear what you have to say, you can leave your art as a appealing personal hobby and no longer as a job. Oh well, that would be nice. What do you want to tell me? Well, what do you tell me about being the new director of the Tokyo National Museum? The National Museum of Tokyo? That sounds incredible. I knew you would be interested. Well, it is not a guaranteed job. Every great manager is looking to place one of their own in that position. Listen, Izuku, I know that you do not have the support of any company, but I personally knew that this position would be for you, so I sent a letter of recommendation for you. This was accepted. They want you tomorrow for an interview, but I can assure you that that position will be all yours. Oh, Mr. Anthony, it is a pleasure to be your representative and thank you for the opportunity. Don't thank me, boy, you earned it. Well, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll start speaking well of you at the executive table to secure your position. He spoke as he walked away from Izuku. Oh wow, that's great, Izuku exclaimed as he leaned on the table. What's great? A serious but calm voice exclaimed. You're Todoroki? Todoroki was my father. I would prefer you called me Shudo. Well, Shudo, what are you doing here? Well, my agent advised me to go out to some charity events to improve my image. People think that I am somewhat insensitive. Oh wow, I didn't know that. I stopped following the heroes a long time ago. Well, what was that so cool? Oh well, just that I got an interview for director of the Tokyo National Museum. It's good news, I'm happy for you. And how have you been? I haven't seen you since the bank incident. Oh well, I've been much better. I'm really never going to stop being grateful for the fact that you saved me. I was just doing my job, but could you do me some kind of favor? Favor? Look, improving my image was not the only thing I would achieve by attending this charity event, you see. I chose this dinner because there would be many artists. I heard that they are very expressive and I wanted them to teach me how to be. Could you help me? Hey. Well, I'm not as expressive as you expect. In fact, I'm someone who's shy. Sorry. Don't worry, well, what about the sentimental thing? What? If you already know, do you like someone? Oh, sorry for the question, but this is something more personal for me. I don't understand many of these feelings. I mean, how do you know you're in love? Oh well, you see, I think you would never stop thinking about her, right? And maybe your heart when you are with her is just crazy and you know that you will be fine if you are by her side. Oh, I see, then I think I'm in love. But how do you know if the other person is too? Believe me, that's what I'd like to know the most. I see, I guess I'll call her now, he spoke while taking out his cell phone. Shudo? Hello, Yaoyorozu, Todoroki spoke on the cell phone. Oh yes, dinner is going well. I met Izuku. Yes, that Izuku. If Yaoyorozu told me about some things and I just want to check something, do you like Yaoyorozumi? No, I'm not drunk. Well, I just learned to know if you are in love with someone, and I think I am in love with you, Yaoyorozu. I'm glad to hear that. I'll go there. Todoroki hangs up his cell phone and turns to talk to Izuku. Well, Izuku, I'm grateful, but I have to go. Yaoyorozu wants to see me. Thanks for the advice. Let me give you my number. I think we could meet sometime to talk one more time. Goodbye, Shudo, she said as she watched Todoroki slowly leave. Oh dear, I wish what I feel for her could be resolved so easily. It's getting late. It would be better to leave so I can set my alarm and wake up for the interview. It was 3 in the morning, and while Izuku was sleeping, a small incident on a highway was happening. A criminal was fleeing on a motorcycle at high speeds. It was difficult for the police to catch up with him. Support from heroes was required. The closest heroine was none other than Nejire. Using his quirk, he managed to fly over the road, spotting the criminal and reaching him little by little. Stop right now or I will proceed to attack, Nejire shouted as she flew over her target. The guy on the motorcycle only turned to see Nejire, after which he got up on the motorcycle without stopping, holding the steering wheel of the motorcycle tightly. This subject took a turn, throwing the motorcycle backwards in the direction of Nejire. She avoided that attack quickly, but the criminal, after jumping off the motorcycle, simply fell on the pavement to stop and continue running. It was not difficult for Nejire to reach him when she arrived with him. She continued attacking him with some waves, but he dodged them all. Suddenly that guy raised his arm and pillars of rock began to emerge from the ground. Nejire tried to dodge them, but there were too many of them. At a great speed, one of them hit her on the leg, pushing her to the right, and from behind her more of these stone pillars began to emerge, trapping Nejire's leg. She released a great dry scream. Suddenly these stone pillars began to disappear. The villain had been knocked out. Mirio emerged from the shadows, who had finished the job quickly. Nejire, are you okay? I shouted as I ran to help her. Mirio? Mirio, I think I broke my leg. Okay, calm down, I'll take you to a hospital. Mirio decided to carry Nejire, and running as fast as possible, he managed to get to a hospital there. Nejire was admitted, but due to the anesthesia, she most likely wouldn't wake up for a few hours. A new day dawned, and little events began to happen. Or maybe not. Midoriya was resting peacefully, the day before he had gotten an interview for the position of director of the Tokyo Art Museum. The interview was in the morning, so he had set the alarm clock for 6 a.m. It wouldn't take long for the alarm clock to start ringing. After a few hours, a loud sound of bells was heard. Midoriya woke up heavily. He turned off the alarm clock and got up. He went to his kitchen. He served himself a bowl of cereal and went to his living room to eating it while watching TV. He turned it on and turned on the news channel. They were showing live news about some heroes defeating a villain. Upon looking closely, he could notice how Bakugo and Uraraka were the ones who they Worked? After a while the heroes won and the reporters began to survey them a little. They arrived with Bakugo and Uraraka. The journalist wanted to start talking to Bakugo but he had silenced her and took away her microphone. Midoriya laughed a little since I already knew that attitude of Bakugo, but I didn't expect the words this guy said. Uraraka Ochako. Do you want to be my girlfriend? Bakugo said while holding Uraraka's hands. The tension was felt. The cameras focused on Uraraka and she had a serious blush. When Uraraka wanted to talk, Midoriya turned off the television and stood up. Accidentally spilling his cereal on his couch, he headed to the bathroom and when he got there he went to his mirror. There he started to smile while saying that Uraraka did deserve Bakugo, that Bakugo was much better than him, that he deserved someone of his level, and Bakugo was more than qualified for that position. Midoriya was happy for Uraraka, or so he wanted to make himself believe. At the moment when the image of Uraraka saying yes came to his head caused him a great deal of pain. Pain in her heart, and she couldn't help but cry. Did he love her? If that is the case, why should he have realized it now? Now that he can no longer have her, he must know that if he loved her, was fate working against him? If that was the case, if fate was playing against him and he was going to beat him, he was at least going to play until the end. He ran quickly to his room. There he dried his tears and put on his best suit. He left his house in the opposite direction to his interview. He was heading towards where Uraraka was. He ran as fast as he could with all the possible feelings in his heart and all kinds of ideas in his head. When he arrived at the place he saw how Uraraka was no longer there but still Bakugo was along with the press headed towards the reporter and started talking. Hello, do you know where Uravity is? Oh god. She responded very excited. You are Izuku Midoriya the artist. Please let me give you an interview. With pleasure, but first tell me where Uraraka is. Oh she left. Bakugo interrupted. What the hell did you want with her, Deku? You don't care about that, Bakugo? Of course I care, she's mine now. No, she is still free. Didn't you see the news? She will be my girlfriend. They fight for the love of a girl, the reporter said. How romantic, and this will attract a lot of ratings, she said while watching the camera focus on both boys. You could not show me, Izuku said. He usually did not agree to appear on television, he was still too shy in that regard. You're completely useless, said Bakugo. That's how you want to stay with Uraraka? She deserves someone better than you? Izuku got upset with Bakugo's words so much that without thinking he had pushed him, making him step back a few centimeters. Is that all, Deku? Midoriya was too afraid. It was the first time he faced Bakugo. He just looked at him with hateful eyes and wanted to kill him. Try again if you're not got. Midoriya let himself be carried away by instincts and proceeded to hit Bakugo in the face with the hardest punch he could. But Bakugo had no damage. In fact, he looked happy. He could hit Midoriya and could claim defense of his image. Would remain intact while he could hit Midoriya once more. Bakugo raised his fist and proceeded to hit Midoriya in the stomach. The blow was so strong that it sent Midoriya flying. Midoriya had taken the wind out of him. Midoriya fell to the ground as he writhed in pain. He was not made for fights. You better not get up. Uraraka would never notice an idiot like you. Bakugo turned around and left the room. The reporter out of respect decided to stop recording and also left. Only Midoriya was left, who was still on the ground trying to breathe. After a few minutes he was able to stand up and leave too. He walked slowly down the streets. He had no direction. The best place he could go would be a bar. He had never been to one in Japan before. Maybe it would be a good idea? Upon entering he was greeted by too many looks from strangers who couldn't help but laugh when they saw to Midoriya. Some made jokes about how he received a beating on live television and others simply looked at him with shame. He decided to ignore them and went straight to the bar. A vodka, he said with a completely sad voice. The bartender took out a bottle and began to pour it into a small glass. Then he tried to put the bottle back but Midoriya interrupted him. Leave the bottle please. Whatever you want, boy. The bartender left, leaving Midoriya alone. After a few minutes, Izuku finished that bottle. After that, Izuku took out a couple of bills. He was conscious enough to know that that bottle would be paid for, even with a nice tip for that bartender. Izuku stood up and left. He walked through the streets with a slight imbalance while he leaned on the walls to avoid falling. He walked a few more blocks to finally enter an alley, decided to lie down there and be able to rest a little. Izuku, without thinking, took out his phone looking to call someone. He succeeded. Hello, sorry for calling. I just need to talk to you. You know, I saw you on television today. You looked appealing in your hero suit. Today I had an important interview. I couldn't attend it. No, that's not important now. Hey, I just wanted to say. I like you, Uraraka. I've liked you since the day I met you. A small cry began to sound from the other side of the phone. You're cruel, Izuku. You had the wrong number. Izuku reacted with some embarrassment. Looking closely at his phone, he saw that the person he had called was nothing more than Nejire. Did you want to talk to Uraraka? I'm sorry, Nejire. Don't worry, but you shouldn't call her in this state. Very few girls would accept a confession that way, unfortunately. I would have been one of them. Nejire hung up the call, leaving Izuku confused on the other side, but he had his own problems. He was sleepy. He fell asleep in that alley for a couple of hours. After a while he woke up, but he was no longer there. He was in a cell. What happened? How did I get here? Oh, you woke up, a guard spoke from the other side. You fell asleep in an alley. We had to bring you here. You can make a call, he said as he handed Izuku his cell phone. Make sure it's important. It will be. Izuku desperately searched among his contacts for Uraraka and called her. Izuku, hello, why did you call? Uraraka no Salgas kon Bakugu. What? She responded somewhat nervously. How do you know that? I saw it on the news, Uraraka. I know that Bakugo is superior to me in every way, but there is something in which he is not superior to me. He doesn't love you as much as I do. Izuku, I'm not going to be a girlfriend, Bakugo. Izuku was embarrassed at that moment. His confession was completely useless. Hey, Uraraka. Forgive me. Can we pretend you never heard that? But if I did, Izuku. She spoke nervously. Maybe I. Do you like me? Yes, that's Uraraka. I like you. Maybe you don't remember, but we didn't meet in the cafeteria where I worked. I met you at the UA admission exam. Izuku, did you take that exam? It was a long time ago, but it was still important to me. That day I almost fell, but you managed to save me using your quirk. Were you that boy? Yes, and I know that it is a bit silly to talk about love at first sight, but from that day on I couldn't stop thinking about you, and meeting you in the cafeteria was a miracle for me. From then on my love for you only grew more. So now you know, Uraraka, I love you like you have no idea. Izuku, I never thought I would be able to hear those words from your mouth. He spoke while letting out a few happy tears. Izuku, I love you too. Do you want to meet? About that. Uraraka. I'm in jail. I'm sorry? You ruined the moment, Izuku. He spoke neutrally, but, he said while recovering his animated voice, I'll come get you in half an hour, he said and then hung up. Your girl is incredible, said that guard while she shed some tears. Yes, he said timidly while raising his thumb nervously. After half an hour Uraraka arrived at that police station, paid Izuku's bail and then was able to leave with him. You will have to give me a lot of explanations, Izuku. Which one do you want me to start with? What? Why now and not before? What? Why did you decide to confess now? What? It may sound selfish on my part, but seeing how Bakugo planned to go out with you awakened a lot of feelings in me, and I couldn't lose you without at least telling you everything I felt for you. Oh, I see. Uraraka spoke happily as she clung to Izuku's arm. But now I will be yours alone, and I will respond to all your feelings. At the end of her sentence she looked at Izuku while letting out a big smile. So Izuku, are we dating? He said timidly. Uraraka, I have no experience in this kind of thing. Do you really want to have me by your side? Izuku, I don't know how to be a girlfriend either, but I would like to discover it with you, but I can't do it if you don't ask me. Well, Izuku blushed slightly as he looked away. Uraraka. Uchakoyu, would you like to be my girlfriend? Yes, she said happily as she shed a few tears. Please take care of me, she spoke while turning to Izuku's face. Izuku, can I? Uraraka, shaking her head at what she was going to say, decided to rephrase her question. Could we be embrace? Forget it, he said as he turned his head while turning red from embarrassment. Izuku, gathering courage, delicately turned Uraraka's face and decided to steal an embrace from her. It was a very clumsy embrace. Uraraka still kept her eyes open because of what Izuku had just done. After a few seconds she let herself go and closing her eyes she decided to hug Izuku. He in response took Uraraka's waist with his arm. After a few seconds the two separated due to lack of air. You are now my girlfriend, and paraphrasing you, we promised to discover all this together, but we can't do it if you don't ask me either. Izuku. I'm glad to be with you. You did a great job bringing Miss Nejire here, said a doctor while reviewing some papers. Her leg has had a complete fracture which is not exposed. We will proceed with the surgery in a few minutes. If you wish, you can stop by to talk to her. Thank you, doctor, said Mirio, who was still in his hero suit. It was around 6 in the morning, almost an hour ago since that attack on Nejire had occurred. Mirio managed to come to her rescue, but now they were in a hospital. Waiting for surgery for his broken leg, Mirio entered the room assigned to Nejire to tell her about it. Hello Nejire, how are you? Much better, they gave me some painkillers. Did the doctor already tell you? Yes, they have to operate. The truth is I'm not scared. Well, I talked to Eri, she is worried about you. She told me that after school she will come to see you, she will immediately heal your leg, but we need to do this surgery so that they don't believe that you used some healing quirk on yourself. With Eri it will be as if you never had the accident in the first place. I'm surprised at how much Eri progressed with her quirk. Nejire, I have to resume my shift soon, but message Tamaki, he will come after your surgery. Thanks for this. You're our friend, you shouldn't be grateful. Well, I have to go. Good luck with the surgery, she said as she left the room. Goodbye Mirio, take care, he said while happily waving his hand to say goodbye. Miss Nejire, said a nurse who entered the room, the operating room is ready, I'll take you. Oh my, okay, I'm ready. Nejire, using her quirk, got out of bed to get into the wheelchair herself. Ready, she exclaimed with a big smile towards the nurse who was worried about Nejire's recent action. But ignoring this, she happily went to the wheelchair to take Nejire. When she arrived at the room, she was greeted by a couple of doctors who wanted to help her get onto the operating table, but Nejire did not allow herself to be helped. And using her quirk she floated back to the table. There a doctor placed a mask on her connected to a gallon which contained anesthesia. Nejire little by little fell asleep until she could no longer see anything. And how are you feeling? Taminki exclaimed outside Nejire's room. She is already stable, you don't have to worry, you can come in whenever you like, but maybe she will wake up drugged from the anesthesia. Are you drugged? Oh, it's nothing serious, but it could be funny. He won't remember anything until the effect wears off. Tamaki. From that point ignored the doctor and decided to enter the room. Nejire? How are you feeling? Izuku-kun. Nejire shouted happily from her bed. I'm not. Tamaki expressed himself timidly until Nejire screamed again. I'm glad you arrived in Izuku. I was worried about not seeing you. Anaki sighed calmly as he went to sit next to Nejire and began to follow her game. You had me worried Nejire, he said with his usual cold tone. Waya, I shouted as I started to cry. Izuku-kun got angry with me. That? No, I'm not upset, I'm glad you're better now. Yeah. My leg is better now, but it's still broken. But don't worry, Eri will repair it, but don't tell anyone. Izuku-kun. Eri can't use her quirk outside of Aizawa's training. What a relief. Izuku-kun, can I tell you something? What do you want to tell me, Nejire? Well, I was worried about not seeing you again and I don't know why, but I feel happier and braver than usual, so I'll just tell you, Izuku-kun, I like you. I know, I like you too, Nejire, said Tamaki with a sad look and an almost dull voice. What a relief, Nejire said with a big smile as she closed her eyes and settled into her bed. I'm going to sleep. Nejire, without finishing speaking, began to sleep. How lucky are you, right? Izuku-kun. Tamaki left the room and proceeded to dial a number from his cell phone. Tamaki? What's happening? Someone answered from the other side of the phone. Nejire needs you, but before that, I need to talk to you alone, Izuku. Tamaki hung up his phone and proceeded to text his location to Izuku. He rushed from his car and began driving to that hospital. He parked his car not far away, far from the entrance, and before he could enter he saw Tamaki. What happened to Nejire? She's fine, Midoriya, but before you see her I need to talk to you about something. What do you think of Nejire? I don't feel good talking to you about this, Izuku. Don't make things more complicated, he said while looking at the ground. What do you think of Nejire? Well, he began to speak timidly while rubbing his head. She's someone important to me, right? I don't know how many times she has saved me and my life couldn't be the same without her, I guess. Why do you ask me? Did you ever think about leaving her? Izuku contest. It's not in my plans, but that maybe I won't have much time that I think. That's what I was afraid of. Tamaki turned around so as not to continue looking at Hey Izuku. Please don't leave Nejire alone. Tamaki, that she is very important to me, but listen, Nejire is in love. And she can be a little intense with her feelings. I don't want her to get hurt. Promise me you'll protect her. Tamaki, I will do the best. For her. Thank you. Is in room 205. You should go see her soon. Tamaki, Nejire is as important to me as she is to you. If she needs me, I will be there for her. You shouldn't worry, okay? He said while giving her a warm smile. Tamaki turned to see Izuku, who was already entering the room. Hospital to find the room. Nejire, my happiness is seeing your smile. It doesn't matter if it's not directed towards me. Nejire? Izuku entered the room that Tamaki had given him timidly. Izuku? What are you doing here? Tamaki called me and said you needed me. What? No. Nejire, is your leg okay? He said while making a small pout of sadness. What happened to you? The same as always, a villain. I underestimated his quirk. I broke some bones, but everything is fine now. Like the usual? How many times does this happen to you? Rarely? Nejire. Izuku spoke angrily. It was the first time he did it with Nejire. Okay, at least twice a week. What? How come I never found out? Well, Eri can rewind my body to a state where it is not broken. There is never anything to worry about. But still, why did you never tell me? Izuku, I'm not as strong as Uraraka or Mirio. I tend to hurt myself a lot. I didn't want to worry you. Since the incident at the bank, I don't like to see your smile turn into a sad face, okay? So, could you smile and say that everything is going to be okay? Nejire, everything is going to be fine. He said as he went to his stretcher and hugged her, placing Nejire's head on his. Do you know why? That because I'm here, and I'll always be there for you, okay? Nejire decided to vent and crying on Izuku's issue. She returned his hug. Izuku calmed her down by caressing her head. After a moment, Nejire decided to separate. Izuku, are you really going to be with me always? Yes, Nejire, I couldn't leave you knowing that you need me. Izuku, I don't want to force you into anything. Why would you want to stay with me? Because you are a very important person for me. Well done. And what differentiates me from Uraraka, Hatume, or Melissa? Nejire. I thought so. Izuku, you are too sweet. You think of others before yourself. But this will end today. Nejire inhaled a big breath of air so she could give a big shout. Izuku, I like you. Okay? And although it is selfish on my part, I do not wish to share. Nejire was interrupted by an embrace from Izuku. This embrace was clumsy but still showed great feeling on his part. I'm sorry for everything it caused, Nejire. I like you too, but I had no idea about your feelings. Sorry. It's okay, he said while showing an appealing smile accompanied by tears of happiness. I promise to be for you and only you, Nejire, he said while hugging her and calming her pain a little. Oh, Maki, thank you for taking care of Nejire while I was gone, Mirio said as he saw how Maki was waiting outside Nejire's room. How is she? Can I come in? You still can't come in. Let's say, is she busy? He responded calmly as he tried to get Mirio away from the room without success. Busy? With what? He exclaimed as he looked out the window to see Izuku and Nejire during a tender embrace. Wow, so they finally did it. Yes, Nejire confessed. To be honest, it was the only way. Izuku is too clumsy. Haha, it's true. And how are you? Happy, obviously she is our friend. Oh really? So you decided to keep your feelings to yourself. Did you know? I'm your best friend, of course I knew it, but I understand you, you're not one of those who express what they feel very well. Listen, somewhere there is a girl so happy that she can spread that happiness to you. Thanks, but I'll be fine as long as I see my friends happy. Izuku woke up heavily the night before he got an important interview to be the director of a large museum in Tokyo. He rubbed his eyes with reluctance and looked at the time. 10. His alarm clock had not rung, a big shock of reality. He caught up with him. He was late for his dream job. What to do at a time like this? Izuku, breakfast. Mei shouted from the kitchen and then remembered that Izuku had gone to an interview and that it was not necessary to call him to breakfast. Shouted Izuku, who ran from his room to the kitchen. Aha, Izuku? I spoke confused after the initial scare. What are you doing here? Didn't you have an interview? I fell asleep. I lost it. Oh, Izuku, yes. Can you do something to solve it? What? If I say you are a scientist, there must be something you can do. Izuku, you are being very unrealistic. What? You know, this interview was very important to me. I just thought that if you could do something. He spoke sadly and then gave Mei a puppy dog look. But well, I guess there is something, but I haven't tried it yet and I don't even know if it will work. Let me be your guinea pig, I'll try it. Okay, but don't blame me if it doesn't work, you'll see. He spoke while directing Izuku to his study looking for some gadgets. I worked on a time machine prototype a few months ago, but I knew it wasn't going to work. Time machine? Yes, it's stupid, right? No, I don't say it's perfect. Can you help me? Yes, well, time machines are not feasible. Because? It can't be difficult, right? Okay, Izuku, I will explain it calmly. To be able to travel to the future, you only have to move very fast. If you traveled at high speeds, after a while you would be a few milliseconds younger. In other words, you would have traveled to the future, but to be able to travel to the past you would have to exceed the speed of light. And this is impossible, since if any particle traveled faster than the speed of light, all the laws of physics would be broken. An infinite mass and a length equal to 0 would be reached, but this only it is true in the theory of special relativity. However, in the theory of general relativity there is talk of a possible trip to the past, but this takes themes from the creation of wormholes, and well, wormholes could only be believed naturally, and they limit the time travel to the point where the wormhole was created. So all time travel movies are wrong. Yes, but still many of them are very good. And I won't be able to make it to my interview. Not quite. What are you talking about? We have talked about a time travel of something physical, something tangible, but according to a hypothesis of mine, I think we could send something intangible to the past, thoughts, feelings, future memories. Hatume, that's incredible, but what happened? Well, I left it before finishing it. Could we do it? Izuku said while holding Hatsume's hands. She blushed slightly at Izuku's actions. Well, we could try it. Hatume spoke as she turned away to prevent Izuku from noticing her blush. He for his part celebrated with a loud shout. How can I help you? Well, I don't know if you can do much for me. You know, you're not that involved in science, but I think that as long as you're by my side everything will be fine. Oh, okay. I won't leave you while you make this invention. Hatume became slightly happy with these words. So with Izuku at her side, Hatume began to return to her time machine prototype. Izuku served to weigh some tools or to holding the flashlight. In addition to all that, Izuku was the one who controlled Hatsume's time, since she can go days without eating or sleeping while working. Izuku was responsible for getting her out of that world. Both of them spent a while. In a gratifying time between the two, Izuku managed to make Hatume laugh on more than one occasion to be able to relax her from the stress of the invention. Hatume realized that the jokes were not what made her happy, it was the person who told them that truly made her happy. It made her happy. It was around 2 in the morning. The two of them had already worked more than 14 hours in a row. Izuku decided to take a big break and also forced Hatume to sleep. Although she felt happy that Izuku was helping her, the caretaker decided to wait a moment for him to fall asleep so he could work longer. Another 3 hours passed. Izuku woke up and found Hatume working. He understood what had happened, so he went to the kitchen for a large cup of coffee. He returned and gave it to her. He handed over Hatume. She took it with pleasure and then continued working. Izuku did not leave her side the entire time he continued working. After a few more hours, Hatume, with a stained face and eyes of exhaustion, raised happily a helmet with a couple of tubes and several cables connected to it. I did it, Hatume shouted, slightly scaring Izuku. Hatume, you are incredible, thank you, Izuku shouted as he went to hug Hatume. Heh. Well, I couldn't have done it without you, he said while reciprocating the hug. Then let's try it. Okay, Izuku, Hatume spoke with a low voice. How does it work? Well, I use a strong battery with which I can use cosmic strings. With these I modify the fabric of space to transmit information, more specifically yours, to a past you. This information will be assimilated and corresponded by you. It will be as if you had just remembered something, Although in fact this has never happened, I don't know how well your past took it. You could present anything from a mild headache to a chronic fainting. Oh dear. Yes, well, the past will be fine. What worries me is the present, you see. Izuku, this machine could melt your brain. What? It's only a 20% probability, but a probability after all. Are you still sure about this? Hatume, I believe in you. And I am with you 100%. Okay. Then let's do this. Hatume began to put the helmet on Izuku, who for his part was calm while Hatume finished the last preparations. Well, Izuku, this is it. There is no exact time when you can receive the information, but they will be between yesterday morning, before your interview, or before yesterday, giving you a whole day to solve the interview problem. I'm ready, Hatume. Izuku, that I have to do something first that in case this doesn't work. What the? Izuku was interrupted by Hatume. She grabbed him by his shirt and pulled him towards her. She stole an embrace from him. Izuku remained dumbfounded without separating from the embrace after a few seconds. Hatume separated. I'm sorry, I had to do it. Goodbye, Izuku. Wait, Hatume, what does this mean? Hatume pressed the button to start the invention. Izuku did not have time to stop it. Izuku, before losing consciousness, could see Hatume, who was crying with her face completely red from embarrassment. Izuku's mind was spinning. He did not know that something uncontrollable was happening. Pain began to surge from his brain until he fainted and could only see absolute black hot hats. Hatume. Izuku shouted excitedly, "Where am I?" Izuku walked around him. He noticed that he was in his room. He looked at his watch. 6:18. He did it. I did it. He still had a little more than an hour before his interview. He got up in a hurry and ran to his bathroom and began to shower quickly. When he left, he dressed in one of his suits, grabbed his car keys and started to walk out the door. Or I almost forgot. May, wake up. Izuku shouted as he ran to her room. Izuku? Hatume spoke tiredly as she left her room. What's going on? Today was my day off. Izuku took Hatume by her waist and pulled her towards him. He stole an embrace from her. You're incredible, Izuku spoke, separating himself from her. Besides, you owed me this for the embrace you stole from me. Boo. Boo. But what does this mean? She exclaimed, slightly surprised but above all happy. I'll explain everything to you when I get back, he said as he began to run towards his door to leave. In the meantime, just keep in mind that I love you, he exclaimed as he left the apartment. Hatume, blushing, watched as Izuku left. Izuku arrived a little before his interview began. He had enough time to fix his hair, which had become disheveled due to running so much. When they called him, he had an outstanding interview, showing incredible happiness and optimism, which reached the executives. It was a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Midoriya. I would appreciate it if you waited an hour for our final decision, exclaimed a woman in a suit while her two companions nodded their heads. The pleasure was mine, he said as he began to leave. He went to his car with the intention of going to his apartment, but he got stuck in traffic. It would take a little less than an hour to get there. While he was driving, he received an email from the board of directors. After discussing it, had agreed that Izuku would be the new director. In this email they agreed on his schedule, availability and other various details. Izuku was happy. His interview was a great success. Now came the part. Difficult. Izuku arrived at his apartment. It was time to talk to Hatume. Hatume is here, Izuku said somewhat slowly. Izuku, how was it? He responded as he left the kitchen. Well, it went well. I got the job. I'm glad. You deserved it. Yes, well, Hatume, can we talk? What do you want to talk about? From our embrace. Well, then can I ask why you did it? I'll listen. Maybe it sounds strange, but Hatume, you managed to travel in time. What? Okay, you explained to me that it wasn't time travel as such. I'm not really sure what you did, but you used some cosmic strings and the fabric of space to send my thoughts from the future to the past. Oh wow, I'm amazing. But why did I do that? I had lost my interview, and you helped me. You sent my memories that I would be late for the interview to the past so I could prevent it. But that doesn't explain the embrace. Oh well, you see, your device had a chance of melting my brain, and you stole an embrace from me in case something bad happened, but you hadn't given me time to respond to your embrace, and well, I decided that now I would be the one who would steal an embrace from you. Izuku, the embrace I gave you, what did that embrace mean to you? The truth is, I don't know. It was something very unexpected. I didn't expect it. It made me think about many things. If you had given me some time to answer you, maybe then I would know what to tell you. Hatume slowly approached Izuku, and standing on tiptoe gave Izuku a sweet embrace. Well, now I'll give you the time. What do you want to answer me? Hatume, I would have liked to be able to tell you that with you, I didn't need that job, that I could be happy just by having you by my side. Well, now you have work in me. I'm glad to be by your side again, Izuku said as he approached Hatume to hug her. Watashi Kita. Watashi Kita. An all-might alarm sounded loudly. Izuku with his eyes half open saw the time on his all-might watch. It's well, if I hurry up while eating it could take another 5 minutes. Izuku calmly pressed a button to extend his nap for about 5 more minutes. Or so I thought. Watashi Kita. Once again Izuku's all-might clock marked the time to wake up. He opened his eyes heavily and, once he saw the time, he stood up scared from the bed. Why is it 6:48? He shouted as he ran to his bathroom. He took a quick bath while washing his mouth. When he came out he began to quickly get dressed and, holding up a piece of toast, he began to leave his apartment. While he finished putting on his jacket, with his shoes in his hands he got to his car. He went out onto the road towards his interview. At a red traffic light he managed to put on his shoes, and at another of these lights he managed to comb his hair. Disheveled hair, he continued driving while keeping an eye on the time. It was around 7:30. Considering that the interview was at 7:45 he was on time. It would take no more than 10 minutes to arrive. This time passed quickly and Izuku was already outside the Japan Fine Arts building where his interview would take place. He entered calmly and was guided to the director's office for his interview. "Oh, Mr. Izuku, how happy to see you," exclaimed a man over 60 years old. He was wearing a very elegant suit along with a cane which helped him walk. Next to him there were 2 people, a woman no older than 30 who was writing down everything that was being said, and the other was a man around 40 with a bushy mustache. He just looked at everything. "Good morning, gentlemen, miss," Izuku said somewhat calmly. "Ready for the interview?" exclaimed the 60-year-old man. "The truth is, yes, this job excites me. And he is not the only one. Well, I already saw a little of his resume. He came out of a great art school, and from very early on his works were pleasantly received. Well, this is something that everyone knows. But listen, boy, I don't know if you are made for this job. The Tokyo Museum is a difficult place to care for. Well, you see, I think what matters is my performance, right? Would you give me that opportunity? And we'll call you boy. Do well," said that man as he extended his hand towards Izuku's. He received it, and after that farewell he left the office, arriving at his car where he only sat down to meditate. Several things. Suddenly his phone started ringing. It was Tamaki, of course. Izuku didn't know what he was calling him for. It would surely be another outing with Mirio and Nejire, but he wasn't in the condition to go out. He hung up that call. About 2 hours passed since that, and Izuku's phone rang again. It was the number of the man from the interview. Izuku excitedly answered quickly. "Hello, this is Izuku Midoriya." "Oh, good Izuku. After talking with the board of directors we saw that you really couldn't get the position. Someone with more experience has obtained it." "Oh, did I see? Thanks for telling me." Wait, don't be disappointed. You see, in the United States they are also looking for a director for their museum in New York. Only this candidacy is being something global, so to speak. Some countries are sending a representative. You see, boy, you are young. That's what the Americans like you. You have great possibilities to be the director. But well, it is a difficult decision. But we need you to respond as quickly as possible. The interview is in 3 days, but there is a first-class flight that leaves tomorrow. This flight, our cultural government will cover it, so what do you say? "Sir, it is something too important. It is in the United States. We know it is difficult. I need your quick response." "I accept it. I knew I could count on you. The truth is I would have loved to give you the position of director here in Tokyo, but my other colleagues did not accept. I expect great things from you, boy." "Oh dear, thank you really." "You're welcome, boy." That man hung up, leaving Izuku with a big problem. How am I going to tell the girls? He tormented himself thinking about that. I can just not tell them. Well, it will be bad enough that they find out that I didn't get this job, most likely. The thing is that when I went to the interview in America I didn't get the director's position either, and if I get the job I guess I can tell you there. But first, To pack for the United States, Izuku returned to his house and packing a couple of things he decided to lie to Mei about his absence of a few days. He only explained that he was leaving Tokyo for Kyoto to get inspiration from those rural areas. He gave the same excuse on the phone to both Nejire and Uraraka, who sounded sadder about his little trip to Kyoto. It would be Nejire, but she would never know the reason. On the other hand, now she had to call her last friend, Melissa. She was packing her own bags when her phone rang. Ah, Melissa shouted slightly since she was not expecting her phone to ring. She saw that the caller was Izuku. She took a deep breath and decided to hang up on him. "I'm sorry, Izuku. If I talked to you, I wouldn't be able to do this," she exclaimed sadly as she turned off the phone. His cell phone and finished packing his suitcases. The night passed. Both Izuku and Melissa woke up to finish their preparations for their flight to the United States. Izuku was old school, so to speak. He was not good at traveling and preferred to do his check-in and other things in person, so he left 3 hours early. On the other hand, Melissa was already a frequent traveler and knew how everything worked. She did her check-in virtually. She also registered her bags online to only do her weighing at the airline. She would leave an hour in advance, enough time to board her flight directly. Izuku already just did everything regarding her flight, and now she was relaxing in the first-class waiting room. She had almost half an hour to rest, while Izuku rested. Melissa did the few procedures that were mandatory to be carried out in person, and when she finished them, she went to her own waiting room. She had also bought a first-class flight. Upon entering, she saw a greenish figure. It was a fountain of gummy bears. It was full of green bears for some reason. Melissa just sighed and picked up a couple of snacks for his flight, keeping them in his bag. It was getting late and he had to board, so he went to his respective door, leaving that room. Izuku left the bathroom in the waiting room in a hurry. An unexpected event had made him stay a little longer than time in the bathroom, but he took all his things and ran to his boarding gate. He got on his plane and saw his seat. Next to it there was another place, which was already occupied since someone had already left their backpack there. Izuku decided to ignore this and sat down. Next to him there was a control panel for his place. It was the first time he had seen one, so he decided to press all the buttons. He made his seat become a bed and vice versa. He turned on his small TV and changed the temperature of his seat, also without knowing very well how a small wall rose between his seat and the seat next to him. For him this was something much better. It would no longer bother his neighbor in the seat. Izuku leaned back and began to read a book. Melissa came out of the plane's bathroom. She went to her place where she had left her backpack before, giving herself a little surprise that the person who sat next to her had raised a little wall that divided both seats. She thought he just wanted privacy, so he didn't say anything. The flight began, and both, being side by side, felt alone. About half an hour had passed since the flight. There were still a few more hours left. Izuku was asleep while Melissa was lying down watching a movie on her personal TV. "Miss, we're going to serve lunch," an Aromosa exclaimed to Melissa. "We need you to return your seat to normal." "Yes, of course," said Melissa. She pressed a button on her console, waiting for her seat to return to normal, but what it did was make that separation wall go down. "Oh no 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 no," she lamented to herself as she watched how the wall was going down. She didn't want to disturb the one on the other side. Melissa started to press the button frantically, but nothing worked. The little wall kept going down, and the way it went down was not necessarily silent. The noise generated had woken them up. To Izuku, and once the wall was completely lowered, Izuku turned tiredly to see his neighbor. "Do you need anything, sir?" Izuku stopped talking when he saw who it was. "Izuku," Melissa said with her eyes threatening to shed tears. "Melissa? What are you doing here?" No, my name is Carla Santana," she said as she ran towards the plane bathroom, leaving Izuku very confused, but after a few seconds he went towards the plane bathroom. "Melissa?" he spoke while knocking on the bathroom door. "Are you there?" "No, I'm not. But Melissa, I don't know why you're on this flight, but I promise that if you leave I won't ask you anything. There are also people waiting for the bathroom." "It's okay, I'll come out." Melissa opened the door and came out with her face looking towards the ground, and grabbing Izuku's arm she went back to her place. "Why are you here?" It's a complicated story," said Izuku, rubbing his head. "Well, yesterday I had an interview for the director of the Tokyo Museum, but I didn't get the job." "I'm sorry to hear that." Well, after a few hours of that, one of the interviewers called me telling me that there was another interview in the United States and that he had recommended me. He gave me this flight in first class and I will go to the interview tomorrow. But Izuku, what about the others? They don't know. That? Because? I don't know. I didn't want to tell them anything until I had job security. I didn't want them to find out that I failed twice. I understand you on that, but what if you get the job? I hope not. I couldn't tell them. I wouldn't know what to do. I wouldn't want to be alone. Not again. Izuku. If you get the job, you won't be alone. What? The reason I am traveling to the United States is to run my company at the New York headquarters. What? Are you going to move back to the United States? Why didn't you tell me? I knew that if I told you, I wouldn't be able to leave. I just didn't want to say goodbye. Melissa. Izuku wanted to add something else, but Melissa interrupted him. Listen, if they give you the job, you won't be alone, but from the depths of my being. Izuku Midoriya, I hope they don't give you the job. You have to go back to Japan? There are more important people there than here in the United States. The flight continued. Both Melissa and Izuku regained their usual spirits and were a little happier. They landed. It took them a few minutes to get off the plane. Izuku and Melissa shared a taxi. He had stayed in a nearby hotel just to spend the night for tomorrow. She went to a new house bought for her comfort in the big city. They only said one last thing to each other. I hope the interview goes badly for you, Melissa said with an appealing smile. Melissa. I'll get the job, Izuku exclaimed, sure of himself as he got out of the taxi towards his hotel. Day arrived. It dawned for both of them. Izuku in his hotel room ate a sandwich brought from the hotel buffet. Melissa ate fresh pancakes made by a new chef hired for her. After finishing breakfast, the two showered and changed. Izuku left from her hotel taking a taxi to her interview. Melissa left her house getting into a car which was sent by her managers to pick her up and take her to work. Sir Midoriya? Right? Yes, I am. Okay, listen, Sir Midoriya, you are not qualified for the job. Sorry. Midoriya's gaze began to fade while he heard that, and then he stood up abruptly and shook the interviewer's hand. Really? Thanks for everything, he said while smiling and shaking the interviewer's hand and then leaving. Izuku sent a message to Melissa. It said, I'll see you at 7 at the museum where we met. When this message reached Melissa, she was very happy, and as the message said, the two met at that museum. Melissa, Izuku said somewhat happily when he saw Melissa sitting at the entrance as he entered the museum. Did you wait too long? He said as he sat next to her. No, I also just arrived and well, how was it? Because of your smile I think you got the job, right? They didn't give it to me. Those words shocked Melissa a little. Oh really? When I told you that I didn't want you to get it, that wasn't my intention. Don't worry about that. The truth is I didn't even want the job. I see. Well then you can go back to Japan. That's good, he said with a broken voice. I really hope that it goes well for you. Melissa. It was stupid to wait for you to stay alone for a possible job, he said while some tears began to come out. Melissa. Don't worry about me. Do you need help with the flight? I'll get someone to. Melissa, he shouted as he turned to Melissa to make her look at him. I'm not going to leave. What? But you have a whole life in Japan. It would be stupid not to leave. Melissa, I don't plan to leave because if I leave I would be leaving alone one of the people who matter most to me. But the others? Well, it also hurts me to leave them, but they won't be alone. They don't need me. And why do you think I need you? The fact that you didn't say goodbye to me in Japan, not even a message, because if you did, you wouldn't be able to leave. That doesn't mean anything. But now for me, yes, Melissa. How can you ask me to say goodbye to you when you weren't able to do it? It's just that it's that. Melissa, please be honest with me. Do you really want me to leave? No, please no, he shouted while clinging to Izuku in a tight hug. It's okay. I won't leave you. I promise. After a long time. Hey, updated a guy. The fight. We're here, exclaimed Izuku who was parking his car. He turned to see Hatume. She had recently gotten her job as president of the company that Melissa commissioned her to do, but most importantly, they had recently started dating. Izuku was taking her to the he works almost every day and then goes to work as director of the Tokyo Museum. I'm still upset, Hatume exclaimed as she got out of the car, pouting. Izuku was shocked by what he said about his new girlfriend. If there is any god up there. Please help me. A slight anxiety was beginning to arise within Izuku. It was the first couple fight he had with Hatume and the first couple fight in general that he had ever had, the worst of all. What the hell did I do to make him upset? Izuku was trying to remember what happened on this last day. Hatume was living with him, but they still slept in different rooms, they still couldn't get NTMT that way. Now what happened last night might be the real problem. Izuku picked up some sushi that he had ordered recently. He went with Hatume to eat it in her living room while watching a romantic movie. Hatume had chosen it. Something strange since most of the time they ended up watching some documentary about inventions. Are you hungry? Izuku spoke as he sat next to Hatume. Oh great, what is it? I ordered sushi. How is the movie going? Oh well, not much. It seems that they have finally realized that they like each other. But it was too obvious. I know, right? I will never understand these movies. So why did you choose it? A subtle blush arose on Mei, who only snuggled up next to Izuku to prevent him from seeing her directly in the face. About 20 minutes passed and the movie ended. Hatume was still resting on Izuku's knee. She seemed to be asleep. Izuku tried to wake her up without success. With no other option, he decided to carry her. Hatume was only wearing a white sleeveless shirt and small shorts. This outfit made Izuku too uncomfortable, much more so now. He was carrying her and he could feel too much of her bare skin. Izuku, with his best efforts to keep his mind clear, took Hatume to her room and laid her on her bed and then covered her with a blanket. Izuku stayed in front of her for several minutes. And before leaving there, he was able to give Hatume an embrace on her forehead followed by a delicate caress on her cheek. Izuku left that room, but after this Hatume opened her eyes, which were slightly tearful. You're an idiot, he exclaimed while throwing little tantrums in his bed. Sometimes I just wish you were more determined. He returned to Izuku, who was still in his car and had already repeated everything that happened the night before several times. But what the hell did I do to deserve this? He lamented while shaking his head. This is not for me. Someone must know more about this. Izuku looked at his cell phone. He had few contacts, but they were all trustworthy, so he started calling some of them, starting with Mirio. Izuku complained through his cell phone. Oh Izuku friend, what happened? I need your help. Hatume got upset with me. So soon? Geez man, now I have to pay Tamaki again. Wait again? Have you been betting with me? No. Izuku, don't change the subject. Explain to me what happened. Izuku proceeded to tell everything that happened last night and what happened with Hatume. When he finished, he asked for her advice. Oh I see. If I'm really not good at these topics, I didn't see that you've done anything wrong. But now? Well, excuse me, it always works. Oh really? Yes, of course. Warning usually doesn't work. Thank you, Mirio. Izuku hung up his call and proceeded to call someone else, perhaps someone more experienced on the subject. Hello, Nejire. Izuku, what a pleasant surprise. What do you need? Nejire, Hatume got upset with me. Is it serious? Tamaki, how can you always get it right? What? Nothing, Izuku, come on, tell me what happened. Oh well, you see. Izuku told the whole story and asked Nejire for advice. Izuku, you're really an idiot, but I guess you were never good at understanding a woman's heart. But me, I never expected him to make such a risky move. What? Listen Izuku, I can't help you, you need to understand this on your own. Pero Nejire. But nothing, start empathizing more with those around you. Izuku. Nejire hung up at that moment, confusing Izuku more. Maybe one last call could help me. Izuku dialed on his cell phone. Who would it be now? Hello Midoriya, what do you need? Todoroki, help me. Sure, what happened? You see. Izuku told the whole story and asked for his advice. Oh I see. I feel like that has already happened to me with Yaoyorozu. What? Seriously? Well, maybe something similar. You see, a few weeks ago we were walking at night until she started blowing on her hands trying to warm them up and then said, "It's cold, right?" At that moment, she didn't know what she wanted to say to me and I naturally gave her some gloves. What she seemed upset with this. After a few days she explained to me that she wanted me to hold her hand. Oh I see, it's something obvious when you look at it from that point. Yes, maybe something similar happens with Hatume, but I don't know her well so I have no idea what she wanted. I think I know what I wanted. Thank you Todoroki. Izuku went in his car to a shopping center. He already knew what to buy to cheer up Hatume, he just needed to return to his apartment to prepare everything. Several hours passed until Hatume could return to the apartment at the same time. A big surprise arrived. A small sushi dinner was in the dining room along with a bottle of sake. Hatume, said Izuku, who was leaving the dining room, it's good that you're back. You see, I was thinking about this morning to know what I could have done wrong, so I prepared this. Izuku proudly pointed to that sushi dinner. Oh, also look. Izuku took out a DVD of the origin of the support factories. I thought we could watch this today. After all, yesterday you fell asleep watching the other movie, that's why I chose this one that suits you more. Haha, Izuku, why did you do this? Hatume spoke between laughs. Well, I just thought you were upset about yesterday and I wanted to make it better today. No, well yes I was a little upset, but I think you were wrong about what made me angry. Oh really? But Demon, I had thought too much about this. Izuku, you don't have to worry about me getting angry anymore, I think this makes up for it anyway. But Izuku wanted to add something else, but Hatume didn't allow it since she stole an embrace from him, causing a big blush in both of them. I think I like you just the way you are, you're more fun this way. Hatume smiled as she hugged Izuku to embrace him again. An obvious revelation. Izuku was watching television lying on the couch until the sound of the door knocking interrupted him. It wasn't exactly any door sound, it was an almost unique rhythm. Izuku stopped watching TV to stand up and walk towards the door. Did I know who it was, or well, the truth is that there was only one person who played that way. Blumless. All Might? You were Izuku, right? Yes. Oh well, what are you doing at Melissa's house? He invited me to come to his house, right? And well, she came out recently and said to wait. Oh I see, can I come in? Of course, go ahead. Both All Might and Izuku sat in the room, but a strange awkward silence had generated between the two. So Izuku, are you Melissa's boyfriend? All Might spoke without any emotion. Boyfriend? Wait, me and Melissa. What are we? Izuku thought. You don't have to answer if it bothers you. All Might tried to continue the conversation, but Izuku was still immersed in his thoughts. A small mental discussion was happening in Izuku's head. Let's analyze the facts. Our current Izuku A, began to speak. I arrived 2 weeks ago from Tokyo. I told her that I couldn't leave her alone, but from then on, nothing happened. Well, I don't think there was ever time for that. Idiot, of course there was time, refuted an Izuku with slightly darker hair. Wait, I agree with Izuku, exclaimed an Izuku with tired eyes. Izuku, see, when was there time for us to be boyfriends? Oh, I can't believe they're part of me, Izuku exclaimed. I'll explain it a little slowly so you understand. We decided to put aside our life in Tokyo to stay here with Melissa. If we had gotten a job here we could have used our stay for work, but it wasn't like that, we stayed for her. Yes, but it's something that friends would do, right? Izuku exclaimed, somewhat blushing. And then she let me live in her house. True, we both have jobs that take up a large part of the day. But we are always alone at night, we always have dinner with her, and we always end up watching a movie together in the living. I feel happy when we do all that. Maybe he's in love? Enough, one last, Izuku exclaimed. This one had the appearance of Izuku when he was 4 years old. You don't realize what's important. All Might is with us. Izuku as a child hit a small judge's hammer, which woke up Izuku from the trance he was in. I want to be Melissa's boyfriend, Izuku exclaimed, leaving All Might with a smile that a father would make when watching his children grow up. You have my blessing, boy. I think I shouldn't bother you. All Might got up from the room and proceeded to leave. Just tell Melissa that I'm in town. Come visit me when you can. A couple of lovebirds, he said as he closed the exit door. A couple of hours passed and finally Melissa appeared. Izuku recognized her when he heard her classic sound of knocking on the door, although now he knew where she had gotten it from. Hello, Izuku, Melissa exclaimed happily and then jumped towards him, giving him a hug. Melissa, hi, he said while receiving the hug. You took a little longer than usual. Sorry, I had some paperwork, but I was able to finish it. Did anything interesting happen to you? Well, a few hours ago All Might came. Me, Tio Tashinori. Yes. Well, I let it go and he told me that we should go visit him when we can. Oh, that's great. Do you want to go tomorrow? Oh well, it's an incredible idea. Tomorrow will be fine. Hey Melissa, have you eaten yet? No, you know that I always eat here. You know, so we can eat together. A slight blush formed on Izuku's face at Melissa's words. If it's true. What did you order to eat? Well, today I decided to cook on my own. Great, shall we eat? Yes, but. Izuku, somewhat nervously, took out a small handkerchief. Could you cover your eyes? What? Well, it's kind of embarrassing, so. I was thinking about covering your eyes until you get the surprise. A slight blush was present on Melissa's face. Okay. I'll do it. Melissa took the handkerchief and covered her eyes with it. So. Melissa let out a small scream while she was already talking. Without warning, Izuku began to gently push her from her back. Izuku took her to his dining room, and once there Izuku took the handkerchief off her face. Melissa opened her eyes and could see 2 plates of food on the table accompanied by 2 wine glasses and a couple of candles, which were the only source of light there. Hey Melissa, I'm sorry to surprise you like this, but I've been wondering about our relationship. Being with you these 2 weeks was something intense for me, and it made me realize several things. And well. Yes, he said as a big smile began to form on his face. Hey Melissa, I haven't finished saying it yet. Melissa, would you like to be my girlfriend? Yes, I want, she said, starting to cry, being hugged by Izuku shortly after this. Thank you for staying with me, she said, raising her gaze to Izuku's and joining their lips together. Memories. Ochako, are you sure I should go? Come on. Izuku, it's my best friend's wedding. It's obvious that I need you to come, plus you already know Mina and you like her, and her boyfriend Kirishima is an incredible guy. You're going to like her. I'm not saying that I don't like Mina or that I can't be friends with Kirishima, but the rest of your old class will be there, and I think that without counting your friends and Todoroki, the rest don't like me. Oh come on, everyone is good, and it's a good opportunity for you to meet all my friends. Okay, this isn't going anywhere, so I'll say it. Bakugo will be Kirishima's godfather, and I think it's something very obvious that he won't want to see me. Seriously, how long do you spend wishing each other for death? Well, I was almost 5 when he stopped being my friend and became my bully, so I would say about 20 years. Yes, 20 years, of which I spent 9 without almost meeting him, well until you stole me from their hands. Are you going to put it like that? I just didn't want to stay without telling you what I felt. You weren't even dating him yet. I know. Although it may not seem like it, I am grateful to Bakugo for confessing to me 4 years ago. If it hadn't been like that, I wouldn't be able to be dating you. Well, my point is that we are both fine without seeing each other, and I think we should stay that way. Honey, I don't want to force you into anything, but I would feel very alone if you don't go with me, she said as she approached Izuku and hugged him while looking into his eyes with puppy dog eyes. Okay, I'll go. Great, he said to quickly release the hug. I hope nothing bad happens. Hey, it's his best friend's wedding. I don't think he'll make a fuss over something from 4 years ago. The wedding passed normally except for Bakugo who, from the altar in his position as best man, kept glaring at Izuku with hate. No one noticed that except Izuku, since everyone else present was paying attention to the wedding and not to the godfathers. Oh, I'm so dead, Izuku whispered as he tried to avoid Bakugo's gaze. The wedding was ending and they went to the living room for dinner and dancing. Uraraka! Mina shouted from one side of the room to go as fast as her dress would allow her. I'm glad to see you, she said when she arrived with her and gave her a big hug. Oh Izuku, you came too, what a joy. Come, I have to introduce you to Kirishima. He's with his godparents, he said as he pulled Izuku by his wrist. That? No, please, with the godparents. No, Izuku complained, trying to get away from Mina's grip, but it was too late. Mina with her superior strength pulled Izuku to the godparents. Kirishima, honey, Mina said happily, I want to introduce you to Izuku, Uraraka's boyfriend. These words not only caught Kirishima's attention but also made his godfathers, Bakugo and Kaminari, turn around. Izuku! Kirishima shouted as he extended his arms to give him a hug. I can't believe it took us so long to meet you. Uraraka had you hidden very well for some reason. Oh well, let me introduce you to my godparents. The blonde boy is Kaminari, and the ash blonde is Bakugo. We already know each other, Bakugo exclaimed. Kirishima and Kaminari were slightly surprised, but after joining some threads they realized the whole situation. Why did you come, Deku? These words scared Izuku, who seemed about to faint. Wow, calm down both of you, Kirishima said as he stood between the two boys. Listen, it's my wedding, I don't want any problems, okay? Bakugo snorted a little and then left, followed by Kaminari who tried to calm him down. Forgive him, I guess you already know how it is. Yes, I know. Listen, Izuku, I don't doubt that you are a great person, and surely Uraraka must have her reasons for choosing you, but in the years that I have known Bakugo he has proven to be a great man. Can you try to solve his problems today? Listen, Mina told me the story you had with Bakugo. The truth is I didn't think that Bakugo would do that kind of thing when he was just a child, but he has changed. Could you try to get along better with him? I don't know, I think. I simply can't forgive him anymore, and it doesn't help that after so long he hasn't apologized to me. I can't see Bakugo as a hero. But I didn't think. I thought they could get along better, I'm sorry. It's okay, in the end, no one is made to forgive everyone. I respect you, Izuku, enjoy the party, I'll go watch Bakugo so he doesn't destroy any tables. It was a pleasure to meet you. Izuku left there with a slight pang in his stomach. He was clearly uncomfortable. He left the party, knelt on the floor and trying to calm down, he immersed himself in his thoughts which consumed him little by little. Until a pleasant voice took him out of there. Izuku, are you okay? Said Uraraka, who worriedly tried to lift Izuku up, but he stood up on his own and went straight to give her a hug. Ocheko.yo.no pewed. It's okay, you don't have to worry. Uraraka calmly calmed Izuku with soft pats. Uraraka, I don't deserve you. But now what do you say? I'm pathetic, I'm 25 years old and I still can't deal with Bakugo. I don't see the problem, you know, I think that many men couldn't beat him. Yes, but I'm sure that any of them would still be better than me. You could date any of them, I bet you would be much happier. Of course not, Izuku, only you can make me as happy as I am now, no one else could do it. Uraraka. I couldn't be happy with anyone else, Izuku, she exclaimed sweetly to hug him even tighter. Do you want us to go? You deserve to enjoy the party, but just stay with me. Please. Sweet secret. Izuku was in a cafeteria having some tea. It was his lunchtime. The cafeteria he was in was the closest to his work, but it was very centralized, so there was a lot of noise. A perfect noise that hid the sound of who approached him from behind. Izuku-kun, shouted a cheerful girl with blue eyes as she hugged his back. Nejire? Izuku exclaimed somewhat nervously since, thanks to Nejire's hug, his head was in the middle of what he would describe as two large, soft marshmallows. Happy to see me? Nejire, what are you doing here? Oh, you see, I was just patrolling and I saw you through the window and I said why not come in and say hello to my boyfriend? Patrolling? Izuku turned curiously to see Nejire. She was wearing her hero costume which he still considered to be very tight from the first time he saw it. Nejire, I don't think you should greet me with your heroine costume, you know? Yes, I know, it's a secret, but for how much longer? We have only been dating for a couple of days. First we have to tell our friends, maybe then allow some kind of photos and let the people on the internet do their thing. After all, they have always been suspicious of the two of us. It's true. Nejire linked her hand with Izuku's as she leaned on the table. I never thought this day would come when I can say you're mine. Honestly, I'm so happy to be able to say the same. Oh, it's true, saying hello to you wasn't the only reason I came here. Look, Nejire held out a flyer. A festival was going to be held tonight. We could go together and call some friends. Oh, it's true, today was the festival. Todoroki had mentioned it to me. He planned to go with Yaoyorozu. We could go too. Great. Then tonight I'll see you at the entrance to the festival, Nejire said happily as she left the cafeteria. For his part, Izuku sighed happily to finish his tea. He had to get back to work soon. The hours passed, and soon the night had arrived. Izuku arrived at the festival with a quite elegant outfit. He stayed at the entrance looking for Nejire. When he decided to call her on the phone from behind him, some hands covered his eyes. Guess who I am? A female voice exclaimed sweetly. Nejire, Izuku spoke confidently so that his eyes would stop being covered by those hands. When he turned around he could see Nejire, who was wearing an appealing yukata of bright blue with floral decorations. How do I look? Nejire said timidly and then took a small turn. Yes, you look appealing. Nejire quickly covered her face out of embarrassment. Although she was the one who tried to make Izuku blush, It was she who received the critical damage. Enough Izuku, stop saying things like that, Nejire spoke, still blushing. Come on, let's go to the festival, she exclaimed, recovering her classic joy. The couple toured the festival, passing through different stalls. They always stopped at the food stalls because Nejire craved some candy which he shared with Izuku, and in those game stands they had some varied results. Any game of luck always won Izuku. On the other hand, Nejire, he stood out in all the games of skill. In the end they ended up with a large number of stuffed animals. Nejire agreed with Izuku that they would give most of them away except for a small green rabbit. For the moment their date looked very good. They spent several hours having fun until the announcement. The couple was distracted by the start of the fireworks. The fireworks are about to start. Do you want to go watch? Of course, let's go. Nejire wanted to follow the crowd which was going towards the viewpoint, but Izuku did not allow it. He took Nejire's hand and led her along a different path. Hey Izuku, where are we going? You see, there is a better view here, Izuku said as he took Nejire through the forest which was next to the festival. After crossing some trees they arrived at an open field with a view of the entire city and an even better view of the festival. There the couple decided to sit, and soon the fireworks began. Large lights of all colors adorned the night sky of Japan. This mattered little to our couple, both had their views lost in each other's gaze. When the sound of a large firework covered the area, the couple had joined their lips. At the end of the show the couple returned to the festival. What they did not expect was to meet some people. Nejire, Izuku? Exclaimed Mirio, who was accompanied by Tamaki and two other girls who seemed to be their dates. What were they doing in the forest? Mirio? Both boys exclaimed, scared. You see. Did we just watch the fireworks? Come on, Mirio, stop bothering them, Tamaki exclaimed to start taking Mirio out of there. After all, it's their first date as a couple, he exclaimed at the end. This phrase was said with the clear objective of bothering them too. Wait, Tamakai, Izuku and Nejire spoke again. Did you already know that? Tamaki ignored the couple's complaints and continued on his way. For his part, Izuku and Nejire were too embarrassed. Their sweet secret was not so secret after all. It's just the altar. In a large room there was a group of 5 girls and a little girl. All of them were doing something except for one who just sat there trying not to wrinkle her white dress. Uraraka, could you look a little higher? I can't adjust your makeup properly, spoke a girl with pink skin, who was wearing a appealing purple dress. Yes, sorry Ishido, Uraraka said looking up. She was only sitting surrounded by her friends and some mirrors. Uraraka, the pink headband or the blue headband, exclaimed a girl with short hair with headphone jacks in her ears. She was wearing a purple dress but with a wilder design. The blue jar. Hey Uraraka, stop moving so much, it's difficult to arrange your hair like that, spoke an invisible girl. In the same way she was also wearing another purple dress. No, none of these bouquets are the right one for Uraraka, exclaimed a girl with long black hair. I guess I'll have to create it myself. Little girl who was a little over 7 years old entered the room from the patio. Mommy, the girl exclaimed happily as she approached Uraraka. Look, the girl took out a small white flower which she had brought from the garden. Oh Shuko, it's appealing, Uraraka exclaimed to pick up the small flower that her daughter had given her. I think I know where I could go, Jiro spoke as. He grabbed the flower and then removed Uraraka's blue headband and replaced it with the flower, achieving a perfect image. Yes, that undeniably looks much better, exclaimed all of Uraraka's friends while little Shuko's eyes lit up when she saw her mother with the flower she had chosen for her. I'm ready, Uraraka spoke as she looked in the mirrors. You look very appealing, Mommy, little Shuko said while she jumped around. Truly, Izuku is someone lucky, Ishido spoke. Well, Uraraka, we'll go to the altar, she spoke to leave that room followed by Jiro and Toru. Okay, I'll wait for my turn, Uraraka said as she said goodbye to her friends. Okay, Uraraka, I'll take Shuko to the chairs to see you, Yaoyorozu said. Thank you for taking care of her, Yaoyorozu, and sorry that you couldn't be a bridesmaid. Or don't complain about that anymore. It was a fair game of rock, paper, and scissors. There could only be 3 bridesmaids. Shuko, do you promise to behave with Aunt Yaoyorozu? Uraraka spoke. Yes, Mommy, I just want to see your appealing wedding in my dreams. We are leaving Uraraka, Yaoyorozu said to Shuko towards the public, leaving Uraraka in the living room. Soon someone entered. Uraraka daughter, Are you ready? Duh. Uraraka spoke to run and hug her father. Honey, you will wrinkle your dress. Certain forgiveness. You don't have to apologize, but it's difficult to hand over my little girl. I'm not a girl anymore. And I know that very well since you told me that you were expecting a daughter. Shuko was a slide of luck. I didn't want my belly to be seen at the ceremony and we decided to get married after she was born, but then we had to wait for her to grow up and well. The time finally came. My daughter Sniff, you have made me the happiest father Sniff in the whole world Sniff. Oh Dad, please don't cry anymore. It's true. Come on, I must hand you over to that boy. Let's go. Uraraka's father took her by the arm and proceeded to take her to the church. Soon after the start of the wedding entrance music, Uraraka entered accompanied by her father. Everyone looked towards Uraraka. That included to the groom. Izuku couldn't stop looking at her. Every small step that Uraraka took exudes elegance. Soon they arrived towards the altar. There the father left Uraraka and she stood next to Izuku. The ceremony had begun. The priest began his speech, which was not very heard by the bride and groom. Since both had their attention on the other, soon the most anticipated words were said by the priest. Izuku, do you want to receive Ochako as your wife, and do you promise to be faithful to her in prosperity and in adversity, in health and in sickness, and thus love and respect her every day of your life? I, Izuku, receive you, Ochako, as my wife and I give myself to you, and I promise to be faithful to you in prosperity and in adversity, in health and in sickness, and thus love and respect you all the days of my life. Ochako the priest spoke again. Do you want to receive Izuku as your husband, and do you promise to be faithful to him in prosperity and adversity, in health and in illness, and thus love and respect him all the days of your life? I, Ochako, receive you, Izuku, as my husband and I give myself to you, and I promise to be faithful to you in prosperity and in adversity, in health and in sickness, and thus love and respect you all the days of my life. By the power conferred upon me by the church, I declare you husband and wife. The bride and groom can embrace with these words. Izuku and Ochako gently approached and joined in a sweet embrace. Just Las Vegas. My head. What the? Izuku woke up exhausted and with a headache. He was clearly confused since his hands were tied to the headboard of the bed. What happened yesterday? He whispered with clear ignorance. He was analyzing his entire surroundings until he noticed his right hand, more specifically her ring finger. There was a ring which looked very cheap. What is this? Vague memories came to Izuku. He and Melissa had arrived yesterday in Las Vegas for a presentation of Melissa's company. After this they went to enjoy the casinos. And did they drink too much? I still didn't quite understand what was happening until a loud scream was heard from the bathroom of the room. Izuku! Shouted Melissa, who had run from the bathroom to the bed. She was only wearing a white polo shirt with a print of a photo on it. This print showed Izuku and Melissa embracing in what seemed to be a chapel. Upstairs on this photo it was written, I got married in Las Vegas. Izuku. What the hell did we do yesterday? Melissa shouted while shaking Izuku. He still didn't understand all this information until he saw the print on Melissa's polo shirt. Izuku let out a dry shout which disoriented Melissa a little. Are we married? Izuku said fearfully. I'm sure it was your fault. You're the one who always gets out of control when drinking. Wait, my fault? You sullied what was supposed to be the best day of my life. Stop, Melissa. There may be a solution. Maybe the photo doesn't mean we are married. But I also have the ring. Melissa spoke to show her right hand. Oh, that's right. I have one too. But maybe whoever took the photo knows what happened. We should go find out. Good point. Melissa put on shorts and changed into a polo shirt and then left the room. And Melissa? I need help, Izuku complained vaguely until Melissa returned to help free him with a clear blush. Izuku, dressed in breathes and a polo shirt that he found there, looked at the print on Melissa's polo shirt and located the name of that chapel, hurrying up. The two headed there. It was opening and they saw a tall African-American man. Fearful, Izuku approached him. Excuse me, do you know if anyone attends this chapel? Oh, Midoriya. Melissa, that man spoke with a friendly voice. What a joy to see you. Wait, do you know us? Melissa spoke, confused. Of course I know them. They came to my chapel yesterday to get married. Will you marry us? The two boys spoke, clearly confused and scared. No, of course no. What kind of clergyman marries two people in a clear state of drunkenness? So we're not getting married? Izuku spoke slightly more relieved. Of course not. Wait, Melissa intervened. If we don't get married, what does this poll mean? Oh, I see the confusion. You see, the two had come yesterday in a bad state and demanded that I marry them. Obviously I couldn't do that. I only told them to pose for their wedding photo. With this photo I stamped it on a polo shirt and I gave them to them. They seemed very happy to believe that they were seriously married. And what about the rings? Melissa spoke as she gave them her ring. Oh yes, these came with a suite from here. That man spoke. They are worthless, but they are well made. So we're not married? Melissa spoke, somewhat dejected. Of course not, said that man. Well, it was a pleasure to see you again. If one of these days you want to get married and you are in a lucid state, I will be happy to officiate the wedding, he said and then left. Ah, Izuku sighed in relief. Isn't it good? We are not married. That's good. I speak a little slowly, Melissa. What's happening? Nothing. Come, we haven't had breakfast yet. We should go back to the hotel, he said, stretching out his hand to take Izuku's hand and walking out of there. They soon arrived at the hotel's restaurant, where Melissa ordered a fruit salad with a peach, while Izuku ordered a croissant with a little jam. Melissa ate her plate of fruits in a listless manner. Izuku had noticed this and decided to speak. Melissa, are you okay? She said distractedly while continuing to play with her food. Well, I've noticed you're somewhat distracted since the morning. Oh well, it's not that. I was just thinking about the fact that we almost got married. Would you have liked us to be married? No. I mean, it would be a fun story if we got married in Las Vegas like in the movies, but our friends and family would be missing. Oh, I understand. Melissa, Izuku spoke while taking out a small box. I had this saved for last night, but everything got out of control and I think I couldn't do it right, and after what happened in the morning I didn't plan to do it for a few more minutes. But Izuku stood up from his chair and walked to Melissa to then kneel and open that little box. Melissa shield, you are the most perfect woman I know and I don't want to spend the rest of my life with you. Melissa, would you like to get married? With me? Yeah. Melissa shouted loudly to jump into Izuku's arms and then embrace him. Soon everyone in the restaurant began to applaud and celebrate a new union of two souls. It's only blue. On the beach of Japan, a small altar was set up with chairs and floral decorations. In front of the altar there were several chairs, in which there were various guests. Most of them were heroes or famous artists. On the altar you could see 3 boys, one of them with long hair. Greens looked quite nervous. Mirio, I can't take it anymore, I'm scared, Izuku spoke while trembling slightly. Come on friend, how long have you been planning this wedding? Responded Mirio, who was one of Izuku's godfathers. Izuku has every right to feel afraid, Todoroki, who was the other best man, said. After all, at my wedding I was also extremely nervous. Were you nervous? Spoke Izuku, who had been Todoroki's godfather a year ago. I remember your expression was the same as always. It was dying inside me, to think that Yaoyorozu could escape, or that one of those present would refuse our union, that suddenly a villain would attack because of our condition as heroes, or worse, that a meteorite would fall on Yaoyorozu and because of the radiation of this makes her grow until she reaches 50 meters in height. The feds come and take her away and suddenly she is involved in a complicated plot of monsters versus aliens. Come on Todoroki, don't be like that, that would never happen, Mirio responded. What the hell am I going to do if the federals want to take Nejire? I could chase him but I don't even. Izuku spoke nervously, everything Todoroki had said had made him scared. You still haven't stopped that bad habit of whispering your thoughts, right? Anyway, relax, friend, Mirio added. Nejire would never leave your side. In a room near the beach Nejire was with her final preparations for her dress. She was accompanied by Tamaki, who by draw could not be Izuku's godfather. I escaped through the window. I will get on a fishing boat to get to America. There I will settle in New York selling hot dogs. It will be difficult at first, but soon I will be the new sales director of hot dogs. Good plan? Nejire spoke, somewhat scared and nervous. I told you that you couldn't be more stupid and you took it as a challenge. Tamaki spoke, indifferent as always. Understand? Sorry, Nejire, Izuku is waiting for you at the altar, you just can't leave him there. But, Listen, I still remember how happy you called me to tell me that Izuku proposed to you. You just have to think that Izuku will always be in your future and that really nothing could make you happier. It's true. After so much I can finally be with Izuku forever. That's the attitude. Now tell me, are you missing something? I think I have everything. Let's make a list. Anything new? What Tamaki is listing are objects that the bride should wear on her wedding day for good luck. My dress is new, she said as she took a small spin. Nijire's dress was made of silk and had various decorations. It had a subtle neckline that made her look, above all, pretty. Okay, something old? This little bracelet, she said while showing her doll on which there was a somewhat old bracelet but which matched her dress. Something borrowed? This headband, he said while pointing to his horse where a small headband of a pleasant white color emerged. And finally something blue. Something blue? Nejire was starting to get scared since none of her things were blue. Tamaki forgot to bring something blue. Tamaki closed his eyes in silence. It seemed more than anything. Your hair is blue, Nejire. I spoke since it seemed that Nejire would not notice this detail. True. Well then I'm ready. Let's go. Tamaki extended his arm. He would be the one to take Nejire to the altar. They both passed between the guests towards the altar where Izuku was already there, who was already more relaxed. Tamaki handed Nejire to Izuku and then sat next to the audience. The ceremony progressed until the most important moment arrived. Nejire, you are the most important person to me. I can't imagine a single second without you. I owe you my life and I pay you with my love. Nejire, do you want to be my wife? Izuku spoke calmly. If I want. Izuku, there is no other person I want to be with for the rest of my life. I owe you my happiness and satisfaction and I pay you with my love. Izuku, do you want to be my husband? If I want. They both approached and joined in a tender embrace. Soon all their guests began the celebration. A new union had been made as a couple. It's just a future together. Hatume and Izuku were on a short vacation in Kyoto. They both stayed at the hotel in the area, and on this appealing afternoon in a garden near the Golden Pavilion, Izuku approached Hatume and knelt down, taking out a small box that when opened showed an appealing ring. Izuku said, Hatume, will you marry me? Time stopped at that moment. Only Hatume and Izuku existed. Hatume had tears in her eyes while she couldn't help but look at Izuku and then look around her. Hatume stepped back a little and said, I'm sorry. Tears began to come out of her eyes as she left, leaving Izuku kneeling and confused. When he realized what had happened, it was too late. Hatume had disappeared. He ran in the direction he had gone but he didn't find her. He started calling her on the phone but she didn't answer. After searching for her around without success, Izuku went to his hotel. There he found the unpleasant surprise that Hatume had already left. There was only he left Izuku's things. Tired, Izuku lay down on his bed. He didn't know what to feel, and between tears he had fallen asleep. When he woke up he realized that it was already night. The hotel reservation was until tomorrow, but without Hatume what was the case? He took his things and left. He returned to Tokyo, to his apartment that he had shared with Hatume for a couple of years. He still had the hope of finding her there. It was a trip of a few hours and another hour from the center of Tokyo to his apartment. When he arrived he opened the door and there she was, a head of pink hair that had made him fall in love. Many years ago, Hatume had a red jacket along with jeans, and in her right hand she carried a suitcase. Are you thinking of leaving? Izuku spoke somewhat dejectedly. I think that we should take some time. But there is no need. Sorry, Izuku. Hatume walked to the door until Izuku stopped her by her wrist and yelled at her to make her see him. Why? He said while fixing his eyes on Hatsune's. I think that I don't love you anymore, Hatume said as she turned her gaze, hiding some tears. I don't believe you. It's serious, I don't love you anymore. I hate your sweet face and I hate how you always manage to give me something every day. I hate how you dress, I hate your art, I hate your hair, I hate your personality so much of always wanting to help. I just couldn't be with you anymore. He spoke while more and more tears fell from his eyes. I want you to repeat that. But this time looking into my eyes. Hatume turned to see Izuku's determined face holding back another tear. Say it again. I can't, she said as she fell to the ground followed by Izuku. Why do you want to take me away from you? I'm afraid. About what? Of our future, okay? I'm afraid that one day you'll find something better and leave me. I'm afraid that something bigger will take you away from me. I'm afraid of what we create together. I'm very afraid, Izuku, and all that came when you showed me the ring, I wasn't ready. It is normal to be afraid, but you cannot face it alone. I will never find anything better than you. I will overcome all strength to always return to you, and what we create together I will love as much as you. Hatume, I have been afraid all my life, but I overcame it little by little because I was accompanied by someone incredible. I overcame my fears for you, Hatume. Let's overcome your fears together. I'm not sure. And that's okay too. I don't demand that you change or fight with this from now on. Everyone has their time to grow, and I want to grow with you. Sorry for what I said. Don't worry about that. You had a strong day. Let's go to sleep now. About 3 months have passed. Hatume and Izuku are walking in the center of Tokyo on Christmas Eve. The snow was falling around them while the lights of the stores illuminated them. Hatume was wearing a white sweater along with some black shorts. She also had some black gloves and a pink scarf. Izuku was dressed in a blue jacket and brown breeds. Suddenly they came to a large Christmas tree. After admiring it a little, Hatume got a little nervous. Is something wrong, Hatume? Izuku asked sweetly. She took a deep breath to take off one of her gloves and take out a small box from her pocket. Izuku Midoriya. You made me see that there is no future that I don't want to spend with you. I thought it was most convenient for me to be the one to ask the question this time, so. Would you like to marry me? She asked, a little embarrassed while looking at the ground. Of course I want to, he said, to lift Hatsume's face and give her a sweet embrace. The beginning. Melissa, Izuku called from the kitchen. He was cutting some vegetables for a salad while turning off some pots near him. Dinner will be ready. Can you help me by arranging the plates? Vu, a sweet voice could be heard from a room full of books with a large desk. Melissa came out of there with a white coat and her hair tied up in a ponytail. What did you prepare, darling? I just made a chicken wrap. No big deal. Your food is delicious. Why do you think I married you? He said in a funny way, then giggled. Just for that, he said, following the game. I thought it was special. Your food is darling, he said, and then let out a big laugh which was followed by Izuku. Melissa began to place the plates on the table to be followed by Izuku, who carried the salad and a bottle of wine. How was work today? Izuku said it was the same question they opened the conversation with at dinner, but Melissa would never get tired of hearing it and Izuku would never get tired of asking it because there would always be a different answer. Dina from accounting is PR'd in T. Oh really? But was it recently that you got married? That's right. We have been married for 2 years and she has only been married for a couple of months. I can't believe it, we've been there for 2 years. Yes. Hey Izuku, don't you think it's time to have one? What? He said while taking a bite of his dinner. A baby. A baby. Izuku couldn't finish because he was stuck on his food. That? Don't you want to have one? Izuku took a sip of water to be able to respond. No. The truth is, I would love to be a father, but I wouldn't know if you wanted one. Well, I just thought we could talk about it, don't you think? Well, I'm ready. Fast forward. Izuku was in his art studio, finishing one of his paintings. This specific one was of a blonde woman. Suddenly a small blonde boy with small strands of green hair jumped behind him. What are you doing? He spoke in a childish manner while shaking himself on Izuku's back. Ah, come on, Irinku. I already told you not to play like that in my study. Izuku spoke while holding his son to prevent him from falling. Sorry, but I just wanted to know what you are working on now. Well, I was just thinking about making a little portrait of mommy. I also want to draw mommy. Okay. Izuku took Irinku to a new blank canvas and gave several brushes to his son. Come on, we should start drawing mommy. Yes, he said happily, raising a brush and filling it with a strong yellow color. He began to make the silhouette of Melissa. Izuku guided him and advised him how to use the brush. After a little time, Irinku had completed his drawing. It turned out very well, Izuku spoke. Mommy, she'll be a little late. We should save it and show it to her later. The little boy looked a little sad. He wished from the bottom of his heart that his mother was with them. Suddenly, the whole painting was done from the drawing. Began to escape, they soon formed the figure of Melissa. This figure of Melissa took little Irinku and hugged him in her arms, filling him with paint. Izuku was with his mouth open. He didn't know what was happening or where it came from. That figure of his wife made of ink, but little Irinku had not yet awakened a quirk to date. perhaps. Was this perhaps his quirk? Irinku, have you done that? I don't know, I just wanted mommy to be here. And if you try to form something else, Izuku extended another brush to his son, this drawing on a canvas of a duck, and suddenly the paint of the duck began to come off the canvas to form a real duck. Father and son already they had realized, Irinku's quirk was to be able to make what he drew come to life, as if it were Christmas. Both Izuku and his son began to play with the drawings that Irinku made come to life. They made a tiger, a dragon, and several dolphins appear. They flew throughout the house, silhouettes of superheroes and villains fought among themselves, giving a spectacle to both the adult and the child. Soon all this fun was extended to the rest of the house. Not even the sound of the door opening made both boys react. The fun stopped when a scream from a female voice was heard from the door. What happened to the house? Shouted Melissa, who saw how shapes made of paint were jumping from one place to another. Both the floor, ceiling, and walls were stained with different colors. Irinku, upon recognizing her mother's voice, lost concentration, causing every figure he had made to become paint again and fall on the floor and furniture of the house. Irinku, come here. Both the child and the husband received a strong reprimand from Melissa, but they decided to let it go for today. After all, the son had awakened his quirk. The fatality of absence. Honey, I'm not sure about going out tonight. I feel a little bad, said Uraraka, who was leaving the room wearing a appealing red dress. Are you sure you love? Today is our anniversary after all, and a friend managed to get me a reservation at a fabulous restaurant. I appreciate everything you did for our anniversary. Since the morning you have filled me with luxuries, and the new dress is very appealing, but I think we could get here and just lie together watching a movie. Is that okay with you? Every time I spend with you will be appealing, no matter if it is in a luxurious restaurant or a simple night watching series. If you want to stay, we will stay. I will just call the restaurant to let them know that we will not be going. Carrying Izuku. And I love you, Ochako. Izuku. I don't feel. Uraraka began to choke to avoid vomiting. Izuku worriedly carried her to the bathroom of the room. When she arrived, Uraraka released a strong load in the toilet while Izuku held her hair and rubbed his back. Ochako, we must go to a hospital, Izuku said while Uraraka nodded his head. Izuku carried Uraraka to his car, and driving quickly they arrived at the hospital where Uraraka was insured. They asked for a general checkup, and after an hour a doctor called them to their office. Mrs. Uraraka, I must say that you are in very good health, a doctor with a bushy beard spoke. But I felt dizzy and I even vomited in my house, Uraraka said. Doctor, are you sure they have done the analysis correctly? Izuku spoke. Well, we have done our analyses well, and in fact one of them explains Uraraka's discomfort. Please tell us. They both spoke at the same time. Well, they will be happy to know that you, Mrs. Uraraka, are PRDNT. PRDNT? The two spoke in unison. Yes, congratulations, the discomfort that you have been feeling is normal in PRGNNCY, and we took that test just in case you have any doubts and it came back positive. You are PRGNNT. Uraraka began to speak. It's incredible, Izuku finished saying. You see, doctor, we didn't plan this, but somehow I feel happy that it happened. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, the doctor spoke. Well, I have more patients to attend to. I wish them well. Thank you very much, doctor, Izuku spoke as he took Uraraka's hand and took her out of the office. There was silence until they reached their car, where they both got in, and when they began to leave, Uraraka began to speak. Izuku, are you really happy with this? Of course I'm happy with all this, Ochako. Aren't you? No. Of course I'm happy. A baby is the greatest joy in the world. It's just that we're not married and well. I just thought. Listen, Uraraka, that can be easily solved. Izuku inhaled deeply and then spoke seriously. Ochako, Uraraka, will you marry me? Uraraka only looked at Izuku. At all times of the statement he only looked towards the track. After all, he was driving. Even so, she felt that he was looking at her. Some tears were beginning to come out of his eyes, and with a broken voice he said, Yes, Izuku, I do want to marry you. Daddy, a little girl with appealing brown hair spoke. What do you think the doctor will tell us? Oh, Izuku didn't know what to say. His daughter was about to turn 4 years old and she still didn't show any trace of being able to awaken her quirk well. She will surely tell us that you just need a little more time so that you can have some quirk. Daddy, they would hate me if I didn't have some quirk. Hey, why do you think that? Well, Mommy told me that you had a strong time because you didn't have a quirk. Well, yes, it was difficult, but I found people who loved me for who I was and not for having or not having a quirk. Your mom is one of them. Mr. Midoriya, a doctor who spoke leaving his office, I will need you to come to my office to give you the results. Okay, Dr. Izuku spoke, come on daughter. Well, Mr. Midoriya, the doctor spoke from his desk while Izuku and his daughter sat down. Little Shuko will not be able to develop a quirk. We have already done the corresponding tests and the probability of her awakening a quirk is 0 with what the doctor said. Both Izuku and his daughter Shuko were stunned. Their gaze was white, and Izuku felt devastated. His story seemed to repeat itself again in his daughter. Izuku spoke calmly but sadly. Thank you, doctor. We will leave now. Come, Shuko. The little girl just listened to her father and left with him. On the way, Izuku bought some ice cream. The little Shuko ate his without any kind of longing or pleasure. When he arrived home, there was still one last thing to do, tell his wife. Honey, we're back. Izuku spoke slowly. Izuku, Shuko, Uraraka shouted happily. How did your consultation go? I'm going to go to my room. Shuko spoke with her head down as she left that scene. Chako, you see, Shuko will not be able to develop any quirk. Izuku.yo. Yes, I know. Izuku began to speak in a sad and lifeless way. It's my fault. I don't know why you had to go out with a quirkless person like me. I will understand if you want to leave me, but please don't leave Shuko. She will leave you. I admire a lot. Well, I'll go now. Izuku couldn't finish speaking because he received a strong slap from Uraraka. She was shedding a couple of tears. Don't say stupid things, Izuku. This is not your fault. First, the absence of a quirk in our daughter is not even a mistake to be looking for blame, and then how can you say that I left you? Izuku, I love you, and just because you don't have a quirk doesn't mean I'm going to leave you. Be quiet. I love our daughter and I don't care that she doesn't have a quirk. I will continue to protect her because she is my dear daughter. But what about her dream? Izuku shouted. She wanted to be someone like you. I don't want her to be someone like me. I want her to be better than me, and she will achieve it with or without a quirk. Don't look for stupid excuses. Shuko will be someone great. But shut up, shut up, shut up. Izuku, do you want to leave us? Izuku, don't you love me anymore? Don't you love your daughter? I love them both so much. I don't want Shuko to experience what I experienced. I'm afraid that something bad will happen to her. If something were to happen, the two of us will be there for her, but we must be together. I love you, Izuku, she said as she approached him to give him a hug, which was received by Izuku. The best day. What are you saying? Hatume spoke while she shed some tears. Miss Hatume, you lost your baby. I'm sorry. Spoke to a doctor who, although he seemed sad, was already used to giving this type of news. Boo. Boo. But I have been taking care of myself since I found out I was PRGNT. I stayed away from inventions because I never knew if any of them would explode. I don't drink, I don't smoke. Miss Hatume, we can't do anything, but I'm sorry. But at least I can try again, right? I say I'm still young. Tell me I can have a child. Miss Vera, after some tests we realize that you are not well qualified to father a child. If the case arises where you become PRGNT, the life of the baby and yours could be at risk. As a professional, I do not care. I would recommend this. What am I supposed to do? She screamed while releasing some tears from her eyes. I just wanted to be a mother. Listen, Miss Hatume, there are more ways. You could talk to your husband about trying artificial NSMMTN and look for a woman willing to help you. Or maybe adoption could be more accessible to you. Listen, I'm sorry for what you're going through, but I can't. Thank you and forgive me for my attitude. You don't have to worry about that. Hatume was leaving that office, arriving towards the parking lot. When she got into her car, she decided to finish crying before calling Izuku. They spent about half an hour crying in her seat until Izuku called her. Oh dear, no, not yet, I'm not ready, Hatume whispered while looking at her cell phone. Enduring all of this, she took a deep breath and covered up her feelings. Hello, darling. Hatume, thank goodness you answered. How was the consultation? What did the doctor say about our baby? Hatume, holding back her tears, took a deep breath and decided to tell him the truth. Izuku, I lost the baby. Oh my god, Hatume, I'm coming for you right now, please wait for me. Izuku, I want you to come quickly, he said, not being able to hold back his tears anymore. About 10 minutes passed until Izuku's car arrived. He got out of his car and ran towards Hatume, who was sitting inside her car. When Hatume saw himself, she turned back. Burst into tears. Izuku simply gave her a big hug.